If pop culture has taught us anything, it's what to do in a zombie apocalypse. We've all seen blockbusters like Dawn of the Dead or Zombieland and thought at some point, oh, I'd survive that easily. The rules seem pretty simple. Aim for the head, find a secure supermarket, and keep quiet. You can't go wrong. But that's exactly when one show kicked the door down and changed the game forever. Today, we're looking back at The Walking Dead, but make no mistake, the real focus of this show is far from the monsters. For over a decade, we followed Sheriff Rick Grimes as he woke up in a devastated world, only to realize a bitter truth. The real villains aren't the shambling dead, but the living who remained. The series is packed with tension, gore, and conflicts that would make anyone lose their head. Literally. If I had to sum up the true essence of this story, I'd ask, how far would you go to protect the ones you love when society collapses? So brace yourselves, because The Walking Dead proved that the real Walking Dead were us all along. Rick Grimes is a sheriff's deputy in the middle of a deserted highway in Georgia. He spots a little girl in bunny slippers and tries to help, but when she turns around, half her face is missing. She charges at him, snarling, and Rick doesn't hesitate. He draws his gun and shoots her in the head. The tone of the story is set. B. Cut to 2 months earlier. Rick and his partner Shane are eating burgers in their cruiser, complaining about Rick's marriage issues with Lori. The radio interrupts their chat, reporting a high-speed pursuit. In the ensuing shootout with the criminals, Rick takes a bullet to his vest. He thinks he got away unscathed, but a third shooter hits him right in his unprotected side. He blacks out. When Rick wakes up in the hospital, the silence is heavy. The flowers by his bed have withered, the clocks have stopped, and there's not a living soul around. He stumbles down the hallways and comes face to face with a chain-locked door bearing a very blunt message spray-painted in black. Don't open, dead inside. Gray fingers try to claw through the crack. Outside, it's a nightmare. The courtyard is covered in hundreds of body bags. Desperate, he runs home but finds the closets empty. He is soon found by a kid who gives him a good whack to the head with a shovel. Rick wakes up tied to a bed in his neighbor's house, staring at Morgan, who stands beside his son, Dwayne. Morgan is the one who breaks the bad news. The dead have risen and are eating the living. The heaviest part is that Morgan's own wife is one of these creatures, wandering the street at night, trying to turn the doorknob of their house. Rick decides to look for his family in Atlanta, where the government supposedly set up a refugee center. He grabs some guns from the police station, leaves a walkie-talkie with Morgan promising to keep in touch, and hits the road. He runs out of gas on the way. He trades the car for a horse, because sure, that's a great idea in an apocalypse, and rides into Atlanta. The city is dead until it isn't. A massive horde swarms Rick and devours the horse alive. Surrounded by thousands of the dead, his only chance is to crawl under an abandoned military tank and climb in through the bottom hatch. Inside, in the dark and contemplating ending his own suffering, the tank's radio crackles to life with a sarcastic voice.
Dumbass. Yeah, you in the tank. Cozy in there?
While Rick is barely hanging on in Atlanta, his wife Lori is at a camp outside the city picking mushrooms and taking the opportunity to make out in the woods with Shane. Yep, her husband's partner. Back in the tank, the voice on the radio belongs to Glenn, a quick-witted kid who tells Rick to make a run for it while the walkers are busy having the horse for dinner. Rick grabs what he can and follows Glenn to the roof of a department store. Inside, the welcoming committee isn't exactly thrilled. Andrea greets Rick by shoving a gun in his face, blaming the deputy's gunshot for attracting the monstrous horde that is now pounding on the store's glass doors. To make matters worse, the group has Merle on the roof. He's an absurdly racist redneck who's wasting ammo and picking fights with everyone. Merle beats up his groupmate T-Dog and declares himself the new boss, until Rick decides to be a cop again. He pistol whips Merle in the face and handcuffs him to a metal pipe. With the streets infested and the sewer route blocked, Rick has a brilliant, disgusting idea. He and Glenn grab one of the dead, hack its body open with axes, and smear its guts and blood all over themselves to mask the scent of living humans. The camouflage tactic works perfectly as they walk through the horde. The problem is that it starts to rain. The water washes away the blood. The dead catch their scent, and the run for their lives begins all over again. They manage to jump a fence and reach a construction site. Rick hotwires a box truck, while Glenn steals a red Dodge Challenger, deliberately setting off the alarm to draw the walkers away from the store. When it's time to flee the roof, T-Dog tries to do the right thing and free Merle, but he trips and drops the handcuff key straight down a drain, one of those cruel ironies of fate. Out of time, he chains the roof door shut and flees with the group, leaving Merle handcuffed under the blazing sun, while Glenn speeds down the highway, screaming with pure adrenaline. Trapped on the roof and sweating cold bullets, Merle goes into a full-blown panic when he hears the walkers straining against the chains on the door. He cries and prays for forgiveness until his eyes lock onto a hacksaw dropped near a toolbox. He takes off his belt to try and fish the object over, focused on surviving no matter the cost. At the camp, Glenn arrives making a racket with the sports car, soon followed by the truck with the rest of the group. Rick steps out of the vehicle, and time just stops. Carl runs in tears to hug his dad. Lori collapses into his arms in a mix of relief and shock, and Shane tries to force a genuine smile, but you can practically see the guy's soul leaving his body.
No, 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 no!
That night, the happy family vibe returns for Rick and Lori, who sleep together in their tent. Outside, on top of an RV, Shane watches their tent with a dark, jealousy-fueled glare as a storm brews in the sky. The next morning, the peace is shattered when a walker wanders up the mountain and invades the camp to eat a dead deer. The group beats the dead man until Dale decapitates the thing. That's when the owner of the kill emerges from the woods, Daryl Dixon. Carrying a crossbow and dead squirrels, he's none too pleased to see his ruined meal and shoots the severed head that was still snarling on the ground. When Daryl finds out they left his brother handcuffed in Atlanta, chaos ensues. He tries to pull a knife and even throws his squirrels at the group, but Rick and Shane quickly put him in a chokehold. Driven by guilt and desperately needing the bag of guns and the walkie-talkie he dropped, Rick decides to head back to the city with Daryl, Glenn, and T-Dog. Lori tries to stop him, but eventually caves. While the men are gone, the women at the camp wash clothes and try to laugh about missing normal life. Ed, a bitter and abusive guy, doesn't like the noise and slaps his own wife Carol across the face. That's the perfect trigger for Shane. Boiling with the loss of Lori, Shane takes all his frustration out on Ed and threatens to kill him if he ever touches anyone again. Back in Atlanta, the rescue group cuts the chains and bursts onto the roof. They're too late. Merle is gone. Near the blood-soaked pipe, there are only the bloody handcuffs, the hacksaw, and his severed right hand lying on the floor. Andrea and Amy are having a sweet bonding moment fishing on a boat and reminiscing about their dad, trying to keep a sense of normalcy. Farther away, Dale, always with his binoculars, notices that Jim is at the top of a hill digging holes like a madman under a scorching sun. Nobody understands what's going on, and the guy won't say a word. Meanwhile, in Atlanta, Daryl discovers his brother sawed off his own hand to escape. He tries to blame T-Dog, but Rick shuts that down real quick by pointing a revolver at him. And what does Daryl do? He casually wraps his brother's hand in a rag and shoves it into Glenn's backpack. Because sure, that's exactly what you do in an apocalypse. They follow the blood trail, but Merle has already bolted and even used a hot plate to cauterize the stump. When it comes to retrieving Rick's bag of guns, everything goes wrong. Glenn manages to grab the bag but ends up getting kidnapped by a gang in an alley. Daryl and Rick capture one of their guys, Miguel, and use Merle's severed hand to terrorize the kid and find out where their hideout is. Upon arriving, the gang's leader, Guillermo, talks a big game. He threatens to chop Glenn up and feed him to his fierce dogs if they don't hand over the guns. The tension is through the roof until a sweet old lady in a nightgown interrupts, calling for her grandson. And the big twist, the dangerous gang is actually a group of nurses protecting the elderly residents of an abandoned nursing home, and the fierce dogs are purse-sized chihuahuas. Rick realizes these guys are good people, leaves some guns with them, and the group heads back to camp. Back at camp, Shane had already been forced to tackle Jim, who finally broke down crying over his dead family. The crew tries to relax at night with a fish fry, ignoring Ed, who is isolating in his tent as punishment and ends up becoming the first dinner for the walkers. Out of nowhere, the camp turns into a living hell. Walkers attack from all sides. Amy gets bitten right in front of Andrea. Rick and the others arrive, guns blazing, and clear the area, but it's too late. Amy bleeds out in her sister's arms, and amidst that sea of bodies, Jim finally understands why he dug those holes.
I remember my dream now.
the sun comes up and the damage is done. Rick tries to warn Morgan over the walkie-talkie to stay away from Atlanta, which is now officially the city of the dead. At the camp, the mood feels like a heavy funeral. Andrea is in shock, holding her sister's body, and even pulls a gun on Rick when he tries to approach. To make matters worse, Jackie notices that Jim has been bitten. Daryl, with zero tact and maximum practicality, grabs a pickaxe to solve the problem right then and there, but Rick steps in and points a gun at his head. Shane wants to take everyone to a military base at Fort Benning, 100 miles away, but Rick insists on trying the CDC, Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, betting that in an extinction-level event, the scientists would be the most protected. While the group argues, Carol finally has her moment of catharsis. She takes the pickaxe from Daryl's hand and repeatedly brings it down on her abusive husband's skull, making sure Ed never gets up again. Not as a walker, not as anything. Soon after, Amy finally wakes up reanimated, and Andrea does what needs to be done, shooting her own sister. The group splits up. The Morales family decides to try their luck in Birmingham with other relatives, and the rest follow Rick toward the CDC. On the way, the RV's engine overheats. Jim, who is already delirious with fever and coughing up blood, realizes this is the end of the line. In a surprisingly peaceful moment, he asks to be left leaning against a tree. The group says their goodbyes and hits the road. At the CDC, reality isn't exactly what Rick pictured. We meet Dr. Jenner, a depressed scientist who just lost his last samples in a lab accident, watched everything get incinerated by the safety protocols, and is basically trying to decide what drink to have before ending his own life. Rick's caravan arrives at dusk. The place looks like a concrete tomb, and walkers begin to surround the group. Shane panics, wanting to flee, but they have no gas or food. Desperate, Rick spots the movement of a security camera and starts pounding on the door, begging for help. Just as the walkers close in, the door slides open, bathing everyone in blinding white light. The truth about how Rick survived in the hospital comes to light. In the midst of the initial outbreak, with the military executing the infected in the hallways, Shane tried to get his friend out, but the power went down. The monitor shut off, and unable to hear Rick's heartbeat, Shane thought he was dead. At least he had the decency to barricade the door with a gurney before making a run for it. Back in the present, the group enters the CDC and is greeted by Dr. Jenner. He demands a blood test from everyone before granting full access. After days of eating dust and running from the undead, the gang hits the jackpot, a feast with wine, real food, and hot showers. Glenn drinks a bit too much and gets wasted, and the joy is so palpable they almost forget about the apocalypse. In the rec room, a drunk Shane corners Lori and forces himself on her, demanding the relationship they used to have. She fights back, scratches his neck, and escapes. The next morning, with half the group nursing hangovers, Shane uses the lame excuse that he scratched himself in his sleep. Jenner finally shows them what he's been researching. He plays the video of test subject 19, who is actually his wife. The brain scan shows how the virus only reboots the brainstem. The person walks and bites again, but whoever they used to be is completely gone, and the bad news doesn't stop there. Jenner confesses he's lost contact with the rest of the world. There's no rescue coming. Suddenly, a countdown timer on the wall catches their attention. Jenner explains with the utmost calm that when the fuel runs out and the clock hits 0, the entire building will be vaporized by thermobaric explosives to prevent terrifying diseases from leaking out, and to make sure no one suffers out there, he locks everyone inside the control room. Despair sets in. Daryl tries to hack through the missile-proof doors with an axe. Rick, using diplomacy and an emotional appeal, convinces Jenner to open the internal doors. Jackie decides to stay behind and die in peace, not wanting to share Amy's fate. Andrea also decides to stay, but Dale pulls out the ultimate emotional blackmail. He sits down beside her and says that if she doesn't go, he's dying with her. Upstairs, the lobby windows are bulletproof, but Carol saves the day in the most unexpected way possible. She pulls a grenade out of her bag, which she found by chance while washing Rick's uniform back at camp. Rick blows the glass, and the group sprints for the cars. Andrea and Dale make it out in the final seconds before the CDC turns into a colossal fireball. Rick starts the RV, and they get back on the road with the burning building in their rearview mirror. Leaving Atlanta behind seemed like the only option after nearly becoming a barbecue at the CDC. The group decides to gamble on Shane's idea and head for Fort Benning, but the trip is cut short by an apocalyptic traffic jam and, to make matters worse, the radiator on Dale's RV decides to give out. They start scavenging the abandoned cars for supplies, but the silence is broken by a terrifying sight: a massive herd of walkers marching down the highway. Everyone dives under the cars. The tension is absolute. T-Dog slices his arm open on a piece of jagged metal and starts bleeding out, which would be a death sentence if Daryl hadn't had the brilliantly gross idea of covering them both under a corpse to mask the scent. In the RV, Andrea is cornered in the bathroom and only survives because Dale drops a screwdriver through the roof vent for her to finish off the intruder. The herd passes, but the nightmare doesn't. Two straggler walkers spot Sophia, who panics and runs into the woods. Rick goes after her, finds the girl, and tells her to hide in the creek bed while he leads the creatures away. He kills both of them by hand, but when he comes back, Sophia is gone. Desperation takes over, and the group splits up for useless searches through the woods. Internal tension rises. Andrea fights to get her gun back, and Shane, consumed by the guilt of what happened at the CDC, confesses to Lori that he plans to slip away on his own as soon as he gets the chance. At the end of the day, Rick, Shane, and Carl are still in the woods and stumble upon a majestic buck in a clearing. Carl slowly approaches, fascinated. It's a rare moment of peace in this destroyed world, until a gunshot rips through the silence. The deer hits the ground, and so does Carl. Running with your own bleeding son in your arms is the kind of despair no one should ever have to feel. Rick sprints across the field until he finds an isolated farm, guided by the instructions of Otis, the frantic shooter who mistook Carl for the deer. There, he meets Herschel, who immediately mobilizes his family to try and save the boy. Herschel manages to remove one of the bullet fragments, but the damage is severe. The problem? Herschel isn't an MD, he's a veterinarian, and to perform the full surgery without killing Carl, he needs equipment that's only found in a FEMA medical trailer at a high school miles away. Shane and Otis volunteer for the suicide mission to retrieve the supplies. Meanwhile, on the highway, the situation isn't much better. T-Dog is delirious with a severe infection in his wounded arm, but Daryl ends up saving the day by handing over a stash of antibiotics that belonged to his brother, Merle. Shortly after, Andrea is attacked by a walker in the woods but survives at the very last second when Maggie rides in on horseback, bashing the monster's head in with a baseball bat. Maggie informs Lori about the accident and takes her straight to the farm. Lori arrives and nearly loses her mind when she finds out a vet holds her son's life in his hands, but Herschel gives it to her straight. In this new world, everyone is improvising. Miles away, at the high school, Shane and Otis manage to use flares to distract the walkers and grab the equipment. The plan was going smoothly until it wasn't. The horde notices their movement and corners them, forcing the two to lock themselves behind a chain-link gate that clearly won't hold back hundreds of the dead for long. The clock is ticking at the farm. Carl wakes up for a brief moment, mumbles about how beautiful the deer was, and then immediately goes into a seizure. His blood pressure tanks, and Herschel warns them that they can't wait anymore. He's going to have to operate without anesthesia and without the proper medical equipment. The weight of the situation crushes Lori. She even asks Rick if it wouldn't be better to just let Carl go. For her, surviving with a knife to your throat every day is no life for a child. But Rick refuses to accept that. The simple fact that Carl remembers the beauty of the deer proves there is still something worth fighting for. Meanwhile, Daryl and Andrea are out looking for Sophia at night and find a walker hanging from a tree with a suicide note. It's a bitter reality check about giving up, and Daryl does the thing a favor by putting an arrow through its head. At the school, the escape has turned into absolute chaos. Shane jumps from a window and injures his ankle. He and Otis are limping, out of ammo, and completely surrounded. Back at the farm, Herschel is about to make the first incision when headlights wash over the window. Shane has returned with the backpacks, but he's alone. With an empty stare, he tells them the herd cornered them and that Otis sacrificed himself so he could get away. Rick and Lori are immensely grateful, but the truth is much darker. Alone in the bathroom, Shane turns on the electric clippers and shaves his entire head to hide a disturbing detail, a patch of hair ripped out by the roots. In reality, when they were surrounded, Shane muttered an apology and shot Otis in the leg. The guy fought back, tearing out Shane's hair in a fistfight, but Shane wrestled his gun away and left him on the ground, serving as live bait for the walkers while he limped away. The apocalypse demands its toll, and Shane just paid with his own soul. Otis's funeral takes place at the farm, and Shane delivers a beautiful speech about what a hero the guy was. It's the absolute epitome of cynicism. With the search for Sophia still underway, Daryl heads out into the woods alone. Dale and T-Dog go to fetch water from the well and find a bloated walker floating at the bottom. Instead of just shooting the creature, the group decides it's a great idea to fish the monster out alive so as not to contaminate the water. The plan is to tie Glenn up as human bait and lower him into the well. The water pump breaks, chaos ensues, but Glenn manages to lasso the creature. When they finally haul the walker up, it rips in half. Half of the rotting corpse falls right back into the water, ruining the well for good. A brilliant plan that ended exactly as you'd imagine. In town, Maggie and Glenn head to the pharmacy. Glenn has a secret mission, getting a pregnancy test for Lori. When Maggie catches him acting suspicious near the hygiene aisle, Glenn panics and grabs the first thing he sees on the ground to play it cool. It's a box of condoms. Maggie, ever pragmatic, decides this is the perfect cue, and the two end up hooking up right there. Talk about getting lucky. Back at the farm, Daryl gives Carol a flower called a Cherokee Rose, showing a sensitive side no one expected, and Lori finally takes the test. It's positive. She's pregnant in the middle of the apocalypse, and the look of sheer despair on her face says it all. A quick flashback shows Shane and Lori stuck in traffic, watching in terror as military helicopters drop napalm on Atlanta in an attempt to contain the infection. Back in the present, the mood isn't much better. Shane tells Rick they need to stop looking for Sophia and focus solely on surviving. It's a harsh reality check, but he has a point. In the woods, Daryl finds Sophia's doll near a creek. The problem is his horse gets spooked by a snake and bucks him down a steep bank, causing an arrow to pierce his side. Lying on the ground and losing blood, Daryl begins hallucinating his lovely brother Merle, who basically berates him until he finds the strength to get up. He kills two walkers using nothing but a thick branch, cuts off their ears to make a bizarre necklace, and manages to climb back up. When Daryl approaches the farm, limping and covered in blood, Andrea mistakes him for a walker. Eager to show off her new Annie Oakley-style sharpshooter routine, she ignores everyone's warnings and shoots him from the top of the RV. Luckily, her aim is off, and the bullet only grazes his head. Dinner that night is unbearably awkward. To break the ice, Glenn slips Maggie a note setting up a secret rendezvous. Her reply directs him to the barn. Showing up with his flashlight and expecting a romantic night, Glenn comes face to face with dozens of walkers locked in the lower level. Maggie appears right behind him, confirming the obvious. The Maggie's family has a terrifying little secret. Glenn now carries the weight of two massive secrets: the barn full of walkers and Lori's pregnancy. The pressure is too much for him, and it doesn't take long before he spills the beans to Dale. Trying to make sense of the insanity in the barn, Dale confronts Herschel and discovers the farmer's logic. He believes the walkers are just sick people waiting for a cure. He simply refuses to accept that the world has ended. Glenn heads back to the pharmacy with Maggie to grab some pills Lori asked for. Things go south when a walker attacks Maggie, and Glenn has to save her life. She returns to the farm furious at Lori for putting them at risk. Meanwhile, Shane takes Andrea to sweep an abandoned neighborhood. They are swarmed by a horde of the undead, and Shane uses the situation as a highly sadistic target practice exercise for her. Under pressure, Andrea scores several headshots. The adrenaline rush is so intense that the two end up having sex in the car right after. Everyone copes with trauma differently, right? Dale confronts Shane, making it clear he knows the truth about Otis's death. Shane doesn't back down and practically threatens the old man's life right then and there. Lori swallows the morning after pills, but panics, immediately regrets it, and forces herself to throw up. Rick finds the empty blister pack, and the two have a tense argument about bringing a child into this broken world. The pressure makes Lori drop the ultimate bombshell. She confesses to sleeping with Shane when she thought Rick was dead, and Rick, with an almost terrifying calmness, replies that he already knew. The camp wakes up to a tense atmosphere. Over breakfast, Glenn drops the bombshell he's been holding on to. Herschel's barn is packed with walkers. The group's reaction is immediate, and Shane quickly takes point, insisting they pack up and head for Fort Benning right now. But Carol puts her foot down. Her daughter Sophia is still missing, and Daryl promises he's close to finding her. While the group decides what to do, Rick tries the diplomatic route. He goes to talk to Herschel, pleading for safe haven, even playing the card that Lori is pregnant. The problem is, Herschel still sees the walkers as sick people. He even takes Rick to the swamp to teach him how to wrangle the undead without hurting them, proving the man truly believes they can be peacefully contained. Behind the scenes, the powder keg finally ignites. Shane confronts Lori, insisting the baby is his, but she shoots him down instantly. Furious, Shane goes after the group's guns, only to find that Dale has hidden them in the woods. A tense standoff ensues between the two. Dale even levels a rifle at Shane, but doesn't have the stomach to pull the trigger. He hands over the guns but drops a hard truth. Shane is exactly the kind of monster built for this broken world, and Shane makes a point of proving it. He marches back to the farm, passing out guns to everyone just as Herschel and Rick arrive, leading two walkers on catch poles. It's the last straw. Shane loses it, shooting one of the walkers in the chest multiple times just to rub it in Herschel's face that they aren't sick people, finishing it off with a headshot. Completely unhinged, Shane breaks open the barn doors. The walkers spill out, and the group unloads a full-blown massacre, gunning them down one by one while Herschel's family watches in shock. But the silence that follows is deafening. One last walker stumbles out of the shadows. It's Sophia. The little girl they spent weeks looking for is dead. Carol breaks down in agony. The shock is so overwhelming that not even the ruthless Shane can raise his gun. The only one with the stomach to do what needs to be done is Rick, who steps forward and ends the girl's nightmare with a single gunshot. The weight of the barn massacre drops like an anchor on the group. Herschel's zombified wife attempts one last attack on her daughter Beth, but Andrea takes care of it by driving a scythe into her head. The morning is cut short because Shane immediately accuses Herschel of hiding Sophia this whole time. Insulted, the farm owner tells the entire group to pack their bags and get off his land. While they bury Herschel's loved ones and little Sophia, Rick begins to doubt his own leadership. He made everyone risk their lives looking for a girl who was already dead, and things only get worse. Beth goes into shock and passes out. When they go looking for Herschel to treat her, they only find an empty flask. The man who preached faith couldn't handle the brutal reality and went to drown his sorrows. Rick and Glenn head into town to find him. Back at the farm, the tension mounts. Dale finally tells Lori his theory that Shane used Otis as human bait to save himself. Speaking of Lori, she makes the terrible decision to go after Rick alone in a car, hits a walker in the middle of the road, and ends up in a nasty rollover crash. Far from there, in an abandoned bar, Rick finds Herschel drinking. They have one of those heavy conversations about losing hope, and Rick manages to convince the old man to be strong for his family. The piece lasts exactly 2 seconds before the door opens and two strangers walk in, Dave and Tony. At first, it's just friendly bar talk. They mention they're heading to Nebraska and try to probe for where Rick is camped, but Rick senses the danger and refuses to give up the farm's location. The tension escalates quickly. It's a classic Western standoff. Dave tries to stealthily draw his gun, but Rick is far more lethal. In a matter of seconds, he shoots Dave in the head, pivots, puts 2 bullets in Tony's chest, and steps up for an execution shot. It's official. The peacekeeping sheriff is a thing of the past. Pinned in her flipped car in the middle of nowhere, Lori wakes up just in time to see a walker smashing its own head through the windshield trying to eat her. She manages to free herself, stabs the intruder, and takes down another undead on the road using a hubcap and a well-placed gunshot. Not bad for someone who was unconscious minutes earlier. When the folks at the farm realize she's missing, Shane goes after her and finds her walking toward town. To convince her to go back, he lies through his teeth, saying Rick has already returned safely. Upon arriving, Lori discovers the lie and confronts Shane in front of everyone. Without missing a beat, he defends himself, claiming he only wanted to protect her and the baby. The pregnancy revelation drops like a bomb, and now everyone knows the secret. Meanwhile, the bar in town has turned into a war zone. Dave and Tony's friends have arrived seeking revenge, pinning down Rick, Herschel, and Glenn. During the shootout, one of the attackers ends up as Walker Chow, while another kid, Randall, tries to shoot from the roof, loses his balance, and impales his leg on a fence. His partners simply bail on him. With the undead closing in, Rick refuses to leave the kid behind. In a move of pure agony, he rips Randall's leg off the spike and shoves him into the car blindfolded. Back at the farm, the arrival of the hostage divides opinions. Rick wants to treat the boy and cut him loose far away, but Shane is convinced Randall will return with an army to take the farm. Paranoia sets in. Glenn, who froze during the town shootout, pushes Maggie away, telling her that her declaration of love made him afraid to die during the firefight, but the real powder keg is between the leaders. Tired of Shane's madness, Lori finally lays her cards on the table with Rick. She warns him that Shane is certain the baby is his, that he likely killed Otis, and that he is a genuine threat. If Rick doesn't take drastic action soon, no one there will be safe. Rick and Shane are on the road, and the tension in the car is thick enough to cut with a knife. Rick finally lays it all out. He knows about the affair with Lori, and he knows the truth about Otis's death. Behind them, in the trunk of the SUV, the prisoner Randall rides gagged. The plan is to drop the kid off 18 miles from the farm at an abandoned public works site. Meanwhile, back at the farm, the situation is no less chaotic. Beth is in shock and borderline suicidal. Lori plays detective, finds a knife in the girl's bed, and confiscates it. Andrea, always full of opinions, criticizes Lori, arguing that the teenager has the right to choose whether she lives or dies. Sure, letting a traumatized young girl make that decision unsupervised sounds like a flawless plan. Result: Beth locks herself in the bathroom, but fortunately, her injuries are only superficial. Back at the public works site, Rick and Shane leave Randall on the blacktop with a knife. The kid panics and starts babbling, letting slip that he went to school with Maggie. Fatal mistake. That means he knows the exact location of the farm.
I went to school with Maggie, for God's sake!
I answered the question. Did you go to school with Maggie?
She didn't know me?
Shane doesn't think twice and draws his gun to execute Randall right then and there, but Rick tackles him. All the built-up tension explodes, and the two get into a brutal fistfight, rolling around on the ground like there's no tomorrow. In the midst of the brawl, Shane hurls a heavy wrench at Rick. He dodges. The tool shatters a building window, and guess what? The place was swarming with walkers. An entire mini-horde spills out, swarming the area. Shane ends up trapped inside an old school bus while Rick sprints for the car. For a split second, it looks like Rick is going to leave his former best friend behind, but he comes tearing back in the SUV, rescues Shane, and throws Randall back in the trunk. On the ride back, Rick leaves a very clear warning. If Shane wants to stay with the group, he has to fall in line and follow the leader. Shane says nothing, just stares out at a lone walker wandering through a field. Patience with Randall has run out. Daryl beats the prisoner to a pulp and extracts the missing piece of information. Randall's group consists of 30 heavily armed men with a disgusting track record of abuse. For Rick, the math is simple. Randall is a threat and needs to be eliminated, but Dale refuses to accept this. Stepping up as the camp's lone moral compass, he asks for the rest of the day to try and convince everyone that executing a prisoner means crossing the ultimate line of humanity. He runs around pitching his case like a politician on election eve. Andrea agrees to guard Randall, but Daryl has already washed his hands of it, claiming the group is broken. Herschel, for his part, simply washes his hands of the matter and drops the decision squarely on Rick's shoulders. While the adults debate ethics, Carl decides to play the rebel. He tells Carol that heaven is a lie, steals Daryl's gun, and goes for a stroll in the woods. There, he finds a walker stuck in the mud and starts throwing rocks at the creature. Harmless fun, until the walker suddenly frees itself and nearly chops his leg off. Carl runs away terrified, keeping his massive mistake a secret. At sundown, the vote takes place. No one sides with Dale, except, partially, Andrea. Defeated and feeling there is no hope left, the old man goes for a walk alone in the pasture. Rick, Shane, and Daryl take Randall to the barn. The boy cries and begs for his life. Just as Rick raises his gun, Carl unexpectedly walks into the barn and tells his dad to do it. The weight of executing someone in front of his son shatters Rick's resolve, and he lowers his weapon. Shane storms out furious. Out in the dark pasture, Dale hears groans and finds an injured cow. As he turns around, he is tackled head-on by the exact same walker Carl had antagonized earlier. The monster rips Dale's stomach open. The entire group rushes over upon hearing the screams, but the damage is irreversible. Herschel warns them there's no way to save him. Rick draws his gun, trembling, unable to pull the trigger to end his friend's agony. Daryl, taking on the burden, takes the revolver, mutters, "Sorry, brother," and fires. Dale's funeral leaves a bitter taste and an enormous weight on everyone. Rick gives a eulogy, stating that the group needs to prove the old man wrong and show that they can work together. With winter knocking at the door, Herschel finally opens up the main house for everyone to stay safe. Rick decides to revert to the original plan and dump Randall far away from the farm. Meanwhile, guilt is eating Carl alive over the walker that killed Dale. He confesses to Shane that he stole the gun and provoked the creature in the woods. Lori also seeks out Shane to apologize for the way she's treated him. It's the perfect storm for the ex-cop's unstable mind. Shane heads to the shed, drags Randall into the woods, and sells him a lie. He claims he's sick of Rick and wants to join the kids' group. Once Randall drops his guard, Shane brutally snaps his neck. He then smashes his own face against a tree trunk to make it look like the prisoner overpowered him and escaped. When the group discovers the empty shed, the manhunt begins. Glenn and Daryl track the footprints into the woods and are attacked by a walker. Glenn quickly buries a machete into the creature's head, and they realize it's Randall. But Daryl, with his flawless tracker instincts, notices something disturbing. The body has no bite marks or scratches. Randall turns solely from dying of a broken neck. Rick had already put the pieces together. He realizes the alleged escape was a trap set by Shane to isolate him in the field and kill him. Under the moonlight, the two ex-partners finally reach the breaking point. Shane points his gun, spitting out that he's a better father and that Rick's return ruined everything. Rick, using his wits, talks him down and pretends to hand over his own revolver. The second Shane lowers his guard, Rick pulls a knife and stabs him. Rick breaks down in tears over the body of the best friend he'd just killed. The moment is interrupted when Carl appears, shell-shocked, raising his gun toward his father. Rick tries to calm the boy down, unaware that the real target is something else. Shane's body, now reanimated as a walker, lumbering right behind him. Carl fires. The blast saves Rick, but the noise shatters the silence of the night, and just over the horizon, completely unnoticed by the two, a massive herd of walkers marches toward the sound. Just as Daryl and Glenn report that Randall turned without being bitten, all hell breaks loose. Rick and Carl flee from the horde and lock themselves inside the barn. Rick's solution is drastic. He splashes gasoline everywhere and tells his son to drop the lighter. The barn erupts in flames with dozens of the dead trapped inside. Outside, the group mounts a desperate defense shooting from their cars, but they are absurdly outnumbered. Jimmy tries to rescue Rick with the RV, but it gets overrun and he is devoured. It's pure chaos. Patricia is dragged away and disemboweled while Beth tries to hold onto her hand. Andrea tries to save Carol, gets cornered by a walker, and the group flees in the truck, convinced she's a goner. Herschel goes into complete denial. He stands his ground on the porch, firing his shotgun as if he were defending the Alamo, until Rick saves him at the very last second and forces him to retreat. Glenn and Maggie also fall back, and Daryl rescues Carol on his chopper, leaving the property to burn to the ground. By morning, the survivors reunite on the highway. That's when Rick drops the bombshell he's been keeping since the CDC. Everyone is already infected. You die, you turn. The group is furious about the secret. To make matters worse, Rick confesses to Lori that he had to kill Shane and that Carl shot his zombified version. Her reaction? Sheer horror and detachment, pulling away from her own husband as if he were a monster. Far away in the woods, an exhausted Andrea is on the verge of dying when she is saved by a hooded figure wielding a katana and leading two armless walkers on chains. A striking entrance, to say the least. Back at the camp, with everyone questioning his leadership, Rick finally snaps. He yells that he killed his best friend for them and points into the darkness. Whoever wants to leave, go. Nobody moves. Rick's final warning shuts down the argument. If you're staying, this isn't a democracy anymore. As the camera pans up through the trees into the night, we see what awaits them just nearby, a massive prison. 8 months bouncing from house to house through the Georgia countryside have left the group hardened and efficient. Carl is now a dead-eye shot. Daryl has officially stepped into the role of Rick's right-hand man, and Lori is heavily pregnant and ready to pop. The desperate need for food is so absurd that while clearing a house, Carl almost chows down on a can of dog food until Rick snatches it from his hand. Before they can even catch their breath, a horde of walkers shows up at the window, forcing them to hit the road again. Tired of walking in circles, they stumble upon the apocalyptic lottery jackpot, a massive prison. The only problem is that the yard is swarming with walkers. Rick, operating in full dictator leader mode, cuts the fence and leads the breach. With the crew providing cover fire from the guard towers, he locks the inner gate and clears the area. After a safe night complete with singing around the campfire and some awkward flirting between Carol and Daryl, Rick decides they are going to take the cell block. The breach starts off well until they run into walkers wearing riot gear. Bashing their helmets does nothing, but Maggie discovers their weak spot is stabbing up from underneath the armor. Cell block C secured. Meanwhile, out in the woods, Andrea is sick in a meat locker and begs to be left behind by her new protector, Michonne. Obviously, the swordswoman ignores her, and the two press on. Back at the prison, Lori confesses her darkest nightmare to Herschel, the fear that the baby will be born a walker. She makes the farmer promise that if things go south, he'll take care of the situation. Things take a grim turn when the group goes to explore the prison's dark corridors. They get separated in the chaos, and Herschel walks right past a seemingly dead walker, taking a nasty bite to the calf. Total panic. They drag the old man into the cafeteria, and Rick does the only thing left to do. He grabs a hatchet and amputates his leg in cold blood to stop the infection. Amidst the blood and chaos, 5 figures emerge from the shadows. Daryl shines his flashlight on them and realizes they aren't walkers. They are living inmates, and one of them's reaction perfectly sums up the scene. The shock quickly wears off, and the 5 inmates who stepped out of the shadows finally realize how deep in it they are. They had been locked in the pantry since the riots started in the prison. When they step out into the yard and see the pile of bodies slaughtered by Rick's group, the reality sinks in. They had no idea the world had ended, let alone that everyone turns into a walker when they die. Tomas, the inmate's hot-headed leader, tries to put his foot down and demands cell block C back. Bad idea. Rick makes a deal. They'll help clear out a new cell block for the inmates in exchange for half of the pantry's food. The job kicks off, but the inmates' combat skills are a disaster. One of them, Big Tiny, gets scratched on the back. The debate over what to do with him is abruptly cut short when Tomas, in a fit of brutality, kicks his own partner's skull in. Yeah, the guy is definitely not trustworthy. While Glenn and Maggie watch over an unconscious Herschel, Carl decides to play lone wolf. He heads to the infirmary, grabs medical supplies, and even claims to have killed 2 walkers on the way back. Lori freaks out with worry, and Carl responds by telling his mom to get off his back. Elsewhere, Carol pulls Glenn aside to help her catch a female walker alive. Her plan is macabre, but necessary. Practice a C-section on the corpse in case Lori has an emergency, and, as usual, someone is watching them from the woods. Back on the clearing mission, Tomas makes his intentions crystal clear. He throws open a set of double doors, unleashing a horde onto the group, and even shoves a walker onto Rick to make it look like an accident. Daryl steps in, and once the dust settles, Rick doesn't waste time on speeches. He simply buries his machete into Tomas's skull. Andrew, the dead man's right hand, tries to attack, flees into a walker-infested courtyard, and Rick locks him inside. The coldness with which Rick ignores the guy's panicked screams proves that the rules have changed. After sparing Axel and Oscar, the 2 remaining inmates, Rick returns to cell block C just in time to witness a miracle. Herschel opens his eyes. Relieved, Rick shares a vulnerable moment with Lori on the catwalk, touching her shoulder and showing that the distance between them might finally be closing. Far from the brutality of the prison, a military helicopter cuts through the sky with sputtering engines before crashing into the woods. Andrea and Michonne spot the smoke and go to investigate. Michonne ties her jawless pet walkers to a tree so they won't make a sound, but before the women can get too close, vehicles pull up to the scene. A group of armed men rescues the injured pilot and, with chilling nonchalance, stabs the dead soldiers in the brain. The rattling of the chains catches the newcomer's attention. Michonne even decapitates her own walkers to silence them, but it's too late. The person who steps out of the brush is none other than Merle Dixon, now sporting a sinister prosthetic bayonet where the hand he sawed off in Atlanta used to be. The sight is too much for Andrea, who passes out.
Oh, holy shit. Bonnie.
She wakes up blindfolded and is soon taken to Woodbury. The place feels like a scene from an old movie. Fortified walls, electricity, kids playing in the street, and 73 residents led by a charismatic man who calls himself the Governor. He welcomes them with smiles, clean clothes, and the promise that they are safe, but Michonne keeps her guard up the entire time. While Andrea lowers her weapons and falls for the town's charm, we are introduced to Milton, the town's scientist. He studies the behavior of the dead and points out that Michonne's mutilated walkers acted as a repellent in the woods. He even asks if she knew the walkers before turning them into guard dogs. Michonne refuses to answer, but later confesses to Andrea that killing her protectors was a lot easier than it looked. The Governor's benevolent leader mask soon slips. He visits the injured pilot, extracts the location of the rest of the military squad, and approaches them waving a white flag. What looked like a rescue turns into a cold-blooded massacre. The Governor and his men gun down all the unsuspecting soldiers, stealing their trucks, weapons, and medical supplies. Upon returning to Woodbury, he feeds the town a tragic story, claiming the soldiers had already been overrun. That night, the villain cements his psychopath status once and for all. He enters a locked room in his apartment, sits in a recliner, and relaxes while staring at his decor. 3 rows of fish tanks filled with living walker heads, and to top off the macabre collection, the freshly severed head of the helicopter pilot. Someone in a prison uniform drags a deer carcass to the gates, strategically luring a horde of walkers and busting the chains open. The seeds of chaos are planted. Meanwhile, in the yard, Axel and Oscar beg to join the group, but Rick goes into ruthless dictator mode. They either stay locked in their block or hit the road. Over in Woodbury, Michonne has already activated detective mode. She spots bullet holes in the military trucks the Governor brought back and realizes his stories don't add up. She wants to leave ASAP, but Andrea is completely spellbound by the safety of the town, choosing to ignore all the red flags. Back at the prison, a rare moment of peace. Herschel is finally able to walk on crutches, and everyone smiles. But happiness in the apocalypse lasts about 5 seconds. The walker horde breaches the yard, and a firefight breaks out. The prison alarm randomly goes off, drawing in even more of the dead. Rick, Daryl, and Oscar sprint to the generator room to kill the sirens and find the culprit. Andrew, the inmate Rick thought had died. Andrew tries to talk Oscar into shooting Rick, but Oscar makes the right call and puts a bullet in his former cellmate. At the same time, things go from bad to worse. T-Dog gets bitten while securing the gates. Knowing he's a goner, he makes a purely heroic move, throwing himself at the walkers to buy Carol time to escape. The true nightmare, however, unfolds in the boiler room. Lori goes into labor, starts hemorrhaging, and realizes she's not going to make it. She forces Maggie to perform a brutal, improvised C-section to save the baby. After a heartbreaking goodbye, the child is born, and Lori dies. That's when Carl does the unthinkable. He shoots his own mother to stop her from turning. When Rick sees Maggie walking out with the newborn in her arms, but without Lori, he completely breaks down. His wailing on the ground is enough to shatter anyone. Consumed by grief, Rick completely loses his grip on reality. He grabs a hatchet, marches into the prison's dark hallways, and starts slaughtering every walker in sight, driven purely by rage. The baby desperately needs formula, so Daryl and Maggie hop on his bike to scavenge an abandoned daycare. Miles away, Woodbury's Sunday BBQ vibe hides a deeply disturbing reality. The Governor is in his bedroom, brushing a little girl's hair, until he yanks off a piece of her scalp. Yes, his daughter Penny is a walker he keeps locked up. Michonne spots him moving about, sneaks into his apartment, and reclaims her katana. While she's at it, she discovers a group of walkers caged in the courtyard and slices them all up, just to send a message. Michonne tries to warn Andrea that the Governor is a total psychopath, but the blonde won't listen. The two reach the town's gates to leave, but Andrea backs out at the last second. Michonne, whose survival instincts are off the charts, hits the road alone. Back at the prison, Daryl drops off the formula and holds the baby, trying to cut through the grim tension of the place. He even suggests nicknaming the little girl Little Ass Kicker. It's nice to see this side of Daryl, but for Rick, there is no relief. He reaches the boiler room where Lori died, but her body is gone. In its place is a walker so fat and gorged it can barely move. Rick flies into a rage and attacks the walker. That night, the Governor takes Andrea on a peculiar date, a fight club where people brawl while surrounded by toothless walkers. It's basically the Roman Colosseum, but make it apocalyptic, leaving Andrea horrified. The next morning, an exhausted catatonic Rick hears the impossible in the boiler room, a phone ringing, and he answers it. Who the hell is calling Rick during the end of the world? A mysterious woman who claims to be part of a group in a safe haven. The problem is, soon other men start calling, asking highly invasive questions about Lori's death. While Rick deals with the voices in his head, the hunt is on outside. Merle and some Woodbury goons are out in the woods trying to track Michonne down. Terrible idea. Michonne sets up a Predator-style ambush, decapitating and impaling 2 of the guys in the blink of an eye. During her escape, she ends up covered in walker guts and realizes it acts as camouflage against the dead, a classic tactic proving its worth. In Woodbury, Andrea and the governor finally give in to the tension and sleep together. She is getting increasingly sucked into the town's bizarre reality, even admitting that deep down, she enjoyed watching the arena fights. The real trouble starts when Glenn and Maggie, who went to a nearby town to scavenge more baby supplies, run into Merle. The vibe instantly turns sour. When Glenn refuses to take Merle back to the prison to see Daryl, Merle acts fast. He takes Maggie hostage at gunpoint and forces them both to drive to Woodbury. Back at the prison, some good news comes out of nowhere. While clearing a hallway, Daryl and Carl notice a door moving. It's Carol. She's weak and dehydrated, but she survived. Slowly, the telephone delusion unravels. The final call reveals the truth to Rick. The voices he was hearing belonged to Amy, Jim, Jackie, and Lori herself. It was all a bizarre coping mechanism devised by his brain to deal with the guilt of failing to save his wife. He pours his heart out, apologizes to the void, and finally snaps out of his stupor. More lucid, Rick heads out to the yard to hold his daughter. He looks toward the prison fence and notices something moving among the walkers. It's a blood-soaked figure holding a katana and the basket of baby formula Glenn had dropped. Michonne has arrived. In the interrogation room, Merle plays hardball. He beats the crap out of Glenn, demanding to know where the rest of the group is. Glenn tries to bluff, claiming they're in Atlanta, and to prove he won't break easily, he headbutts Merle. In the next room, Maggie hears everything, terrified. Meanwhile, just outside the prison, Michonne is at the end of her rope, passing out near the fence. Rick and Carl take out the surrounding walkers, rescue the mysterious woman, and most importantly, secure the baskets of baby formula. Trusting no one, Rick locks Michonne in a cell. Rick's reunion with Carol is pure emotion, but the relief is short-lived. When the baby is brought out, Carol realizes Lori is missing. The tears speak for themselves. Michonne finally comes clean. She tells them about Woodbury and some guy called the Governor, whom she accurately describes as a Jim Jones-style cult leader, and warns them that Glenn and Maggie were taken. Rick doesn't waste time. He gathers Daryl and Oscar and heads out on a rescue mission. Before leaving, he listens to Carl's request and agrees to name the baby Judith. Over in Woodbury, things border on the absurd. The scientist Milton is running an experiment on a terminally ill patient, Mr. Coleman, to see if any human memory remains after turning. Andrea calls it from the start. Once you turn, you're just a monster. Sure enough, Coleman dies, turns, and tries to bite everyone, forcing Andrea to stab him in the skull. Back in captivity, Glenn puts on a masterclass in survival. Strapped to a chair, he breaks the furniture against the wall and uses a wooden shard to impale a walker Merle unleashes in the room. The Governor, however, decides to change tactics. He goes to Maggie, unleashes some psychological terror. She bravely tells him to go to hell. But when the Governor brings Glenn in and puts a gun to his head, Maggie breaks. She confesses they are at the prison. The Governor is in disbelief upon learning that a group of 10 people cleared a prison Merle swore was impenetrable. Paranoia sets in hard. He questions Merle's loyalty and orders him to scout the location. Little does he know, Rick and his rescue squad are already prowling the walls of Woodbury. A new group enters the radar. Tyrese, his sister Sasha, and 3 other survivors are fleeing a horde deep in the woods. One woman gets bitten, but they keep pushing forward until they find shelter around the back of the prison. Inside Woodbury, the Governor tries to keep up the facade of his double life. He heads down to his secret room and opens the cage holding his walker daughter Penny. He tries for a tender father-daughter moment, but all she cares about is the bucket full of raw meat. The guy's frustration is palpable. In captivity, Maggie confirms to Glenn that the Governor didn't assault her. In a classic moment of apocalyptic improvisation, Glenn rips the arm bone out of the walker he killed to use as a weapon. When Merle and his guards walk in, they attempt an ambush, but being outnumbered proves too much. That's when Rick's cavalry arrives. With smoke grenades and heavy gunfire, the group storms the building and rescues the couple. Amidst the chaos, Glenn tells Daryl that Merle is working for the governor. Daryl almost abandons the mission to go after his brother, but Rick reins him in. Meanwhile, Michonne has her own agenda. She breaks into the governor's apartment and finds the secret room. Thinking the chained girl is a captive, she pulls off the hood and discovers the walker. The governor walks in and panics, dropping his gun and begging her not to hurt Penny. Michonne doesn't hesitate. She strikes the walker down with her sword. What follows is a brutal brawl, smashing through walls and fish tanks full of walker heads. When the governor tries to shove Michonne's face into the snapping dead jaws, she grabs a massive shard of glass and jams it into his eye. She only stops short of finishing the job because Andrea walks in with her gun drawn, forcing Michonne to back off. During Rick's escape over the walls, the adrenaline takes its toll. Rick hallucinates seeing Shane, causing him to hesitate just long enough for Oscar to get shot by a guard. Maggie puts Oscar down so he won't turn, and they make a run for it, only to realize Daryl was left behind. At the prison, Carl finds Tyrese's group and, showing his growing pragmatism, locks them all in a secure area. Tyrese, ever the voice of reason, admits it's the best option they've had in weeks. In Woodbury, the now one-eyed and seething governor heads to the arena. He gives a speech to the townspeople, branding Rick's group as terrorists. To top off the night, he accuses Merle of treason and drags Daryl to the center of the ring. The crowd bays for blood, while Andrea watches the whole thing, utterly shell-shocked.
Merle's own brother.
At the Woodbury Arena, the macabre bread and circuses are in full swing. The governor decrees that Merle and Daryl must fight to the death, ordering the guards to unleash walkers into the ring. Merle tries to whisper a plan to his brother, but salvation comes from the outside. Rick and Maggie toss smoke grenades, open fire, and rescue the pair. In the process, they breach a section of the fence, letting the living dead pour into town. When the group regroups near the car with Michonne and Glenn, tempers flare. Glenn points his gun at Merle. Michonne draws her sword. Merle, never losing his trademark swagger, laughs in their faces and drops a massive bombshell. Andrea is alive and well and sleeping with the governor. The shock paralyzes everyone. Rick puts his foot down, stating that Merle will never set foot in the prison. That's when Daryl makes the hardest choice. If his brother doesn't go, neither does he. The Dixon brothers vanish into the woods, leaving the group short-handed. On the drive back, the pressure cooker explodes. Glenn, stewing in rage over what Maggie endured during the interrogation, stomps a walker's head into the pavement and starts screaming at Rick for not killing the governor when he had the chance. Maggie has to step in firmly to cool things down. Meanwhile, Woodbury is in meltdown. Desperate residents try to flee but are blocked by the guards. Amid the chaos, a walker bites a man. The governor calmly steps out of his apartment, puts a bullet in the infected resident's head, and walks back inside, cold as ice, completely ignoring the screams of horror. He makes it clear to Andrea that they are at war and that she is just a visitor. It falls to Andrea and Milton to calm the mob with an inspiring speech about how Woodbury will go down in history. Back at the prison, the dynamic is equally tense. Tyrese's group buries their fallen companion. A few of the newcomers toy with the idea of ambushing Carl and Carol to take over the place, but Tyrese and Sasha shut that down immediately. When Rick finally returns, Carol is devastated to learn that Daryl left, but the real disaster strikes that night. Herschel convinces Rick to speak with Tyrese about using the new survivors as reinforcements. Rick goes downstairs, listens to Tyrese's pitch, and looks ready to accept, until he looks up. Up there, on the shadowy catwalk, he sees Lori, an hallucination of her, glowing in a white dress. Rick's mind shatters for good. He draws his gun and starts screaming like a madman. Tyrese's group, thinking the threat is directed at them, backs away in terror. Rick is on the prison catwalk and spots Lori in a wedding dress near the graves. He runs to the gate, gesturing at nothing, while Michonne watches the scene with that look of someone rethinking her group choices. In Woodbury, the governor is playing dirty. He praises Andrea and tells her she should lead the town, feigning humility, while secretly ordering Milton to keep a close eye on her. In the woods, Daryl and Merle keep butting heads. Daryl wants to head back, but Merle swears the governor has already wiped out the entire prison. Soon after, they stumble upon a family being attacked by walkers. Daryl does what Daryl does best, draws his crossbow, and saves everyone. Merle, on the other hand, decides it's a great idea to loot the victim's car. Daryl aims his weapon at his brother, tells the family to run, and turns his back on him. The tension between the two erupts into a physical fight, and Daryl's shirt is torn, revealing childhood scars from the beatings he took from their father.
Because you're a simple-minded piece of shit. Yeah, you don't know.
I didn't know he was...
Yeah, he did. He did the same to you.
It's a sobering moment. Merle tries to justify himself, but Daryl decides he's going back to where he belongs. With nowhere else to go after trying to kill Michonne and Glenn, Merle has no choice but to swallow his pride and follow his little brother. Back at the prison, the atmosphere is heavy. Glenn ignores Herschel's advice and pushes Maggie to tell him the details of what happened in Woodbury. She finally snaps, tells him everything, and pushes him away. Outside, Carol and Axel are reinforcing the fence, having a very chill chat. He tells her he was arrested for robbing a gas station with a toy gun. Carol laughs, teaches him how to handle a real gun, and mid-sentence, a bullet blows right through Axel's head. The governor has arrived. Chaos ensues. Bullets are flying everywhere. The governor, watching from the front row, orders a delivery truck to smash through the gates. The ramp drops, and a walker horde floods the yard. The leader of Woodbury drives off with a sadistic smile, leaving Rick trapped outside, inches away from being bitten. Lucky for him, Daryl and Merle arrive just in time with dead-on arrows. The family is reunited, but their front yard is now a sea of the undead. The post-attack vibe at the prison is pure despair. Rick and Glenn are out for blood, but Herschel gives it to them straight. With the yard infested and Axel dead, they need to flee. Merle, locked in a cell, warns them that the governor has enough guns and manpower to wipe everyone out. Rick tries to sneak away, but Herschel bites his head off, reminding him that Rick himself said this wasn't a democracy, so he better step up and do something. Even Carl tells his dad to take a break and leave the leadership to Herschel and Daryl. Meanwhile, in Woodbury, the governor is drafting everyone into his army, down to 13-year-olds with asthma. Andrea confronts him about the attack, but he lies straight to her face, claiming Rick fired first. She decides to go to the prison to negotiate a peace treaty, and he, of course, forbids it. Since forbidding Andrea is basically an incentive, she asks Milton for help. The scientist runs to tell his boss, who surprisingly tells him to help her. On their way, they stumble upon Tyrese's group. Milton takes the newcomers to Woodbury, while Andrea pushes forward using a toothless, armless pet walker as a meat shield. When she gets to the prison, she gets an icy reception. Rick mirrors her aggressiveness, and Michonne finally blows the lid off the truth. The governor sent Merle to kill her, and she only went back to Woodbury to expose his facade. On the flip side, the governor welcomes Tyrese with open arms, and when he finds out they came from the prison, his eyes light up. Tyrese, clueless about the snake pit he just stepped into, offers his group's fighting services. Before Andrea heads back, Carol gives her some blunt advice. Sleep with the governor, let him lower his guard, and when he falls asleep, end this once and for all. Back in Woodbury, the governor tells Andrea her place is there. That night, she follows Carol's plan to a T. She gets out of bed naked, grabs a knife, stands over his sleeping body, and freezes. The chance to prevent an all-out war was literally in her hands, but she backs down and just stares out the window. Rick, Michonne, and Carl hit the road looking for guns. Along the way, they pass a desperate hitchhiker begging for a ride. Since the apocalypse killed Rick's empathy a long time ago, they just speed up and leave the guy eating their dust. The car gets stuck in the mud near a pileup, and walkers swarm the vehicle. They clear the area in no time, but Carl makes it clear to Rick that he doesn't trust Michonne one bit. Arriving at Rick's old precinct, the armory is completely wiped clean. The new plan is to scavenge local bars and shops, but in the middle of the street, they are greeted with gunfire from a masked sniper on a rooftop. A tense shootout breaks out until Carl pops up out of nowhere and shoots the sniper. When they take off the unconscious man's armor and mask, surprise, it's Morgan, the same man who saved Rick's life at the very beginning. They take Morgan to his apartment, which looks more like a paranoid fortress filled with booby traps, stockpiled weapons, and disturbing messages scrawled on the walls. One of them catches Rick's eye and breaks his heart. Dwayne turned. Morgan's son is dead. Carl lies and says he wants to find a crib for Judith at a nearby store, and Rick tells Michonne to tag along, which the kid hates. In reality, Carl wants to retrieve a family photo from a walker-infested cafe just so Judith can see what her mother looked like. Michonne, proving she knows how to handle both stubborn teenagers and the undead, goes in, grabs the photo, and even snags a colorful cat statue as a bonus. Because the apocalypse doesn't mean you can't appreciate some decor. Meanwhile, Morgan wakes up unhinged, stabs Rick in the shoulder, and begs to be killed. Broken, he explains that he couldn't bring himself to shoot his zombified wife, and because of his hesitation, she ended up attacking their son. In his eyes, only the weak have inherited the earth. Rick pleads with Morgan to come to the prison with them, but he refuses, warning that everyone there will end up torn apart by teeth or bullets. On the ride back, Carl confides in his dad that Michonne is now one of us, and to cap off the trip, they drive down the same road from earlier and find the hitchhiker, who is now just a pile of bloody remains. The car stops, Carl grabs the dead man's backpack, and they keep driving. After all, you don't let free gear go to waste. Rick walks into a dark barn for a meeting that already reeks of a trap. Inside, the governor waits in the shadows. The tension is suffocating. The two sit down and put their guns on the table. But of course, the governor has a second pistol strategically taped under the tabletop. Villains never play fair. Outside, the henchman dynamic is quite something. Daryl and Martinez hold a walker killing contest, looking like two teenagers at an arcade, and even share a cigarette. Meanwhile, back at the prison, Merle wants to use the leader's absence to ambush the governor, but Glenn shuts the idea down. The argument quickly devolves into a brawl. Who diffuses the situation? Beth, the quietest girl in the group, simply fires a warning shot into the ceiling and ends the show without saying a single word. Back in the barn, the governor has no interest in splitting territory. His offer is far more personal. Hand over Michonne, and the rest of the prison group gets to live in peace. The guy holds a major grudge over his lost eye and doesn't even try to hide it, but his word is as good as Monopoly money. As soon as he gets back to his truck, the governor tells his men the deal is a sham. The plan is to slaughter Rick's entire group anyway, as soon as Michonne is handed over. Rick returns to the prison with a firm speech, announcing they are going to war. But, in secret, he pulls Herschel aside and confesses the governor's offer. The group's leader is conflicted and, deep down, tells the old man the truth precisely because he hopes Herschel will talk him out of doing something so crazy. The governor is taking his psychopath role way too seriously. In Woodbury, he sets up a meticulous torture chamber, complete with chains and an old dentist's chair. The guy has turned into a full-blown horror movie villain. Milton, the town scientist, finally wakes up and smells the coffee. He shows Andrea the room and drops a truth bomb. The governor is going to massacre everyone at the prison, deal or no deal. Andrea realizes her time is up and decides to make a run for it to warn Rick. On her way out, she tries to open Tyrese's eyes, as he still hasn't caught on to the town's insanity. At least Tyrese has his own ethical boundaries, refusing to help throw people into a walker pit and almost throwing one of his jerk colleagues in there for provoking him. From there, the story turns into a classic slasher flick. The governor hunts Andrea down in his truck across the fields. The chase ends up in an abandoned warehouse in a true game of cat and mouse. Andrea uses her head, unleashes a walker horde on him, and escapes as the villain's screams echo through the building. That same night, someone does everyone a favor by dousing Woodbury's zombie pit in gas and setting it ablaze. The governor tries to pin it on Tyrese, but soon connects the dots and realizes the arsonist was Milton himself. Andrea runs a marathon and finally reaches the prison gates. She waves. Rick is in the guard tower and almost sees her, but at the worst possible moment, the governor comes out of nowhere and tackles her before anyone notices. When we cut back to Woodbury, Andrea's nightmare becomes a reality. Gagged and strapped to the dentist's chair, Rick decides to embrace his dark side. He plans to take the deal and hand Michonne over, asking Merle for help to do the dirty work, but the weight of the betrayal crushes Rick's conscience. He has another hallucination of Lori and decides to call the whole thing off. The problem is, Merle doesn't wait for red tape. He has already knocked Michonne out with his gun, bagged her, and hit the road. Meanwhile, at the prison, Glenn asks for Herschel's blessing to marry Maggie. Maggie, and to get a ring, he literally cuts the fingers off a walker stuck in the yard's fence. Romance in the Apocalypse has an undeniably bizarre charm. On the road, Michonne gets inside Merle's head. She rubs it in his face that he's nothing but a guard dog killing on other people's orders. The reverse psychology works in a tragic way. Merle cuts Michonne loose, tells her to go back to the prison, and heads off alone to settle the score. Merle cranks up a car stereo to max volume, trails a legion of walkers in his wake, and drives the horde straight into the governor's meeting spot. Hiding, he uses the chaos to pick off Woodbury's soldiers like ducks in a shooting gallery. But a miscalculation blows his cover. The retaliation is brutal. The governor beats Merle mercilessly, bites off his fingers, and executes him in cold blood with a bullet to the chest. At the prison, Glenn gives Maggie the ring, and Rick comes clean to the group about the deal he almost made, promising never to sacrifice their own again. He smiles in relief when he sees Michonne returning alive, but the bill for playing hero comes in a devastating way for Daryl. Tracking the trail of chaos, he arrives at the battlefield only to find Merle turned into a walker. With no other choice, Daryl breaks down crying and puts down the last living member of his family. The governor is past the point of no return. He savagely beats Milton for burning the walkers and drags him into his private torture room. Andrea is there, strapped to the dentist's chair. His plan is sadistic. He stabs Milton in the gut and leaves him locked in with her, warning that when Milton dies and turns, he'll tear her apart. It's the classic villainy of someone beyond redemption. At the prison, Rick and the group are packing up. The tension is heavy, especially between Rick and Carl. When the governor and his army finally storm the prison yard, blowing up towers and gunning down walkers, they find the cell blocks completely empty. Rick's group has set up a perfect ambush in the dark corridors. Smoke grenades go off, the alarm blares, and the Woodbury army panics. Glenn and Maggie open fire, forcing everyone to retreat. During the escape, Carl, Herschel, and Beth run into a terrified Woodbury kid. The boy hesitates to drop his weapon, and Carl simply shoots him in cold blood. It's a move that leaves Herschel in shock, but Carl justifies it by saying he couldn't take the risk. Halfway down the road, the governor suffers a total psychotic break. When his army refuses to go back and fight at the prison, he simply guns down his own citizens. All of them. Karen is the only one who survives by playing dead under the bodies. Meanwhile, Andrea's race against the clock ends in the worst way possible. Milton dies, reanimates, and lunges at her. She manages to grab the pliers he purposely left behind to free herself, but not in time to prevent the bite. When Rick and Michonne arrive in Woodbury with Karen, they find the room covered in blood. Andrea has been bitten. In a heavy farewell moment, she asks for Rick's gun to end her own suffering. The door closes, a gunshot rings out, and Michonne cries over the loss of her friend. Rick brings the Woodbury survivors back to the prison. Carl isn't happy about it, but Rick, looking up at the catwalks, notices something. Laurie's hallucination is finally gone. He knows he did the right thing. The vibe is different now. The sun is shining, Rick is tending to a garden, and the prison yard looks almost peaceful. He even finds a buried gun but tosses it into a wheelbarrow without giving it much thought. Life there has become somewhat of a normal routine. Carl is naming the pigs in the yard, including a rather sick-looking one named Violet. Daryl has become the group's official meat provider, and Carol is the cook everyone loves. But of course, peace never lasts long. A group goes out on a supply run to an abandoned Big Spot supermarket. Inside, Bob gives in to the temptation of grabbing a bottle of wine, regrets it, and ends up bringing down an entire shelf. The noise attracts the walkers that were pacing on the building's unstable roof. They literally start raining from the ceiling, along with a crashed helicopter chassis. In the midst of the chaos, young Zach gets bitten and dies. When Daryl breaks the news to Beth, she doesn't even cry. She just resets the days without an accident tally, completely numb to the losses. Meanwhile, Rick is out in the woods and bumps into Clara, a completely unhinged woman. She begs for help for herself and her husband Eddie. Rick tells her she needs to answer 3 questions before joining the group, but soon discovers the bizarre truth. Clara attacks Rick, trying to feed him to Eddie, who is already a walker stashed in a burlap sack. Frustrated, she stabs herself in the stomach, choosing to turn so she she can stay with her husband. Back at the prison, things start getting weird. Carl catches Carol secretly teaching the kids how to use knives. Rick discovers that Violet the pig died out of nowhere, and in the dead of night, one of the prison kids, Patrick, wakes up coughing aggressively. He stumbles to the showers, collapses on the floor coughing up blood, and dies. Seconds later, his eyes open, and now there's a bleeding-eyed walker loose inside the cell block. Someone is secretly feeding rats to the walkers at the fence, which proves there's a saboteur inside the prison, but the real danger is inside. Patrick, now turned, walks into the cell of a guy who is coughing and rips his throat out. The next morning, cell block D becomes absolute chaos. An internal horde forms while people are still sleeping. Michonne, who was heading out on horseback, is nearly killed at the gate by two walkers, but Carl and Maggie save her by the skin of their teeth. Inside, the group manages to clear the block, but the casualties are heavy. Carol tries to help Ryan, who was bitten, and asks his daughter Lizzie to finish the job so she can learn to be strong. The girl freezes and cries, leaving Carol to handle it. The world no longer has room for hesitation. Rick, Herschel, and the group's doctor examine one of the dead men, Charlie, and notice something terrifying. He has no bite marks but bled from his eyes and lungs. They connect the dots with the death of Violet the pig and realize a lethal, highly aggressive virus is spreading through the halls. The invisible enemy is worse than any walker. They decide to quarantine anyone showing symptoms, including Karen, Tyrese's new love interest, and a guy named David. As if the illness wasn't enough, the gunfire draws an absurdly massive crowd of walkers to the fence. The chain link starts to give way. In a desperate move, Rick takes the remaining piglets, slices their arteries one by one, and tosses them out to lure the horde away. It's a grimy, heavy scene. Rick finishes with his clothes covered in blood, burying the peaceful farmer life he tried to build once and for all. He hands his gun back to Carl, accepting that he can't shield his son from reality, and burns down the pig pen. Meanwhile, Tyrese goes to visit Karen in quarantine with flowers in hand. Instead of her, he finds a blood trail leading out into the courtyard. Outside, Karen and David's bodies are burned to a crisp. Someone decided to handle the virus problem with their own hands. Tyrese is devastated by Karen and David's charred bodies, and demands that Rick find the killer. When Rick tries to calm things down, Tyrese loses it and punches him in the face twice. But Rick doesn't take it lying down. He snaps, takes Tyrese down, and beats him back with such rage that he nearly disfigures the man's face. It takes Daryl to pull him off. Rick looks at his own bloody hand, somewhat terrified of the monster he just let out.
Rick!
The flu starts spiraling out of control. Sasha gets sick, and even Dr. S and Glenn start coughing. The council decides their only salvation is to scavenge antibiotics from a veterinary college 50 miles away. Daryl, Michonne, Bob, and a still grief-stricken Tyrese hit the road. On the way, a voice on the radio talking about a sanctuary distracts Daryl. He loses control, crashes right into a massive mega-horde, and the car gets stuck on top of dozens of walkers. They are forced to ditch the vehicle. Tyrese, in a mix of shock and suicidal fury, decides to stay behind. He is completely swallowed up by the walkers, but, defying all logic, emerges alive in the woods after slicing through the entire horde. True Rambo mode activated. Back at the prison, Herschel decides to ignore the danger. He improvises a mask out of a bandana and goes into the quarantine block to give elderberry tea to the sick. The inevitable happens. A patient coughs blood right in his face. Herschel knows he's been exposed, but simply wipes his face and keeps helping. Later, Rick investigates the crime scene. He finds a small handprint on a blood-smeared door. It's not a man's hand. When he and Carol risk their lives outside the fence fixing a water pump, Rick realizes just how cold and changed she has become. He turns to Carol and asks her, point blank, if she was the one who killed Karen and David. Without missing a beat and with absolutely zero guilt in her voice, she simply agrees. Before heading out on a supply run with Rick, Carol has a pretty bizarre conversation with Lizzie. The girl spouts some weird ideas about how no one ever really dies, making it clear her mind is operating on a totally different frequency. Carol tries to focus on survival basics and cuts the girl off when she calls her mom. On the road, the tension between Rick and Carol is heavy. Rick can't stop picturing Carol dragging the victims' bodies. Carol, on the other hand, is convinced she did what had to be done to stop the disease from spreading. They enter a house and stumble upon a couple, Sam and Anna. After Carol pops Sam's dislocated shoulder back into place, Rick asks his famous 3 questions. questions. The couple wants to help scavenge for supplies, and even though they're injured, Carol thinks it's a good idea. Rick caves, hands Sam a gun and a watch, and sets a meeting point. Far from there, Daryl's crew finally reaches the veterinary college. They manage to grab the meds in a walker-infested area. During their rooftop escape, Bob almost loses his backpack. Daryl risks his life to save the bag, only to discover that Bob ignored the meds and stuffed it full of liquor bottles. Daryl disarms the guy on the spot and warns him that if he takes one sip before the sick get their antibiotics, he'll beat him until he forgets his own name. Back in the neighborhood, Rick and Carol find a dropped basket of fruit. Just ahead lies a severed leg. Anna has become Walker Chow, proving that blind optimism and a bad leg aren't a great combo in the apocalypse. Rick then makes his decision. He packs up some supplies, hands Carol the keys to a car, and banishes her from the group. He knows Tyrese would kill her, and worse, he can no longer trust her around his own family. Carol accepts the sentence, hands Rick an old watch, gets in the car, and drives off. Rick returns to the prison alone and tells Maggie he banished Carol. She agrees with the decision, but admits she doesn't know if she'd have the stomach to do the same. Inside Cell Block A, the situation turns into pure hell. Herschel tries to lock the sick in their cells to prevent a disaster if they die. Sasha passes out from dehydration, and in his desperation to help her, Herschel accidentally leaves an infected woman's cell open. The domino effect begins. Patients die and reanimate inside and outside their cells. An accidental gunshot caused by a walker attack echoes through the prison, hitting a survivor and sparking absolute panic. Glenn, who was helping pump air for a patient, starts choking on his own blood and passes out. Herschel, who was supposed to just be the group's peaceful doctor, is forced to go full action hero. He fights walkers hand to hand, throws one off the walkway, and is forced to brutally put down a reanimated Caleb. The scene is incredibly tense, but the one-legged old man proves he's not messing around. Outside, Maggie hears the gunshots, smashes the security window, and gets inside just in time to save her dad and help a nearly lifeless Glenn. Simultaneously, the courtyard fence gives way under the weight of the herd. Rick and Carl grab assault rifles and unload, mowing down walkers together in a scene of pure family bonding chaos.
Got it?
Yep.
Just as the dust begins to settle, the van with Daryl, Michonne, Tyrese, and Bob finally arrives with the antibiotics. Bob and Tyrese rush inside and manage to stabilize Glenn. The next morning, there's a false sense of calm. Rick goes back to tending the garden with Carl, while Herschel heads out with Michonne to deal with the bodies. Daryl asks about Carol, but only gets vague answers. And just beyond the tree line, silently watching the prison, is the last person they ever wanted to see, the governor. Philip, aka the governor, has hit rock bottom. After slaughtering his own Woodbury army, he's abandoned by his last two henchmen, Martinez and Schumpert. Left alone, he does what any defeated villain would do. He goes back, smashes through the town gates with a military truck, and burns the whole place to the ground. Time passes. He essentially becomes an urban castaway, wandering for months with a lumberjack beard and the 1,000-yard stare of a man who's given up on life. Exhaustion takes its toll, and he collapses in the middle of the street. When he wakes up, he spots a little girl watching him from an apartment window. Inside, he meets the Chambler family, sisters Lily and Tara, their sick father David, and the little girl, Megan. Tara, throwing around her tough ex-cop attitude, makes it clear that if he steps out of line, she'll drop him. The governor adopts the fake name Brian Harriet and, surprisingly, behaves himself. He even risks his life breaking into a walker-infested nursing home to get oxygen tanks for the girl's father, but it's no use. David dies, reanimates, and almost bites Tara. Without hesitation, Philip bashes the old man's head in with the oxygen tank right in front of everyone. Brutal, but efficient. Instead of kicking him out, the family fully adopts him. They hit the road, Philip and Lily spark up a romance, and he forms a strong bond with Megan. During a frantic escape in the woods, the girl falls into a walker pit. The governor jumps in and kills the monsters with his bare hands, promising to protect her forever. It's an almost heroic scene, until a familiar voice kills the mood. Martinez is standing at the top of the pit, jaw dropped, staring down at his old boss. The reunion is tense. Martinez pulls them out of the pit and lays it out. They can join his new camp, but with two ground rules. Martinez is in charge, and there's no dead weight. The governor, in his peaceful Brian persona, agrees without batting an eye. They go on a supply run, and the world proves it's still messed up. They find bodies tied to trees with signs. Classic apocalypse. Back at camp, Martinez gets too comfortable. On top of an RV, drinking and hitting golf balls, he makes the fatal mistake of thinking the governor has changed. He even offers to share leadership. Philip's response? A golf club to the back of the head. He drags Martinez to the Walker pit and throws him in to be eaten alive, muttering repeatedly, "I don't want it." The old villain is officially back in business. With Martinez out of the picture, a guy named Pete takes temporary command. But Pete is too much of a good guy for this world. During a patrol, he refuses to raid another group for supplies, sealing his fate. Philip stabs Pete in the back, strangles him, and then forces his brother Mitch to accept the new dictatorship at gunpoint. The governor is officially back on the throne, but the camp isn't safe. A walker almost gets Megan, and Philip realizes this makeshift setup won't cut it. He needs real walls. He heads to the prison to scout the territory and spies on Rick, Carl, and Herschel in the yard. When he locks eyes on Michonne, his old rage boils over. The target is locked. Smooth talking as ever, the governor convinces his new group that the prison crew is a bunch of ruthless killers. He manages to ambush Michonne and Herschel in the woods, using them as bargaining chips. Lily overhears his plan and realizes the man she loves is still a cold-blooded killer, but it's too late to back out. At the prison, Rick and Daryl barely have time to discuss Carol's exile before an explosion rocks the fences. The governor is at the gates, standing on a tank, leading his new army. The ultimatum is simple: hand over the prison by sundown, or Michonne and Herschel die. Miles away, tragedy strikes out of nowhere. Little Megan, playing in the mud near the makeshift camp, unearths a flash floodwalker and gets bitten on the shoulder, proving that all the governor's violence wasn't enough to save her. At the prison gates, Rick tries diplomacy. He delivers an impassioned plea for peace, saying the groups can live together, that they aren't too far gone, and that everyone can change. Herschel smiles, proud of the man Rick has become again. The governor lowers his sword, seems to consider it, and whispers, "Liar." In one brutal swing, he hacks at Herschel's neck. All hell breaks loose. A firefight erupts.
Liar.
Michonne rolls away, and Lily arrives carrying Megan's lifeless body. Completely dead inside, the governor shoots the girl in the head to prevent reanimation and gives the fatal order, "Kill them all." The tank rolls right over the fences. The yard is consumed by gunfire, panic, and hundreds of walkers drawn by the noise. In the midst of the carnage, Rick and the governor throw down. Just as Philip is about to strangle Rick to death, the blade of Michonne's katana pierces his chest. She finally collects her debt and leaves him there to choke on his own blood. The prison completely falls. The group scatters in retreat. Rick and Carl find Judith's baby carrier empty and covered in blood. Devastated, the two limp away from the wreckage while Lily, standing amidst the disaster, delivers the coup de grace to the governor's head. There is nowhere left to return to. The prison is gone. The scene is one of total destruction, and Michonne is there, walking alone through the rubble. She pulls her classic survival trick, slicing off the arms and jaws of two walkers to use as camouflage so she can walk in peace. Amidst the debris, she finds Herschel's zombified head and puts it out of its misery. It's a heavy scene that makes it crystal clear. The group has been shattered. Farther away, Rick and Carl are walking down a road. Rick is wrecked, barely able to stand after the beating he took from the governor, while Carl is experiencing peak teenage angst. They step into an abandoned barbecue joint. Rick tries to axe a walker to save ammo, but he's so weak, Carl has to shoot it to save his dad. The kid turns around and drops an "I win," exuding a competitive vibe that only makes sense in his own head. They find a house to shelter in, and Carl keeps pushing the boundaries. He throws it in Rick's face that Shane was the one who taught him how to tie knots. Rick eventually passes out from pure exhaustion. Carl goes exploring, lures some walkers, nearly gets himself killed, but survives and drops another "I win." The kid's cockiness is on another level. Meanwhile, we glimpse Michonne's past through a nightmare. We learn she had a family, lost her young son, and that her first two pet walkers were her boyfriend and his best friend. She wakes up panicking. Walking among her new herd of the undead, she notices a walker that looks physically just like her. It's a mirror of what she's becoming. She snaps in a liberating moment of clarity, slices up all the walkers around her, and decides she doesn't want to be alone anymore, tracking Rick and Carl's footprints. At the house, the kid goes out to scavenge for more supplies. He's nearly bitten in a bedroom, locks the walker inside, loses a shoe in the process, and heads up to the roof to eat a giant 112-ounce can of chocolate pudding while a walker reaches for him through the window. A true apocalyptic feast. When he gets back, Rick wakes up groaning and dragging himself across the floor. Carl thinks his dad has turned and grabs his gun, but breaks down crying. All that tough teen bravado vanishes instantly, and he admits he can't survive without his father. To his profound relief, Rick just calls out his name, very much alive. The next morning, the two make amends. And who knocks on the door? Michonne. She found the empty pudding can on the street, looked through the window, and cried tears of relief seeing them both. Rick looks through the peephole, cracks a smile, and tells his son, "It's for you." In another part of the woods, Beth and Daryl are at a campfire. Beth is determined to find the others, while Daryl is in his classic silent, pessimistic mode. She forces the issue, walking off on her own, leaving him no choice but to follow. The search ends grimly when they find human remains near the tracks and little Luke's shoe sitting in a pool of blood. Beth breaks down crying, and even Daryl, in his own way, feels the weight of it. Meanwhile, Tyrese is in full survival mode trying to protect Mika, Lizzie, and baby Judith. And here's where things get seriously disturbing. During a break in the woods, Lizzie casually takes a knife and kills 2 baby bunnies with chilling indifference, a giant flashing psychopath in training neon sign. They flee from some walkers, and later, Tyrese hears screams near the tracks. He leaves the girls alone to help 2 men being attacked. Terrible idea. Walkers approach the kids. Judith starts wailing, and Lizzie, with her completely twisted logic, covers the baby's mouth and nose to quiet her. But out of nowhere, Carol appears, saving the day and taking charge of protecting the group. The man Tyrese tried to help mentions a sanctuary down the tracks with his dying breath. In another storyline, Maggie, Bob, and Sasha find the prison bus on the road. The problem is, the vehicle has turned into a tin can packed with walkers. Maggie is desperate, convinced Glenn is inside. She goes into an insane berserker mode, letting the undead out and killing them one by one. She boards the bus and upon confirming her husband isn't Walker Chow, breaks down crying in relief. The reason he wasn't there? Glenn is still at the prison. He wakes up stranded on a walkway, gears up in a riot suit, and finds Tara completely paralyzed in a corner. She confesses she was part of the governor's attack, but Glenn couldn't care less about that right now. He just needs help finding Maggie. They escape using a makeshift liquor Molotov cocktail and hit the road. After fighting off some walkers along the way, Glenn passes out from sheer exhaustion. Tara puts down the last one on her own and looks up to see a military truck pulling up. Out step 3 heavily armed individuals, Abraham, Eugene, and Rosita, looking like they stepped straight out of an 80s action movie. In the back of the military truck, Tara scribbles street names on her hand. The vehicle stops, and Abraham hops out to bash Walker's skulls with a crowbar. The guy does it with a massive grin on his face. He turns to Tara and says he's the luckiest guy in the world. It's glaringly obvious the apocalypse is his natural habitat. Miles away, Michonne and Carl eat cereal at the house, trying to maintain some sense of normalcy. They leave Rick resting in the bedroom and head out to clear the neighboring houses. Along the way, they try to process their grief over recent losses, and Michonne finally lets her guard down, telling Carl her son's name was Andre. Back at the house, Rick is woken by the sound of voices downstairs. A hardcore group of scavengers has broken in. He dives under the bed the exact second the guys walk into the room. 2 of them get into a violent brawl over who gets to sleep there. One is choked out and loses consciousness, staring right at Rick hiding under the mattress. It's a scene that delivers pure survival horror tension. In the truck storyline, Glenn wakes up, realizes they're heading in the opposite direction of the prison, and demands the vehicle stop. Abraham pulls over and drops a massive bombshell. The mullet-wearing guy with them, Eugene, is a scientist who knows exactly what caused the apocalypse, and their official mission is to escort him to Washington, D.C. Glenn couldn't care less about saving the world. He just wants to find his wife. He punches Abraham in the face, and the two end up rolling on the dirt, trading blows. While the 2 heavyweights are brawling, some walkers stumble out of the brush. Eugene grabs an assault rifle to handle the situation, but his aim is so staggeringly bad that he shoots up their own truck's fuel tank. Brilliant. With no ride and the vehicle leaking gas, Abraham has no choice but to follow Glenn and Tara back onto the road. At the house, Rick takes advantage of the sleeping scavenger and tries to sneak out. He runs dead into another intruder in the bathroom. A brutal fight for survival breaks out, and Rick strangles the guy to death. He climbs out the window, intentionally leaving the door cracked open. Once outside, he hears screams from within. The guy he killed has turned and is doing his deed's dirty work for him. Rick intercepts Michonne and Carl before they get near the house, and the three hit the road, following the train tracks. The trek quickly pays off. They find a massive sign advertising a place called Terminus. The slogan promises sanctuary for all. Those who arrive, survive. But knowing the rules of survival out here, a friendly invitation like that is usually the deadliest trap. Daryl and Beth are crammed into the trunk of an abandoned car, spending the night huddled together while a walker herd shuffles by outside, illuminated only by flashes of lightning. Basic survival. The next day, after eating a snake Daryl caught, Beth's teenage rebellion finally decides to rear its head. She decides she wants to drink alcohol for the first time, since her dad, Herschel, never allowed it. When Daryl ignores her, she flips him the bird and stalks off into the woods alone. Her stubbornness leads them to a country club. The place is a macabre portrait of wealthy folks who committed mass suicide, with walkers hanging by their necks and corpses littering the floor. While Beth focuses on finding booze, Daryl does what he does best, looting cash and jewelry from the dead, because old habits die hard. Beth finally finds a bottle of peach schnapps. With no clean glasses and running on fumes, she starts to cry. Daryl, his protective instincts kicking in, smashes the bottle on the floor and declares that her first drink ain't gonna be that crap. He takes her to an old moonshiner's cabin he'd found earlier and pours her a jar of white lightning. They start playing Never Have I Ever, and things go south fast. Daryl gets drunk, aggressive, and reverts to the troubled redneck he used to be. He yells, drags Beth outside, and tries to force her to shoot a walker with his crossbow. Beth doesn't back down and demands he stop pretending he doesn't care about anything. The dam breaks. Daryl bursts into tears, confessing he feels guilty for Herschel's death. He says he should have shot the governor when he had the chance. Beth hugs him, and the entire mood shifts. Later, talking about the past, Beth tells Daryl he's going to be the last man standing when it's all over. To cap off the day and exorcise the demons of his abusive childhood, she suggests they burn the cabin down. Using the money Daryl looted as kindling, they set the place ablaze, flip off the burning house, and walk away. Bob used to wander alone, drinking to numb the pain, until the day Glenn and Daryl rescued him on the road. Now, the reality is entirely different. He, Sasha, and Maggie are surrounded, fighting off walkers in a dense fog. Maggie has Terminus on the brain, absolutely certain Glenn went there, and she ends up ditching the camp in the middle of the night to follow the tracks by herself. Meanwhile, Daryl is teaching Beth how to track. They stumble upon a perfectly clean funeral home in the middle of a cemetery. There's untouched food in the cupboards, a piano Beth starts playing, and a coffin Daryl finds to be the most comfortable bed he's had in years. The place feels like an oasis. The peaceful vibe is interrupted when a dog shows up at the door. Sometime later, Daryl hears noises again, but this time it isn't the dog. It's a walker herd swarming the house. He holds the door, yells at Beth to escape through the window, and draws the dead toward himself, creating a getaway route. When Daryl finally breaks out into the graveyard, the worst happens. He finds Beth's drop bag just in time to see a black car with a white cross speeding away with her inside. He chases the car until his legs give out. Exhausted and devastated at a crossroads, he is surrounded by 6 heavily armed men. The leader, Joe, admires Daryl's crossbow and talks him into lowering his weapon so he doesn't get gunned down on the spot. Far away, Sasha, who wanted to give up looking for Maggie, ends up bumping into her lying among walker corpses near an abandoned town. The two make up, clear the area, and reunite with Bob, bound together by the same destiny. And somewhere on those train tracks, Glenn finally spots a sign pointing to Terminus. Carol, Tyrese, the girls, and baby Judith find an isolated house in a pecan grove. The place is quiet, with water and food, the perfect setting to forget Terminus and try to live in peace. Tyrese, still haunted by Karen's death, even suggests they stay there for good. But there's a massive problem growing under their roof. Mika is too gentle, refusing to pull the trigger even to hunt a deer. Lizzie, on the other hand, has a completely warped and dangerous view of reality. She thinks the walkers are her friends. She plays with them in the yard, goes hysterical when Carol kills one to protect her, and even goes as far as feeding the dead by the train tracks. Carol tries to toughen Mika up and open Lizzie's eyes, but the reality check comes in the worst possible way. When Carol and Tyrese return from a walk, they stumble upon a scene that obliterates any hope of normalcy. Lizzie is standing there holding a bloody knife with Mika lying dead on the ground. The girl says with chilling calmness that she didn't hurt her sister's brain, so she'll come back. It's the end of the line. Carol and Tyrese realize that Lizzie is a constant constant threat and can't be around other people. In one of the heaviest decisions anyone has ever had to make, Carol takes the girl for a walk in the garden. She tells Lizzie to look at the flowers, cocks her revolver, and pulls the trigger. The weight crushes them both. That night, Carol slides her gun across the table to Tyrese and finally confesses. She was the one who killed and burned Karen and David at the prison to try to contain the flu. Tyrese grips the table, fighting his own rage. He chooses to forgive Carol, but warns her that it will be a part of them forever and he will never forget. With nothing left tying them to that grove, they grab Judith, turn their backs on the girls' graves, and head back to the tracks. The trek down the train tracks continues, and Glenn's group finds a message from Maggie. Believing his wife is alive, Glenn simply ignores the exhaustion and sprints ahead of everyone else. Meanwhile, Daryl is learning the bizarre dynamics of the new group he's running with. The leader, Joe, explains their golden rule. If you want something, you claim it. It's basically a schoolyard playground rule, but enforced by heavily armed grown men. When one of the guys, Len, tries to frame Daryl by planting half a stolen rabbit in his bag, the strategy goes horribly wrong. Joe isn't an idiot. He knows Len lied and simply lets the rest of the group beat the guy to death. The message is clear. Don't lie, don't steal, or you become a statistic. The worst part? They're tracking none other than Rick. Rick, Michonne, and Carl, by the way, are having an incredibly peaceful day on the tracks, balancing on the rails and sharing candy bars. Enjoy it while it lasts. Glenn's group reaches a dark, walker-infested tunnel. Abraham, realizing it's suicide to take Eugene in there, decides the group should split up. Glenn and Tara head into the darkness, and the situation spirals out of control fast when Tara gets her foot trapped in the rubble and a herd closes in. Just when all seems lost, Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene pull up in a vehicle at the exact right moment, and they aren't alone. They've brought Maggie, Sasha, and Bob. The reunion finally happens. With the massive group reunited, Eugene convinces Abraham to take a breather before pressing on to Washington. They reach the gates of Terminus and walk in with an almost suspicious amount of ease. The place is peaceful, quiet, and a woman named Mary welcomes them, offering them plates of food. Welcome to Terminus. In the past, Herschel tried to teach Rick how to be a peaceful farmer, to put away his weapons and focus on planting. In the present, this philosophy is about to be tested in the worst way possible. Rick, Michonne, and Carl are camping in the woods when they are ambushed by Joe's group. Daryl, who had been running with the scavengers, emerges from the shadows and tries to intervene, vouching that Rick is a good guy. Joe isn't having any of it. He orders his men to beat Daryl to death and warns that his group will assault Carl and Michonne before killing Rick. Cornered and seeing his son in imminent danger, Rick goes into a completely primal mode. Pinned down by Joe, he doesn't use his hands. He simply sinks his teeth into the leader's jugular and rips his throat out. The shock is so absolute that Joe's thugs freeze, giving Michonne and Daryl the exact seconds they need to turn the tables.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Let the boy go.
Rick then grabs a knife and the man holding Carl repeatedly under the terrified gaze of his own son. Herschel's peaceful farmer is gone. Still in shock, Rick's group, now with Daryl, arrives at Terminus. Instead of knocking on the front door, they hop the fence around back. They are greeted by Gareth and Alex, who return their weapons as a token of trust, and Mary soon offers them food. But Rick is observant. While chewing, his eyes scan the residence, and he notices small details. Glenn's riot gear, Maggie's poncho, and Herschel's unmistakable pocket watch. He snaps, taking Alex hostage, but the Terminus snipers don't mind shooting their own friend. A frantic chase ensues, guiding our survivors through alleys filled with human remains and shipping containers with people screaming for help inside. Left with no way out, they are cornered and locked inside a dark train car. Inside, a bitter reunion. Glenn, Maggie, Abraham, and the others were already locked up. The atmosphere is filled with despair until Rick looks through a crack in the train car and drops the truth. They're messing with the wrong people. It turns out the people of Terminus didn't start out as a community of cannibals. They were normal people who tried to offer a real sanctuary until they were invaded, tortured, and assaulted by scavengers. The lesson Gareth took from this was simple. You're either the butcher or the cattle. In the present, Rick, Daryl, Glenn, and Bob are about to discover the butcher side of that philosophy. They are dragged into a human slaughter slaughterhouse where men in aprons are slitting throats and draining blood with the same casualness as factory-line meatpackers. Gareth interrupts the process to interrogate Rick, who, even tied up, casually promises to kill him with a red-handled machete. Just before the baseball bat hits Glenn's head, a massive explosion shakes the building. Outside, Carol has decided to handle things her way. Leaving Tyrese with baby Judith and a Terminus hostage named Martin in a cabin, she camouflages herself in walker guts, heads to the perimeter, and blows up a propane tank using fireworks. The explosion breaches the fences, and a massive herd of walkers floods the compound. The chaos saves Rick's life. He uses a hidden wooden splinter to free himself, kills the butchers, and arms his friends. Meanwhile, Carol walks through the fire and the walkers like a force of nature, taking down snipers and infiltrating the sanctuary. She confronts Mary, who tries to justify the cannibal lifestyle, but Carol has no patience for speeches. She shoots Mary in the leg and leaves her to be devoured. At the cabin, Tyrese is forced outside to fight off a mob of walkers barehanded to save Judith, returning bloodied and beating Martin to a pulp. Rick and his group free the rest of the crew in the train car, where Eugene swears he has a biological weapon that can save the world, and shoot their way out of Terminus. In the woods, the reunion is heavy. Daryl runs and embraces Carol. Rick realizes she was the one who saved them and finally gets his daughter back. Before moving on, Rick alters a sign on the train tracks. It now reads, "No Sanctuary." Months later, a masked man stops in front of that same sign and reveals his face. It's Morgan, following mysterious marks carved into the trees. The smoke from Terminus still burns on the horizon as the group hits the road again. The mood is about rebuilding. Rick even gives Tara a fist bump, making it official that she's now part of the family. Along the way, they hear screams and find something increasingly rare, a clean, well-dressed priest. His name is Gabriel, and he's cornered on top of a rock by walkers. After the rescue, Rick asks the classic 3 questions, and Gabriel swears he's never killed anyone, which, in a zombie apocalypse, is the equivalent of carrying a neon sign flashing "Don't trust me." They take shelter in the priest's church. The pantry is empty, so Rick, Michonne, Bob, and Sasha head to a food bank that has turned into a flooded basement full of rotting walkers. In the middle of the filth, a walker pulls Bob underwater. He surfaces, swearing he's fine. But anyone who's ever seen a horror movie knows how this story ends. At night, the group celebrates the day's victories. Abraham takes advantage of the good mood to deliver his motivational speech about getting Eugene to Washington and saving the world. Rick looks at Judith. The baby makes a cute noise, and Rick agrees to the mission. The fate of humanity being decided by a baby, basically. Outside, Carol tries to sneak away using an abandoned car. Daryl, who seems to have a radar for her, shows up right on time. Before they can have the talk, a black car speeds down the road, and it's not just any car. It has the same white cross on the window as the vehicle that kidnapped Beth. The two jump into the car and speed after them. But the worst part of the night goes to Bob. He wanders away from the church to cry alone in the dark, until he's suddenly knocked out. When he wakes up, he comes face to face with Gareth and the Terminus survivors. Gareth delivers that classic villain monologue, explaining that they had to evolve into hunters to survive. To make matters worse, he compliments the taste of Bob's meat. While Gareth tries to savor his food, Bob starts laughing hysterically. The despair turns into pure insanity as he pulls down his shirt collar and reveals the bite mark on his shoulder. Tainted meat. Panic immediately sets in among the cannibals, and Gareth kicks Bob until he passes out. Back at the church, Bob's disappearance makes Sasha back the priest into a corner. Under pressure, Gabriel breaks down and confesses his great sin. At the beginning of the outbreak, he locked the church doors and ignored the cries for help, leaving all his parishioners to be devoured outside. Soon after, the group finds Bob dumped on the lawn, missing a leg. He warns them about Gareth's camp, sparking an instant clash. Abraham wants to grab his VIP scientist and run to Washington right now, while Rick wants retaliation. Glenn steps in as a diplomat and negotiates a half-day deadline. If Abraham stays to help, they will all leave together right after. Rick's plan is an ambush masterpiece. He and the best shooters pretend to leave to hunt the cannibals in the woods. Gareth takes the bait and breaches the church to slaughter whoever was left behind. but that's exactly what Rick was counting on. The group emerges from the shadows armed to the teeth, cornering the invaders. Gareth tries to beg for mercy, but Rick isn't in a talking mood. He simply draws that red-handled machete he promised to use back at Terminus, and keeps his word in the most brutal way possible. The group massacres the invaders right then and there. Gabriel looks at the carnage in horror and whispers that this is the Lord's house. Maggie's response is surgical. It's just 4 walls and a roof now. The next morning is for goodbyes. Bob finally succumbs to the bite, and Tyrese puts him down before he turns. Abraham heads off on the short bus to Washington with Glenn, Maggie, and Tara, leaving behind a map with a note saying the new world's gonna need Rick Grimes. That night, Michonne is keeping watch at the church when she hears footsteps in the dry leaves. Daryl emerges from the trees alone. Her smile fades instantly, asking about Carol. Daryl just turns his head toward the darkness and tells someone to come out of the shadows. Beth wakes up confused in a hospital bed in Atlanta, with her arm in a cast and stitches on her face. She soon meets Dr. Edwards and Officer Dawn Lerner, who immediately hits her with the predictable, "We saved you, now you owe us" speech. It becomes clear very quickly that this is less of a hospital and more of a loan sharking racket in lab coats. The dynamic of the place is sick. They rescue the weak and force them to work until they pay off their supposed debt. Beth befriends Noah, a kid from the laundry room who only thinks about escaping, and constantly has to deal with Gorman, a cop with that gross energy of someone who abuses his power.
Yeah, that's right.
Tension rises when a new patient named Trevitt arrives wounded. Dawn is desperate to keep him alive, but Dr. Edwards instructs Beth to administer a specific drug. The guy has a seizure and dies on the spot. Dawn snaps and beats Noah, who takes the blame for the wrong medication just to protect Beth. The truth surfaces shortly after. Trevitt was also a doctor, and Edwards tricked Beth into giving him the fatal drug to kill off the competition. In an apocalypse, ensuring your own usefulness requires dirty tactics. Tired of being a pawn, Beth decides to escape with Noah. While searching for the elevator key in Dawn's office, she finds the body of Joan, a patient who preferred to bleed to death rather than remain a hostage. Gorman walks into the room right then and tries to back Beth into a corner. She pretends to give in, but smashes a glass jar over his head. Gorman falls down dazed, and the newly zombified Joan enjoys the snack, karma at its finest. The escape down the elevator shaft is pure adrenaline. They make it to the courtyard, slipping past cars with the same white crosses that kidnapped Beth. Noah manages to squeeze through the gates to freedom, but Beth is tackled and recaptured by the cops. Even pinned to the asphalt, she smiles seeing her friend get away. Back in captivity and consumed by rage, Beth grabs a pair of scissors and marches down the hallway with the clear intention of stabbing Dr. Edwards. However, she suddenly freezes. A gurney is being wheeled through the hospital doors with a new unconscious patient, Carol. On the road, the mood on the bus is actually pretty light. Tara jokes that Eugene's mullet is the true source of his power, and peace reigns for about 5 minutes. But reality knocks. A tire blows, the bus flips, and in the blink of an eye, they are surrounded by walkers and flames. In the midst of the chaos, Eugene freezes. He needs a literal push from Tara to finally use a knife and save her life. The bus ends up exploding, taking all their supplies with it, but Abraham refuses to retreat. The mission to Washington continues, no matter the cost. They find shelter in a bookstore, where the dynamic gets pretty weird. While Abraham and Rosita share an intimate moment, Eugene watches the whole thing from the self-help section. Bizarre, yes, but the real bombshell drops right after. He confesses to Tara that he sabotaged the bus with crushed glass. The reason? He knows he's useless on his own and is terrified of being discarded if they reach their destination too quickly. The next day, their luck seems to turn when they find a fire truck. Eugene even gets his action hero moment, using the high-pressure hose to blast apart a whole herd of walkers. But the excitement dies just up ahead when they run into a colossal herd blocking miles of road. Abraham, blinded by obsession, wants to force his way through the sea of walkers. Everyone is against it. The pressure builds so much that Eugene finally snaps and drops the truth. He's not a scientist. He doesn't have the cure. He lied the whole time just so stronger people would get him to a safe place. The revelation drops like an anvil. People died for this lie. Abraham, who had previously lost his own family and only refrained from killing himself because Eugene gave him this mission, completely loses it. He beats Eugene until he's unconscious on the asphalt and collapses to his knees. The world isn't going to be saved after all. Daryl and Carol are tailing the car with the white cross. The tank runs dry before they reach their destination, forcing the two to spend the night in a commercial building that served as a temporary shelter. The place brings back heavy memories for Carol about her abusive past, and their conversation revolves around the harsh reality that, after everything, no one gets to just start over anymore. The next day, while exploring a sky bridge filled with walkers trapped in sleeping bags, they are ambushed by Noah. The kid holds them up, steals their weapons, slices open the tents to release the walkers and buy himself time, and runs off. A smart move that leaves Daryl and Carol in a terrible spot. While searching for their weapons, the duo finds a van with white crosses teetering on the edge of a bridge. Because when it rains, it pours. A herd shows up right on time. Out of ammo, their only way out is to get into the van, buckle up, and let the weight push the vehicle off the bridge. A Fast and Furious level survival tactic, but it miraculously works. Shortly after, Karma catches up to Noah, who ends up cornered by a walker.
Please, I have to protect myself. Why'd you follow me? I didn't. I swear, I thought you followed me. Bullshit.
Daryl, still pissed about the robbery, pins the kid under a heavy bookshelf and lights a cigarette, ready to let him become dinner. Carol begs him, and Daryl ends up shooting the walker at the very last second. And it's a good thing he shot it, because Noah drops golden intel. He knows Beth and knows she's at Grady Memorial Hospital. The noise attracts the hospital's security and triggers a desperate escape. While running out into the street, Carol is brutally hit by one of the cars with the white cross. Daryl goes into attack mode, but Noah stops him, warning that the hospital has the doctors and the machines to save her. Shooting the guards now would be a death sentence for her. Swallowing his pride, Daryl stands down. He and Noah steal a truck and peel out. Now it's a double rescue mission. Back at the church, the group splits up. Rick, Daryl, Tyrese, Sasha, and Noah head to Atlanta, armed to the teeth. On the road, Maggie has to deal with a catatonic Abraham and a still knocked out Eugene. The realization that the world's salvation was a massive bluff still weighs a ton. Meanwhile, at the church, Father Gabriel is having a severe crisis of conscience after witnessing the massacre at the altar. Unable to cope with the brutality of Rick's group, he uses a machete to pry up the floorboards and crawls out from underneath the church to escape. In the woods, when attacked by a walker, he even picks up a rock to crush the creature, but sees a crucifix around the monster's neck. He cries, gives up the fight, and limps away. At the hospital, cynicism rules. The sergeant suggests that Dawn pull the plug on the newly arrived Carol to conserve resources, but Dawn, in a weird manipulation tactic, gives the key to the medicine cabinet to Beth, shifting the responsibility of saving her onto the girl. Beth acts fast, creates a distraction, and injects the epinephrine Carol needs to stay alive. At the warehouse in Atlanta, Rick is already hatching a plan to go into the hospital guns blazing and settle everything with brute force. But Tyrese suggests something more reasonable. Capture a few of Dawn's cops and make a clean hostage exchange. Daryl backs the idea, and they set up the ambush. The capture is a success. After a tense chase and Daryl almost becoming Walker snacks in a close quarters fight, they secure 3 officers. One of them, Lamson, seems extremely understanding, claims to get where Rick is coming from, and even offers advice on how to negotiate with Dawn. But in the apocalypse, empathy is a trap. When Lamson is left alone with Sasha, he tells a sad story about a colleague who melted to the asphalt outside and turned into a walker. Sasha lets her guard down and steps to the window to put the creature out of its misery. It was exactly what he wanted. Lamson slams her head against the glass with all his might, knocks her out, and makes a run for it. The peaceful exchange plan just went down the drain. Rick isn't playing around anymore. He chases Officer Lamson in a police cruiser, tells him to stop, and when the guy ignores him, Rick simply runs him down, throwing the guy onto the pavement. Lamson cries that his back is broken, and Rick ends the conversation with a bullet to the head. Practical and terrifying. Meanwhile, Gabriel decides to test his own sanity by visiting the cannibals' camp. He finds the roasted leg of the other Bob, freaks out, and on top of that, lures a walker herd straight back to the church. Carl and Michonne have to hack their way through and lock the dead inside. Salvation arrives in true Deus Ex Machina style. Abraham's group shows up at the exact right moment driving a fire truck. They share the news about Eugene's scientific lie, but the real breaking news here is something else. Maggie finds out Beth is alive, and the rescue becomes the absolute priority. At the hospital, things are chaotic. Beth and Dawn kind of join forces to push a traitorous cop down the elevator shaft. Right after, Rick orchestrates the hostage exchange. He walks into the street unarmed, but with the weight of snipers aiming at the heads of Dawn's cops. The exchange takes place in the hospital corridor. The cops go back to Dawn. Carol and Beth go back to Rick. Everything is almost perfect. But Dawn decides to push her luck and demands Noah back. Noah agrees to prevent a bloodbath, but Beth can't stand to see the kid sacrifice himself. She steps up, says, "I get it now," and jams a pair of scissors into the cop's shoulder. What happens next is fast and brutal. In pure reflex, Dawn shoots Beth in the head. Daryl, without even blinking, shoots Dawn in the head. Guns are raised, tension hits the breaking point, but the other cop tells her group to lower their weapons. The standoff is over. The group walks out of the hospital completely shattered, with Daryl carrying Beth's body as Maggie collapses on the pavement. And, to keep the mystery alive, Morgan shows up at the ruined church and finds Abraham's map with a message directed to Rick. 17 days have passed, and the atmosphere is heavy with grief. We see what appears to be Beth's funeral. The crew has decided to honor her wish and take Noah to his community in Virginia, driving over 500 miles hoping to find high walls and safety. But the apocalypse is unforgiving. When Rick, Glenn, Michonne, Tyrese, and Noah arrive at the location, they find nothing but broken walls, scattered bodies, and absolute silence. The community has fallen. Noah breaks down and runs to his old house. Tyrese goes after him to make sure the kid is safe, and the scene inside is pure terror. Noah's mom is dead in the living room, while Tyrese is distracted in one of the bedrooms looking at family photos. Noah's zombified little brother attacks him from behind and sinks his teeth into his arm. A split second of inattention that costs him dearly. The infection acts fast, and Tyrese's mind turns into a battlefield. He begins having vivid hallucinations of ghosts from his past. The governor and Martin appear to throw every moment of hesitation in his face, while Bob, Beth, Lizzie, and Mika try to soothe him, telling him everything is okay. It's basically intensive therapy on guilt and acceptance playing out in his brain. Outside, Michonne convinces Rick and Glenn that they need to focus on getting to Washington. They hear Noah's screams and rush to the rescue. Finding Tyrese bleeding out, Michonne doesn't hesitate and amputates his arm with her katana. The escape back to the car is chaotic, including a brutal crash into a truck loaded with chopped up walker torsos. But in the back seat, Tyrese's struggle comes to an end. In his mind, he tells them to turn off the radio broadcasting the bad hallucinations, looks out at the sunset, and accepts the company of the good ghosts, passing away in peace. The final cut takes us back to the opening scene. The funeral, actually, wasn't for Beth, it was for Tyrese. Rick, exhausted from losing the people who served as the group's moral compass, buries his friend with his own hands. The situation has hit rock bottom. Out of gas, out of food, out of water, and carrying the weight of recent losses, the trek to Washington becomes a brutal endurance test. A walker horde follows them from a distance in an almost poetic rhythm of sheer despair under the sun. To save what little energy they have left, Rick comes up with a practical idea to fight near a ravine, just pushing the walkers over the edge. The plan is perfect until Sasha, blinded by rage over her brother's death, breaks formation. She starts stabbing everything in sight and nearly injures Michonne in the process. Shortly after, a pack of wild dogs threatens the group. Sasha handles the problem with a few quick shots, and their survival instinct hits a new extreme. Rick roasts the dogs over the campfire for them to eat. While they chew on that meat, Gabriel tosses his priest collar into the flames, a fitting reflection of how the group's faith is turning to ashes. Daryl isolates himself in the woods, puts out a cigarette on his own hand just to feel something physical, and finally breaks down crying. On the asphalt, they find water bottles with a note reading "From a friend." In a world like this, that screams trap. Abraham stops Eugene from taste testing it, but the universe cuts them some slack and a heavy rain begins to pour. They take shelter in an abandoned barn, where Rick delivers the ultimate speech of the series. He talks about his grandfather in the war and concludes that, to survive, they need to accept a dark truth. We are the walking dead. Daryl, stubborn as always, immediately disagrees. The storm turns into absolute chaos during the night, and the walker horde tries to break down the barn doors. In one of the most iconic scenes of this journey, the entire group, instinctively and without saying a word, rushes to push against the heavy doors. Together, using their own body weight, they survive the night. The next morning, the miracle is revealed. A likely tornado destroyed everything around them and crushed the entire horde with fallen trees, but spared the barn. Maggie and Sasha step out to observe the damage and come face to face with a stranger named Aaron. He asks to speak to Rick by name, but what's really unsettling is his look, clean clothes and a harmless appearance. In the apocalypse, someone freshly showered out in the middle of nowhere is, without a doubt, the most suspicious thing in the world. And, as if answering the mystery, Maggie's broken music box finally starts playing. Maggie and Sasha bring a guy named Aaron to the barn, and the vibe instantly shifts. Aaron tries to be friendly, says he left the water bottles for them, and even shows pictures of his super safe community. Rick's response? A solid punch to the face that knocks the guy out cold. Our protagonist's paranoia has hit the ceiling. With the newcomer unconscious, Michonne tries to talk some sense into Rick, but he won't budge. When Aaron wakes up, he still tries to keep things light and compliments the punch he took. Terrible idea. Rick warns him that you can't trust a guy who smiles after getting punched. The group splits up to check if Aaron's story about having vehicles nearby is real. Surprise, he was telling the truth. Meanwhile, at the barn, baby Judith starts crying. Aaron suggests giving her applesauce, but Rick, acting like he's dealing with an enemy spy, forces Aaron to taste it first. The guy hates applesauce, but eats it just to prove he isn't trying to poison a baby. Despite all of Rick's resistance, the group puts their foot down. They're going to give this new community a chance. However, the night drive turns into a nightmare. Their car plows through a walker horde in the dark, painting the windshield with blood. Amid the chaos and a flare fired in the distance, they get separated. Aaron flees in a panic, but Glenn ends up saving his skin in the woods. When everyone finally reunites, Aaron finds his boyfriend Eric, injured, but safe. The group hits the road the next morning. The RV breaks down on the way, but Glenn fixes it on the spot by swapping the battery, leaving Abraham completely stunned. Finally, they reach the gates of the Alexandria safe zone. Rick hesitates, tense, until he hears the sound of children playing on the other side of the wall. It's the pure, rare sound of normalcy. Walking through the gates of Alexandria is like stepping into another dimension. Suddenly, the main concern isn't surviving, but handing over their weapons. The group clashes with the local security, but soon meets Deanna, the community leader and former congresswoman, who makes a habit of recording video interviews with newcomers. The culture shock is immediate. They get actual colonial-style houses with running water. Rick finally takes a hot shower, shaves that castaway beard, and even gets a haircut from a neighbor named Jesse. Meanwhile, Carl experiences the most bizarre moment of his teenage life. The neighborhood kids invite him to play video games. The kid has spent the last few years shooting walkers in the head, and now the challenge is holding a controller on a couch. His look of total disbelief says it all. The one who steals the show, however, is Carol. She decides to play chess while everyone else plays checkers. In her interview, she wears a cardigan, flashes an innocent smile, and invents a persona of a harmless housewife who only did laundry and cooked. Her genius in blending into the suburbs is terrifying, but the piece doesn't last long. Glenn, Tara, and Noah go on a trial supply run with Aiden, Deanna's arrogant son. The guy acts like he's playing Call of Duty on easy mode and keeps a chained walker as a trophy. The thing gets loose, nearly bites Tara, and Glenn solves the problem by driving his knife into the creature's head. Aiden is furious about losing his trophy and tries to punch Glenn in front of the whole town. Poor choice. Glenn counters with surgical precision. Deanna steps in to calm things down and officially appoints Rick and Michonne as the local constables. That night, already wearing his new uniform, Rick delivers the line that defines the group's new mindset.
If they can't make it, then we'll just take this place.
The comfort of Alexandria doesn't erase the trauma of those who've lived through hell. Sasha takes the happy family portraits left in her new house and goes into the woods to use them as target practice. She's at her breaking point, haunted by her recent losses, and simply can't stomach the fake normalcy of the place. While Deanna dreams of rebuilding a government and promotes Maggie to her political aide, Rick, Daryl, and Carol set up a side scheme to steal their guns back just in case. During a patrol in the woods, they put down a walker and notice a macabre detail, a W carved into the creature's forehead. Someone out there is leaving a signature. Daryl, who clearly prefers the company of trees over suited-up neighbors, spends his time in the woods with Aaron. They try to rescue a wild horse named Buttons, but the animal ends up cornered and devoured by the dead. It's a cruel reminder that nature out there is unforgiving. At least the partnership pays off. Aaron understands that Daryl doesn't fit inside the walls and offers him the job of recruiter, throwing in a motorcycle full of spare parts to fix. Daryl finally has a purpose. Night falls, and Deanna throws a welcome party. The vibe is bizarre. Watching these traumatized survivors try to hold little plastic cups and make small talk is almost comical. Sasha freaks out at the superficiality of the conversations and bails on the party. Rick, on the other hand, seems to be adapting a little too well, even giving Jesse a kiss on the cheek. The real highlight, though, happens in the armory. Carol sneaks in to swipe some guns but is caught by Sam, Jesse's young son. The kid says he won't tell anyone if she makes more of those cookies. Without blinking, Carol gives the kid two options. Either he keeps his mouth shut and gets cookies, or she ties him to a tree in the dark woods for the monsters to eat. It's the most terrifying and effective intimidation tactic ever seen in a suburb. The next day, Carol meets Rick and Daryl in the woods and hands over the stolen guns. Daryl refuses, showing he's starting to trust the place. Rick takes his. Later, walking through town, he stops by the steel wall, listening to a walker banging on the other side. Rick looks at the A-Party stamp on his hand and realizes that no matter how high the walls are, the survival instinct never switches off. Gabriel is losing his faith, literally tearing pages out of his own Bible. The facade of safety in Alexandria is already taking a toll on everyone's minds. Outside, a supply run turns into a nightmare. Glenn, Noah, Tara, Eugene, Aiden, and Nicholas go looking for power grid parts. Aiden, proving he has zero survival instinct, impulsively shoots at a walker wearing riot gear and hits a grenade strapped to its body. The explosion impales Aiden on a shelf and leaves Tara severely injured. While Eugene gathers his courage and carries Tara out, yes, Eugene actually did something useful and brave. Glenn, Noah, and Nicholas try to save Aiden, except Nicholas completely chickens out and runs. Before being devoured, Aiden confesses that his previous teams died because he was a coward. The escape goes horribly wrong. Glenn, Noah, and Nicholas get trapped in a revolving door surrounded by walkers. Glenn tries to come up with a plan, but Nicholas panics, forces his side of the door open to escape, and creates the perfect gap for the dead to get in. Noah is dragged out and brutally torn apart right in front of Glenn. It's one of those scenes that just burns into your brain. Nicholas tries to steal the van, but Glenn catches up to him and beats the living hell out of him. On the ride back, Eugene finds the journal Noah had just gotten to study architecture. The first page reads, "This is the beginning." Inside the walls, domestic tension boils over. Carol figures out that Pete is beating Jesse and lays it out for Rick. The only solution is to kill the guy. To make matters worse, Gabriel goes behind the group's back and warns Deanna that Rick and the others are dangerous and will destroy the community. He just didn't realize Maggie was standing in the shadows listening to the whole thing. Deanna is mourning Aiden and watches a video where Nicholas puts all the blame for the tragedy on Glenn. She bans both of them from leaving the community. Rick is furious about the lie, but Glenn insists that these people just need to learn how to survive. Carol keeps pressuring Rick to handle the Pete situation. Rick goes to Deanna, only to find out she already knew Pete was beating his wife. She's just been turning a blind eye because the guy is a doctor. Rick suggests separating them or killing him if he resists, but Deanna shuts it down immediately. She says they don't kill people there. After all, this is civilization. Keep dreaming.
We don't kill people. This is civilization, Rick.
Warning someone to stop or die, that is civilized.
Outside the walls, things are getting weird. Carl follows Enid through the woods, and the two share a tense moment hiding in a hollow log while a walker shuffles by. The detail? The walker has a W carved into its forehead. Daryl and Aaron, out recruiting, stumble upon a horror movie scene, a lifeless woman tied to a tree. She also has the W on her head. There's a very sick individual hunting nearby. Glenn confronts Nicholas, calls him a coward, and forbids him from leaving the walls. Nicholas's response is to head straight into the woods to dig up the gun Rick had hidden before entering Alexandria. Rick's patience finally snaps. He walks into Jesse's house and tells her she needs to let him protect her. She agrees. Right at the exact second Pete walks into the room. The argument turns into a brutal brawl that shatters the front window and spills out into the middle of the street. The whole town gathers to watch. Bloodied, Rick pulls out his gun and starts screaming at the crowd, spitting hard truths about how their ignorance is going to get them all killed. He looks like a total lunatic until Michonne sneaks up from behind and knocks him out cold. Morgan is back. Two guys with a W carved into their foreheads, the self-proclaimed wolves, try to ambush him. Terrible idea. Morgan channels his inner Donatello, takes them both down with martial arts without breaking a sweat, and locks them inside a car. In Alexandria, Rick wakes up with bandages all over over his face, and Michonne standing guard. Deanna has called a town meeting tonight to decide his fate. Carol advises Rick to play the game and tell them what they want to hear, but Rick is already planning to hold Deanna hostage if things go south. Meanwhile, Daryl and Aaron fall into an insane trap at a food warehouse. Dozens of walkers pour out of semi-trucks, forcing the two to lock themselves inside a car. When all seems lost, Morgan appears out of nowhere and helps clear a path. Aaron offers to take him to Alexandria, but Morgan pulls out a map asking for directions, the exact map Abraham left for Rick. Things spiral out of control in Alexandria. Nicholas lures Glenn into the woods and shoots him in the shoulder. A bloody struggle ensues. Glenn manages to overpower Nicholas and points a gun at his head, but at the very last second decides to spare the coward's life, breaking down in tears. Gabriel, in a complete mental breakdown, leaves the community gate wide open. Rick spots the mistake, follows a trail of blood, and ends up fighting a walker bare-handed, finishing the creature off without mercy. The town meeting starts. The group defends Rick, but the locals are skeptical. Then, Rick walks in, covered in blood, carrying the walker's corpse, and dumps it in the middle of the circle. It's a brutal reality check. The walls won't save them if they don't change. Right on cue, Pete shows up completely drunk, swinging Michonne's katana and screaming that Rick doesn't belong there. Reg tries to calm him down, but Pete shoves him and accidentally slashes the architect's throat. Reg bleeds to death in Deanna's arms. Her facade of civilization shatters instantly. She looks at Rick and says, "Do it." Without hesitating, Rick shoots Pete in the head. At that exact second, Morgan walks through the gates with Daryl and Aaron, watching in shock as the man he spent months looking for executes someone in cold blood. Picture a colossal quarry completely packed with walkers. Thousands of them. That's what Rick and the Alexandrians stumble upon. And, as a bonus, they discover why the community has been such a safe haven until now. All the roamers in the area had been walking right into this natural trap. The problem is that a giant semi-truck blocking the exit is about to plummet, turning the town's salvation into a ticking time bomb. Rick, already operating in extreme survival mode, hatches an insane plan to herd this horde 20 miles away. Daryl takes point on his bike, with Sasha and Abraham acting as bait in a car. While the operation is happening in the present, we see what went down in the days prior. The mood in Alexandria is heavy. Rick has zero patience left for the locals' amateurism, even locking Morgan in a house just to be safe. And when a resident named Carter tries to stage a mutiny purely out of cowardly desperation, Rick disarms him, but decides against executing him.
I'm good. I'm good.
He realizes that incompetent guys like Carter are just going to get themselves killed out there anyway, and he's not wrong. During the massive escort mission, Carter gets bitten in the face, panics, and starts screaming non-stop, drawing the horde. Without hesitation, Rick puts the guy out of his misery right then and there with a knife to the back of the neck to silence the screams and save the group. Cold and practical, despite the hiccups, the operation is working flawlessly. The walkers are docilely marching through the makeshift barriers heading west, until a deafening sound rips through the woods. A horn, long, constant, and coming straight from the direction of Alexandria. The noise echoes so loudly that it breaks the horde's formation, and half of the ocean of the dead veers off the road, marching hungry toward the community's gates. To grasp the level of barbarism in the outside world, we dive into Enid's past, losing her parents and surviving in the woods under a single rule she even spells out with bones in the dirt: JSS, just survive somehow. A mindset that Alexandria was about to learn the hard way. The community is having a perfectly boring day. Carol is in the pantry trading barbs with a neighbor about her nasty habit of smoking indoors, but the peace ends in a second. Sadistic men with a W carved into their foreheads invade the place, scaling the walls with machetes and axes. They aren't there to take hostages or quietly steal food. They want to butcher anyone in their path. If the invaders thought they were just going to slaughter frightened sheep, they made the tragic mistake of crossing paths with Carol. She strips a disguise off one of the killers she just dropped, ties a bandana over her face, and goes into a terrifying tactical mode, clearing the streets and securing the armory. It's basically an action sequence straight out of John Wick, just with a housewife in a cardigan. The absolute foil to this is Morgan. He jumps into the fray, dealing blows with his staff, but insists on just knocking the psychopaths out and giving them a lecture, asking them to leave. Carol has zero patience for this moral crisis and simply executes the threats right in front of him, creating an immediate rift between the two. In the midst of this bloodbath, a sniper from the watchtower takes down the driver of an invader's semi-truck. The rig crashes straight into the wall, and the dead driver's weight slumps onto the steering wheel, jamming the horn, explaining the deafening sound that diverted Rick's horde on the road. By the time Morgan manages to stop the horn, and the invaders are either chased off or killed, the aftermath is devastating. The town is covered in mutilated bodies, and the final emotional gut punch hits when Aaron finds his own backpack dropped on the ground by one of the dead. He instantly realizes that the photos of Alexandria he lost a while back acted as a tourist brochure to bring these maniacs right to their doorstep. With half the horde diverted by the horn, the situation turns into a desperate foot race through the woods. Rick takes on a suicide run. He sprints back alone to grab the RV and try to intercept the mass of walkers, leaving Michonne and Glenn with the thankless job of guiding the Alexandrians back home with no casualties. Before leaving, Rick had already warned Michonne and Glenn in private that the locals wouldn't last long out in the real world. He wasn't being cruel, he was just right. The Alexandrians panic at every obstacle. They shoot themselves in the foot, freeze in fear, and inevitably start becoming Walker Chow one by one. Michonne and Glenn's group has to take refuge in an abandoned town to try and escape. Glenn, with his unshakable hero complex, devises a plan to set a nearby building on fire to draw the roamers. The fatal flaw is bringing Nicholas along, the guy who has already caused the death of allies and even tried to kill Glenn before. The plan goes south. The two end up cornered in a narrow alley and are forced to climb a dumpster. Within seconds, thousands of rotting hands are grabbing at their legs from all sides. It's a claustrophobic, suffocating scene. Nicholas stares out at that ocean of starving dead, and his sanity finally evaporates. He looks Glenn in the eyes, drops a hollow "thank you," and shoots himself in the head. The dead weight of his body plummets off the dumpster, dragging Glenn right down with him into the frenzied mob, while a traumatized Michonne manages to make it back to the scorched walls of Alexandria with the few survivors. Rick's scenario is even worse. He reaches the RV by the road, but gets ambushed by a group of wolves. And they aren't just any invaders. They are the exact same guys Morgan spared and chased out of Alexandria. Rick doesn't hesitate and guns them all down, but the gunfire ends up destroying the dashboard. He turns the key, the engine coughs, sputters, and dies completely. Rick is left trapped in the driver's seat as the colossal diverted horde pours out of the trees and swallows the RV whole. Morgan is sitting in a makeshift cell in Alexandria, opening his heart to the wolf he captured earlier, and then we're thrown straight back into the past, to the time when Morgan had completely lost his mind. He's camping in the woods, sharpening stakes, and living by one single rule. Clear. Walker's people. It doesn't matter. If it breathes or growls, he kills it. In the middle of this bloodthirsty routine, he hears a goat and stumbles upon an isolated cabin. The owner is Eastman, a former forensic psychiatrist who, instead of killing Morgan or running away, beats him down with a staff and throws him in a cell. Here comes that classic reality check. Morgan begs to be killed, but Eastman slides him a book on the art of peace. Eastman is basically the Mr. Miyagi of the apocalypse, taking care of his goat, Tabitha, and practicing Aikido in the yard. The biggest slap in the face? Morgan's cell was unlocked the whole time. When Morgan finds out and finally attacks, Eastman takes him down again with the utmost calm. Gradually, the rage gives way to training. Eastman teaches him Aikido and the philosophy that all life is precious. He even confesses that he built the cell to avenge his own family's death by starving the killer, but that it brought him zero peace. The problem is, the past always comes to collect. During a supply run to Morgan's old camp, Morgan freezes when he comes face to face with a walker he had strangled back when the guy was human. Eastman jumps in to save him and ends up getting bitten. It's one of those quiet deaths that just hurts to watch. Morgan buries his master, saves a couple on the road, proving he absorbed the lesson, and follows the train tracks to the terminus sign. Back in the present, the wolf listens to this beautiful tale of redemption, flashes a gruesome wound around his waist, and says that if he survives, he's still going to have to kill everyone right there. Before Morgan can deal with this sheer ingratitude, Rick's desperate screams echo through the gates of Alexandria. Chaos reigns supreme dream in Alexandria. Michonne barely has time to tell Maggie that Glenn didn't make it back before Rick comes sprinting toward the gates like a marathon runner, bringing a colossal horde of zombies right on his heels. Michonne slams the gate shut by a hair, and all hell breaks loose outside. With the walls surrounded, paranoia grips the residents. Aaron, crushed by guilt, confesses that the wolves only found the town because he lost his backpack. Meanwhile, Spencer delivers a passionate, heroic speech to stop the neighbors from looting the pantry, only to be caught right after by his own mother stealing crackers and booze. The hypocrisy is truly applause-worthy. Unable to just sit around, Maggie recruits Aaron for a suicide mission through the sewers, trying to bypass the walls to look for Glenn. The underground stroll is suffocating and ends in a dead end blocked by walkers. It's there, in the dark, that the weight of it all crashes down. Maggie breaks down in tears and reveals she's pregnant, confessing her absolute terror of not knowing whether Glenn is dead or alive. Back in town, the two of them wash his name off the memorial wall, choosing hope. Meanwhile, Deanna is speeding through the stages of grief in record time. She draws up ambitious expansion plans for the community and writes the Latin phrase, "Someday this pain will be useful to you," but is soon snapped out of her trance by a zombified wolf who managed to get in. She unleashes all her fury, repeatedly stabbing the creature with a broken bottle until Rick shows up to finish the job. The end of the world vibe also brings the survivors closer. Rick and Jesse finally kiss, trying to believe there's still a future worth fighting for. But outside, reality threatens this fragile peace. Deanna stares at the walls as the zombies thrash against them, and a trickle of blood begins to seep through a crack in the panel. Daryl, Sasha, and Abraham are hitting the 20-mile mark, wrapping up their mission to lead the horde away, when they are greeted with a hail of lead. In the midst of the ambush, Daryl crashes his bike and ends up separated from the group in the woods. Sasha and Abraham manage to lose their attackers and hole up in an office building in a nearby town. Abraham, boasting zero self-preservation instinct, decides that hanging off a bridge to rip a rocket launcher off the back of a zombie dangling over the abyss is a great idea. He nearly dies, rips his shirt off, screams in frustration, and gives up, heading to the roof of a Humvee to smoke a cigar. Because the universe has a sense of irony, the zombie eventually falls on its own, and the weapon gets stuck on the fence, ripe for the picking. The moment brings Abraham some mental clarity. He admits his recklessness and makes it clear he wants to get to know Sasha better. Far from there, Daryl is held at gunpoint by three strangers, a guy named Dee and two women, Sherry and Tina. They think Daryl is one of the soldiers from the camp they just fled. The guy makes the classic mistake of underestimating the redneck. Daryl escapes with their duffel bag, but upon realizing it contains Tina's insulin, his conscience gets the better of him, and he goes back. He even helps the trio hide from the hunting party tracking them. The enemy's leader, Wade, has a henchman who gets bitten in the woods and simply chops the guy's arm off right then and there with a machete, proving these people don't mess around. After shaking off the hunting party, they find a burnt-down greenhouse. Tina recognizes two bodies melted into the glass, goes to pay a tearful tribute, and, surprise, the bodies turn into zombies and kill her. One of the most preventable deaths of all time. Daryl helps bury the girl and, in a lapse of good faith, invites Dee and Sherry back to Alexandria. His reward? Dee points the gun at him again, steals his bike, and committing an unforgivable sin, takes Daryl's crossbow. Left behind, Daryl finds an abandoned fuel truck, picks up Sasha and Abraham at the office building, and they hit the road. Daryl tries to reach Rick on the radio, but all he hears is a mysterious voice breaking through the static with a plea. "Help!" Back in the alley, Glenn's situation seems impossible. Pinned under Nicholas's body while the zombies have a feast, he manages to shimmy his way under a dumpster. He kills as many as he can and uses the fallen bodies as a barricade. Days pass. When he finally crawls out, dying of thirst, a water bottle falls from the sky. It's Enid, up on a roof. She drops the news that Alexandria was attacked and just runs off. Glenn chases after the teenager and loses sight of her. In Alexandria, the mood isn't much better. Rick inspects the walls and finds a crack leaking blood. He needs to figure out a way to draw the zombies away so Glenn can come back. Meanwhile, Gabriel tries putting up flyers for a prayer circle. Rick walks by, mercilessly rips the paper down, and Gabriel, with the patience of a saint, simply pins up another one in its place. Elsewhere, Glenn changes his mind about heading back alone and decides to go after Enid. He finds her at a diner and, after disarming the girl, basically forces her to tag along. On the way, they find the green balloons from Rick's original plan, along with a helium magnesium tank. Enid tries to play the traumatized tough girl, talking about being an orphan, but Glenn cuts through the drama and tells her they don't have to talk. They just can't let fear dictate their actions. Back at the walls, Spencer comes up with the brilliant idea of crossing over the zombie horde dangling from a grappling hook line. It sounded like an action movie stunt, but the hook gives way and he drops right into the dead. Tara wastes ammo saving him until Rick hauls the guy back up and gives them both a massive chewing out. When Deanna asks why he saved Spencer, Rick says it's because he's her son. She replies dryly, "Wrong answer." Up in the watchtower, Maggie finally sees the green balloons rising into the sky. It's the signal. Hope surges, and in that exact millisecond of relief, the watchtower simply collapses, crushing the wall of Alexandria. The zombie horde floods the streets of Alexandria like a river, and Rick screams for everyone to run back to their houses. Deanna, the community's leader, decides to go down swinging and engages in hand-to-hand combat, but ends up tripping on a saw blade and hurting herself badly. Rick rescues her, and they take shelter in Jesse's house. Inside, Michonne's diagnosis is quick and cruel. Deanna didn't just cut herself on the saw, she was bitten. Accepting her fate, she hands Rick some farewell letters and drops a Latin phrase about pain being useful in the future. Meanwhile, teenagers pick the absolute worst time to settle their differences. In the house's garage, Ron decides the middle of a zombie apocalypse is the perfect time to pull a gun on Carl. They fight, shatter a window, and the noise attracts the dead. Rick has to bust the door down with a hatchet to save them both. Carl covers for Ron's stupidity, but takes his gun, very calmly reminding him that his dad was an asshole. Across town, in the house-turned-prison, Carol fakes a concussion just to slip past Morgan. She heads down to the cell armed with a knife, dead set on killing Owen, the leader of the wolves. Morgan steps in, the two get into a real brawl, and Morgan knocks Carol out. The problem is that Owen uses the distraction, knocks Morgan down, grabs the knife, and takes the doctor, Denise, hostage, disappearing into the sea of zombies. Trapped in Jesse's house with no way out, Rick resorts to the ultimate survival classic, covering everyone in bed sheets drenched in zombie guts. They step outside holding hands, walking silently through the horde. Everything would have been perfect if little Sam hadn't panicked and started calling out for his mom right in the middle of the dead. And miles away, Daryl, Sasha, and Abraham run into a biker gang on the road. The leader orders them to hand over everything, letting them know that their property now has a new owner, a guy named Negan. The biker threatens to shoot Sasha and Abraham. The tension is through the roof. Suddenly, the entire gang simply explodes in a flash of fire. Daryl steps out from behind the truck with an RPG on his shoulder. He solves the problem in 5 seconds flat, drops a curse word, and they hit the road. Back in Alexandria, Sam freezes when he sees a zombie child and starts crying. Within seconds, the dead devour him. Jessie goes into shock, screams, and is attacked too, but her hand won't let go of Carl's. Without thinking twice, Rick chops off her arm with his hatchet. It's brutal, seeing his entire family decimated in under a minute. Ron grabs his gun and aims it at Rick. Michonne attacks him, but the shot is fired anyway, striking Carl in the eye. Rick scoops up his son and runs like a madman while Michonne clears a path. In the makeshift infirmary, Denise tries to save Carl's life. Rick, completely in shock and fueled by pure hatred, grabs his hatchet and walks out the front door. He wades into the zombie horde, hacking at anything that moves. It's such an insane, brutal rampage that the residents of Alexandria, once used to hiding, start coming out of their houses to fight. Even Father Gabriel grabs a machete and heads out into the streets, saying God has given them the courage to save themselves. Outside the walls, Glenn is being cornered while trying to save Maggie. Just when it seems like the end of the line, Abraham and Sasha show up in the fuel truck and gun down the walkers. But the real game changer comes from Daryl. He dumps fuel into the town's pond and fires another rocket into the water. An inferno of fire lights up the sky, and the zombies walk straight into the flames while the entire town fights in sync. The next morning, the streets are paved with bodies, but Alexandria has survived. Rick sits beside a bandaged and unconscious Carl. He cries, admits he was wrong about the townspeople, and promises to show his son the new world. And then, Carl's fingers squeeze his hand. 2 months have passed since the horde devastated Alexandria, and peace finally seems to have returned. The walls are being being rebuilt, and folks are even thinking about expanding food production. Rick and Daryl head out on a supply run, giving off total post-apocalyptic road trip vibes. Rick is optimistic, thinking they'll find food and new people. Daryl, as always, is pure skepticism. They strike luck and find a fully loaded truck. Everything is perfect until they bump into a guy in a beanie at a gas station. He introduces himself as Paul Rovia, but his friends call him Jesus. The guy seems harmless, running from zombies, but soon proves that looks can be deceiving. In a move straight out of Catch Me If You Can, Jesus distracts the two by faking gunshots with firecrackers and steals the truck right from under their noses. While the two scramble to undo the damage, the mood back in Alexandria is a bit heavier. Spencer wanders the woods with a shovel, trailed closely by Michonne. Carl and Enid are out there too, and Carl refuses to kill one specific walker, trying to lure it instead of putting it down. We soon find out why. It's Deanna. Carl wanted to leave her for someone who loved her. Spencer finally puts his mother out of her misery, getting a painful but dignified closure. Out on the road, Rick and Daryl catch up to Jesus, tie the guy up, and reclaim the vehicle, but the dude is slippery. He escapes again, ends up on the roof of the moving truck, a scuffle breaks out in a field, and the entire truck winds up sinking into a lake with all the food. Out of options, they haul an unconscious Jesus back to Alexandria. After an exhausting day, Rick crashes on the couch. Michonne sits with him. The tension builds, their hands touch, and it finally happens. The two get together. A moment of absolute peace that lasts exactly until Jesus, the master of slipping out of knots, appears out of nowhere in their dark bedroom, dropping a simple, "We need to talk." The scare in the bedroom quickly turns into an impromptu meeting. Jesus explains that he's a recruiter from a community called Hilltop. They produce plenty of food there, but desperately need ammo and other resources. He proposes a road trip to prove he's telling the truth. Rick rounds up a group in the RV and hits the road. Along the way, they rescue some of Jesus's friends from a car crash. One of them, to Glenn and Maggie's surreal stroke of luck, is an obstetrician. Jackpot. Arriving at Hilltop, the place is impressive. It's a massive historical mansion surrounded by crops, but their leader, Gregory, has none of the place's charm. The guy is extremely arrogant, treats Maggie with disdain, and makes absurd demands, expecting manual labor in exchange for food while hitting on her in the process. But Gregory's tough act is short-lived. One of the Hilltop teams returns from a run with a message from a guy named Negan, the leader of a dangerous group called the Saviors. The message is delivered in the form of a stab wound to Gregory's gut. The attacker tries to finish the job right then and there, but Rick steps in the most Rick way possible, stabbing the guy in the throat in front of everyone, leaving the residents in shock. With chaos ensuing and Gregory bleeding out, the landscape shifts. Jesus confesses that the Saviors extort half of everything Hilltop produces in exchange for not slaughtering them. Maggie takes point on the negotiations and backs Gregory into a corner. She makes him an offer he can't refuse. Rick's group wipes out the Saviors and takes care of the Negan problem. But in return, Hilltop has to fork over half their supplies. Without much choice, Gregory agrees. Before heading back with a fully stocked RV, Maggie and Glenn manage to get an ultrasound from the rescued doctor. Seeing the baby's image on the monitor brings huge relief to the group. The plan seems perfect. All that's left is to kill everyone. While Carol tries to maintain a routine of normalcy in Alexandria, baking cookies and flirting with Tobin on the porch, reality comes knocking. Rick gathers the community in the church and lays the plan out on the table. A preemptive strike against the Saviors. Morgan is the only one to suggest talking before shooting. But in an end-of-the-world democracy, the bloodthirsty side wins by unanimous vote. The pre-battle tension messes with everyone's psyche. Abraham breaks off his relationship with Rosita in the coldest way possible, packing his bags in the dead of night. Carol, despite her maternal facade in the community, can't sleep and tallies up every person she's killed in a notebook. The weight of the past is taking its toll. On the road, the strategy is cold and calculated. Using a random zombie's mashed up head to pass off as Gregory's, the group fools the guards and infiltrates the enemy compound under the cover of darkness. What follows is a brutal stealth operation. Rick sneaks into rooms and stabs guys in their sleep. Glenn and Heath, shaking in their boots, do the same. It's Glenn's first time taking a human life, and the camera doesn't shy away from the sheer terror in his eyes. He even takes on Heat's victim to spare his friend the guilt. The silent strike ends when one of the saviors manages to pull the alarm. The place turns into an urban war zone. Rick's group pushes through the hallways, guns blazing, eliminating threat after threat with lethal efficiency. Even Father Gabriel gets in on the action, stoically reciting a Bible verse before shooting a wounded enemy on the floor. With the compound finally quiet and the sun coming up, the dust settles and the group breathes a sigh of relief. Michonne looks around, confused, and asks the obvious question: which one of them was this Negan guy? The answer comes quickly. A lone survivor tries to escape on Daryl's bike and is swiftly taken down. Rick points his gun at his head, demanding answers, but a woman's voice comes through the prisoner's walkie-talkie. "Lower your gun. We've got a Carol and a Maggie. I'm thinking you want to chat." The tables turn in an instant. Carol and Maggie are out in the woods when they're ambushed and taken hostage by Paula and her group of saviors. They're taken to a slaughterhouse, basically the worst Airbnb imaginable, where they are tied up and locked in. Outside, Rick captures a savior named Primo and tries to negotiate a trade, but Paula stalls. Meanwhile, Carol decides to put on an Oscar-worthy performance. She starts hyperventilating, crying, and begging for Maggie and her baby's lives, clutching a rosary she found on the floor. Their captors look at her with pity. Little do they know, taking advantage of the distraction and Paula's temporary absence, Carol sharpens the cross on the rosary, cuts herself loose, and frees Maggie. Carol even suggests a stealthy escape, but Maggie is in full extermination mode. They need to finish the job, and finish it they do. The breakout turns into a bloodbath. A savior who had died from a wound comes back as a zombie and bites one of the women, who is then beaten to death by Maggie. When Paula discovers the escape and shoots at them, Carol hesitates at first but ends up shooting the leader in the shoulder. Maggie struggles with another savior and nearly takes a knife to the belly, but Carol handles the situation with a bullet to the enemy's head. Paula attempts one last strike and gets shoved by Carol straight into an impaled walker, which rips half her face off. As if that weren't enough, Paula's backup arrives. Carol mimics the leader's voice on the radio, lures the guys into the kill room, locks the door, and tosses a lit cigarette onto a floor soaked in gasoline. When Rick and the group finally bust the door down to save them, all they find is smoke and corpses. Rick turns to Primo, asks if this Negan guy was among the dead, and when the guy drops the classic cult line, "I am Negan," Rick simply shoots him in the head at point-blank range. Zero hesitation. The dust settles, and Alexandria seems to have returned to a frighteningly normal routine. The pantry shelves are stocked. Morgan is building a jail cell in the basement just in case. And Eugene has decided he's evolved. Sporting a majestic new ponytail, he declares himself a stage 2 inches survivor and takes Abraham to a factory to show him his plan to manufacture ammo. Along the way, the two argue over a walker with its head encased in melted metal. Eugene insists he doesn't need any help, fires Abraham from his bodyguard duties, and tells him to walk back. Meanwhile, Denise convinces Daryl and Rosita to take her on a supply run for meds at an old apothecary. She wants to prove she can handle the outside world. The mission is a success, but on the way back, Denise decides to fight a zombie inside a car by herself just for a can of orange soda. Daryl and Rosita scold her for the unnecessary risk. Denise then launches into a passionate speech, telling Daryl and Rosita to face their own fears. And, as dictated by the unwritten rules of redemption speeches, she is cut off mid-sentence. A crossbow bolt pierces straight through her eye. Stepping out of the woods is Dwight, with severe burn scars on his face, holding the crossbow he stole from Daryl. He brings 12 heavily armed saviors with him, along with Eugene as a hostage. To save the day, Eugene takes the most brilliant and desperate action imaginable. He bites Dwight square in the crotch. The distraction is enough for Abraham to open fire. A firefight breaks out. The saviors fall back, and Eugene earns Abraham's eternal respect. Back in Alexandria, Daryl and Carol bury Denise in silence. The weight of the recent deaths finally breaks Carol. She leaves a goodbye letter saying she can't kill for them anymore and, in the dead of night, leaves. Carol's departure soon takes its toll. Driving alone down the road, she crosses paths with a pickup truck full of saviors who shoot out her tires. They know about Alexandria and demand she take them there. Carol cries, raises her hands, and begs them to just go home. If you paid attention at the slaughterhouse, you already know what comes next. She draws a gun hidden in her coat sleeve and guns down the entire group. finishing off the survivors with a chilling coldness. When Rick and Morgan stumble upon the carnage shortly after, all they find are bodies and a blood trail. Rick realizes their raid on the Savior base didn't solve anything. They merely kicked the hornet's nest. Morgan takes the opportunity for a philosophical session, revealing he had saved a wolf and that everything is a circle. He decides to follow Carol's trail alone, and Rick heads back home. The problem is that the group decided to split up at the worst possible moment, acting like a horror movie cast. Daryl ignores all warnings and rides out on his bike to hunt Dwight down and avenge Denise. Glenn, Michonne, and Rosita go after him. When Glenn and Michonne catch up to Daryl in the woods, they try to convince them to turn back. Stubbornness wins out, and they end up splitting up again. The result? Glenn and Michonne run straight into Dwight and are taken hostage. Daryl and Rosita attempt a rescue maneuver, but Dwight is faster, sneaking up behind Daryl with a gun drawn. Daryl barely has time to turn around before a gunshot rings out, splattering blood everywhere, as Dwight drops a cynical, "You'll be alright, because when it rains, it pours." Back in Alexandria, Maggie suddenly collapses to the floor, screaming in agony and clutching her stomach, making it clear something terrible is happening with the baby. Morgan follows Carol's trail and finds her bloodied in an abandoned library. True to her lone wolf style, she points a gun at him and demands to be left alone. Meanwhile, Alexandria goes into emergency mode. Maggie is burning up with a pregnancy-related fever and desperately needs the doctor at Hilltop. Rick, Carl, Abraham, Sasha, Eugene, and Aaron load Maggie into the RV and hit the road. Carl locks Enid in a closet to keep her safe, leaving Gabriel in charge of the walls. What was supposed to be a rescue mission turns into a psychological horror movie. Right off the bat, a group of 8 saviors blocks the road. Rick tries to negotiate, but the leader merely spray paints an X on a hostage and makes it clear there's no talking. The RV turns around. Further ahead, 16 men. Then, a chain gang of zombies blocking the asphalt, adorned with Michonne's dreadlocks and Daryl's arrows. Following that, 40 armed men. Finally, a colossal wall of burning logs. The Savior's level of logistics would make Amazon jealous. Far away, Carol is caught by the Savior who was tracking her. He shoots her in the leg and arm, wanting to watch her suffer. Morgan breaks his pacifist vow and empties his gun into the guy to save her, right before 2 armor-clad men on horseback show up offering help. Realizing they are being herded on purpose, Eugene takes the wheel of the RV to act as bait, sharing a surprisingly emotional farewell with Abraham. The rest of the group carries Maggie through the dark woods. Suddenly, whistles begin to echo from every direction. They are herded into a clearing illuminated by the headlights of dozens of vehicles. Over 100 saviors surround them. Dwight drags Glenn, Michonne, Rosita, and a wounded Daryl into the center. The RV door opens. Enter Negan. Leather jacket, red scarf, and Lucille, a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. He shatters any illusion of control Rick still had with a brutal monologue. To choose who is going to pay for the deaths of his men, Negan plays a macabre game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Lucille comes down on one of their heads, splattering blood across the screen. The sound of the bat striking echoes as Rick, in a pure state of shock, mutters that he will kill Negan one day. Bad idea. Negan snatches Rick's hatchet, drags the sheriff into the RV, and speeds off into the fog, determined to completely break the leader of Alexandria. Through Rick's traumatized memories, we finally see the massacre unfold. The one chosen by Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo was Abraham. The guy takes the first hit, manages to get back up, and delivers an audacious suck my nuts before Lucille crushes his skull. The group is paralyzed by terror, but Daryl loses control, gets up, and punches Negan in the face. The rule was clear: no reactions. And since Negan insists on being a man of his word, the punishment is heavy. He brings the bat down on Glenn's head. It's an unbearable scene to watch. With a caved-in skull and a bulging eye, Glenn barely manages to babble that he'll find Maggie before being reduced to a puddle of blood and bone. Back in the present, Negan parks by the log wall, throws the hatchet onto the roof of the RV, and forces Rick to fetch it in the middle of a horde of walkers. But upon returning, he notices that Rick still has a trace of rebellion in his eyes. Negan plays his final and cruelest card. He ties a belt around Carl's arm, draws a line, and hands the hatchet to Rick. "Chop off your own son's arm, or everyone there dies." Rick cries, begs, and spirals into absolute despair, but Carl whispers for him to do it. Just as the hatchet is about to come down, Negan stops him. Rick's look is now one of pure submission. He has been broken. Taking Daryl as collateral, Negan leaves a truck for their tributes and drives away. Maggie, barely able to stand, demands they not follow her and take the bodies. As the group carries what is left of their family, Rick imagines a perfect Sunday dinner with Glenn holding his son. The reality, reflected in the RV's rearview mirror, is just a walker devouring the remains left on the ground. Carol regains consciousness in the middle of a wagon ride, hallucinating walkers and being protected by knights in armor. When she finally wakes up for real, she finds herself in a wheelchair in a place that looks straight out of a Renaissance fair, the Kingdom. Morgan pushes her through the peaceful streets to a theater auditorium to meet the local boss. And here the story embraces eccentricity. The leader is King Ezekiel, who attends to his subjects sitting on a throne, accompanied by Shiva, a pet Bengal tiger. Carol immediately switches to her harmless little old lady mode and pretends to be in awe, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance. But as soon as they're away from the king, she turns to Morgan and states flatly that the place is an absolute joke and that she's making a run for it at the first opportunity. While Carol plots her escape, we discover the reality behind the walls. The kingdom has a deal with the saviors. Ezekiel orchestrates the slaughter of pigs that have been fed walker meat, making sure the saviors eat rot, and hands it all over as tribute under heavy threats. He keeps the extortion a strict secret to protect his community's peace, knowing the residents would die if they tried to fight. Carol's stay boils down to swiping clothes, knives, and chocolate, prepping for her getaway. But at night, while stealthily picking fruit, she is caught red-handed by the king himself. Ezekiel drops the act. Without the theatrical posture and the pompous accent, he reveals he was just a zookeeper who saved Shiva at the onset of the apocalypse. He realized that people needed a mythological figure to feel safe in this ruined world, so he simply gave them what they wanted. The two reach a compromise. Morgan escorts Carol to an abandoned house near the cemetery, right on the border of the kingdom. She kills the resident walker, lights the fireplace, and receives her first housewarming visit, Ezekiel and Shiva, bringing a pomegranate as a gift. In the trenches of the sanctuary, Dwight lives like a king of the underworld. He cuts the bread line, takes whatever he wants, and watches a worker get beaten to death for complaining. It's the classic system of oppression. Those who rule crush others. Those who obey survive. With the stolen ingredients, he makes a beautiful sandwich. But for Daryl, locked naked in a dark cell with an unbearably cheerful song playing on a loop, the menu is bread and dog food, basically Guantanamo-level psychological torture. Little by little, Dwight tries to break Daryl. He gives him clothes, takes him to the doctor, and makes him see the fate of those who disobey. The worker beaten earlier is now a walker chained to the fence. In a moment of carelessness, the cell door is left unlocked. Daryl tries to escape, almost reaching the motorcycles, but is cornered by the saviors and Negan himself. The villain threatens him with Lucille, pretending he's going to swing, but Daryl doesn't even flinch. The guy's coldness is chilling. Meanwhile, Dwight hunts down a runaway on the road. The man begs to die, no longer able to endure a one-man dictatorship. Dwight uses the old tactic of threatening his family to make him go back, but as soon as the guy yields, Dwight shoots him. A twisted mercy from someone whose soul is already sold. To break Daryl once and for all, Dwight tapes a Polaroid of Glenn's mangled body to the cell wall, and then the system crumbles. The hunter breaks down crying, thinking he has finally defeated him. Dwight takes him to Negan. The leader tells the story of how he burned Dwight's face with a clothing iron to turn him into the perfect soldier, and asks Daryl the golden question, "Who are you?" If he says Negan, the torture ends. After an agonizing silence, the answer comes out dry. Daryl. Back in the cell, Daryl makes it clear why he will never give in. Dwight sold out to protect his wife. Daryl no longer has anyone to protect there, and that makes him unbreakable. The peace in Alexandria is an illusion that crumbles as soon as the gates open. Negan arrives earlier than agreed with an army of saviors, and right off the bat hands Lucille to Rick to hold. It's a small gesture, but one of absolute dominance. The message is clear. I own your house, your weapon, and your life. Alongside him is Daryl, his face battered and his eyes hollow, forbidden to speak to anyone. Negan's goons begin ransacking the houses, taking furniture, mattresses, and supplies. When the villain asks for Maggie, Father Gabriel taps into an unusual talent for lying and shows him a fake grave, convincing him she didn't make it. But the tension explodes when Carl points a gun at a savior who was stealing medicine. Negan finds the kid's courage amusing, but decides to confiscate all the community's firearms. The problem is the inventory shows 2 missing pistols. If they don't turn up, Olivia dies. Rick frantically hunts for the missing arsenal. He tears apart Spencer's house and finds not only the guns hidden under the floorboards, but also contraband food and liquor. Worse yet, outside he spots Michonne hiding, returning from secret target practice. Rick convinces her to hand over the rifle, swallowing his pride to keep everyone alive. Before leaving with half of everything Alexandria owned, Negan even demands a thank you from the protagonist. The humiliation is total. Later, Rick vents to Michonne. He confesses to knowing that Judith isn't his biological daughter, but he chose to accept her to keep her alive. It's this same mindset he demands now, swallowing the anger to survive. But submission doesn't work for everyone. Michonne finds Alexandria's mattresses burned on the road, stolen purely out of cruelty, and Rosita, holding an empty gun she found in the woods, knocks on Eugene's door with a single request: make a bullet. The Cold War has just begun.
Make me a bullet.
The air in Hilltop is heavy with grief, but at least there is one piece of good news. Maggie wakes up in the infirmary and finds out her baby is safe. The doctor's orders are absolute bed rest, but Gregory, the most cowardly leader the apocalypse has ever produced, has other plans. He demands that Maggie and Sasha be gone before dawn, terrified at the thought of the saviors finding out the two are taking shelter there. The dead of night brings chaos. The gates mysteriously open, fires are lit, and a locked car starts blaring incredibly loud music, drawing a horde of walkers into the courtyard. It's a classic savior calling card. While Sasha and Jesus fight the dead hand to hand, Maggie ignores all medical advice. She climbs into a giant tractor, crushes everything in her path, and destroys the car, silencing the noise. Natural leadership that Hilltop clearly has never seen. The next day, Simon and his crew of thugs invade the place to enforce who's in charge. Gregory's plan is to hand Maggie and Sasha over on a silver platter to save his own skin. He leads Simon to the closet where he told the two to hide, but finds only boxes of his precious Scotch whiskey. Jesus, who is no fool, had hidden the girls in the leader's bedroom. With the saviors heading out, Jesus corners Gregory and guarantees that Maggie and Sasha stay. When the leader implies that Glenn's killers are reasonable, Maggie responds with a solid punch to his face. For good measure, she reclaims Glenn's pocket watch, which the scumbag had stolen off his grave. Outside, the new generation is making their own decisions. Enid sneaked out of Alexandria to visit Maggie and ran into Carl along the way. But the kid wasn't just there to keep her company. While Enid stays at Hilltop, Carl stows away in the back of one of the saviors' trucks, armed and ready to kill Negan. Minutes later, Jesus, at Sasha's request, also sneaks into the exact same truck to track down the enemy's hideout. The two meeting amidst the cargo makes one thing certain: payback is on its way. On a deserted beach, a little girl named Rachel finds a body in the sand and gets ready to deal the fatal blow. It's the apocalypse. You can't judge a child's instincts. Luckily for Tara, who was merely unconscious, the girl's older companion Cindy stops the murder and drags the outsider to safety. 2 weeks prior, Tara and Heath were at the end of a supply run. Heath, utterly disillusioned with humanity after the massacre at the Savior outpost, wanted to head home. Tara, with that blind optimism, insists on scavenging for just one more day. The result? They end up cornered on a bridge swarming with walkers buried in sand, get separated in the chaos, and Tara tumbles into the river. Now, Tara wakes up on the beach, plays possum, and follows Cindy to a hidden village. The place is a thriving encampment, full of children running around, but with one bizarre detail: there isn't a single man there. And as expected, the women of the village are far from welcoming, greeting Tara with gunfire before capturing her. Natania, the local leader, interrogates Tara. During dinner, the mystery of the village is solved in the worst way possible. All the men were executed by a group called the Saviors. Rather than live under Negan's thumb, the women women fled and hid. Tara tries to propose an alliance, and Netanya pretends to agree, but sends 2 guards to kill her in the woods. Cindy saves Tara once again, makes her swear never to reveal the village's location, and helps her cross the bridge where she lost Heath. All that's left of him are his broken glasses and a mysterious keycard. Returning to Alexandria is a harsh reality check. Eugene meets her at the gate with a shattered expression. The world Tara knew collapsed while she was gone, and when Rosita, blinded by revenge, desperately asks if she found any guns or ammo, Tara honors her promise to Cindy. She says she found absolutely nothing. While Alexandria deals with grief, Carl decides to play action hero. Hiding in the Savior's truck with Jesus, he fakes bailing out of the moving vehicle, gives his ally a little wave, and heads straight into the enemy base. Upon arriving, the kid unloads an assault rifle on the goons as soon as the doors open, demanding to speak to the boss. And Negan's reaction? He just smiles, uses one of his own men as a human shield, and calls Carl adorable.
You are adorable. Did you pick that gun because it looks cool?
Instead of killing the kid on the spot, Negan decides to give him a VIP tour of the compound. He shows off his harem, rubs his power in Dwight's face by kissing Sherry in front of him, and then takes Carl for a bizarrely intimate moment. Negan forces the boy to remove his eye bandage, cracks cruel jokes until Carl cries, and, in a fit of paternal psychopathy, apologizes and makes him sing a song. The prize for this forced talent show is watching Negan burn a rule-breaking goon's face with a red-hot clothing iron. Far from there, the tension inside Alexandria is also at a breaking point. Rosita drags Eugene to a factory and, calling him a coward, forces him to manufacture a homemade bullet. Meanwhile, Spencer spends his scavenging run complaining about Rick until Father Gabriel loses his patience, calls Spencer a piece of shit, and walks back on foot. At least the preppy guy finds a map of supplies in the pocket of a walker hanging from a tree. Negan decides to drop Carl off personally, but Rick is still out. Like an obnoxious relative who drops by unannounced, Negan makes Olivia cry by criticizing her weight, asks to sleep with her, laughs off a slap to the face, and decides to take a tour of Rick's house. The sight at the end of the day is blood-curdling. Negan sitting on the porch, drinking lemonade and bouncing baby Judith on his lap, considering that life in the suburbs might not be so bad after all. Negan acting like the man of the house has gone from bizarre to unbearable. He shaves in Rick's bathroom, cooks pasta, and sets the dinner table waiting for the host to arrive. Rick and Aaron, oblivious to this, are risking their lives crossing a walker-infested lake to scavenge an abandoned houseboat. They get the supplies, but a snarky note left by the boat's former owner earns Aaron a brutal beating as soon as they walk through Alexandria's gates. At the Savior compound, luck finally smiles upon Daryl. Someone slips the cell key under the door. He escapes, breaks into Dwight's room, devours a jar of peanut butter with his fingers, and steals some clothes. On his way out, he runs into Fat Joey. The goon begs for his life, but Daryl beats him to death with a metal pipe, reclaims Rick's gun, and flees on a motorcycle with the help of Jesus. Back in Alexandria, the situation spirals completely out of control. Spencer, fancying himself a master strategist, tries to convince Negan to put him in charge instead of Rick. Negan, who despises cowards, says Spencer lacks the stomach to do the dirty work himself. To prove his point, the villain stabs Spencer, making a literal pun that he's finally shown he has guts. Blinded by rage, Rosita draws her gun and shoots at Negan, but hits Lucille dead on. Negan freaks out over the scratch on his precious bat. He demands to know who made the homemade bullet and orders one of his lieutenants to shoot someone at random. Olivia dies instantly. Eugene, in tears, confesses to making the ammo and is taken prisoner. That sea of blood and humiliation was the last straw. Michonne tells Rick they need to fight, and for the first time in a long while, he agrees. The group travels to Hilltop and finds Maggie alive and in charge. And the cherry on top, Daryl and Jesus emerge from the mansion. With the core group finally reunited, the hug between Rick and Daryl makes the message crystal clear. The acceptance phase is over. Gabriel is on the night shift, looking terrified, and suddenly decides to empty Alexandria's pantry and armory. He speeds off into the darkness in a car with a shadowy, unknown figure in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Rick's group is at Hilltop trying to convince Gregory to fight the Saviors. As expected, the leader chickens out, but the community's residents decide to volunteer for the cause. With With Jesus' help and a stolen radio, the group sets off for the kingdom. There, they share an emotional reunion with Morgan and meet King Ezekiel. Rick delivers his usual motivational speech, asking for an army. Morgan, holding on to his pacifist philosophy, suggests they try to find a non-violent solution. Ezekiel decides to sleep on it, and the next morning, he turns down the alliance. He doesn't want to risk his people's lives, but offers Daryl asylum. Running out of places to hide, Daryl stays. On the trip back, Rick and company stumble upon a savior roadblock rigged with a steel cable and dozens of explosives. The stolen radio reveals that Negan has already discovered Daryl's escape and is sending a search party to Alexandria. To complicate matters, a massive walker horde is approaching down the highway. They quickly dismantle the trap to steal the weapons. Then, Rick and Michonne hop into two cars, using the tension steel cable between them to slice through dozens of walkers while driving at top speed. It's absurd, chaotic, and visually stunning. They arrive in Alexandria moments ahead of Simon, who tosses the place, doesn't find Daryl, and leaves. Rick then discovers the pantry has been picked clean and finds a clue left by Gabriel, the word boat. Rick tracks the footprints to an abandoned junkyard, where the group is suddenly surrounded by dozens of armed people. With guns pointed at his head, Rick simply smiles. Rick's smile has a very clear reason. He doesn't see armed enemies pointing guns at him. He sees a potential army. He tries to negotiate with Jadis, the cold and monosyllabic leader of the Scavengers, this peculiar group that lives in the junkyard. To prove his worth, Jadis pushes him into a trash pit to fight Winslow, a bizarre walker covered head to toe in a spiked metal armor. Surviving this literal apocalyptic thunderdome, Rick strikes a deal. The Scavengers will fight alongside him, but Rick needs to deliver a ton of guns to them. Meanwhile, at the kingdom, Richard continues his desperate crusade to drag Ezekiel into war. He takes Daryl to a hidden trailer and reveals his plan: ambush some saviors and leave a false trail leading to the cabin of a woman who lives alone in the woods. When the saviors kill the woman, the king will be forced to fight. The catch is, the woman is Carol. When Daryl hears her name, he nearly beats Richard to death and warns him that if anything happens to her, he will be the next to die. Daryl decides to visit the cabin. Their reunion makes for one of the most emotional hugs thus far. Carol, who isolated herself so as not to be consumed by violence anymore, asks if everyone in Alexandria is safe. Knowing she would go full John Wick mode if she found out what Negan did to Glenn and Abraham, Daryl swallows hard and lies. He says everyone is fine and safe, protecting the peace she sacrificed so much to achieve. The next day, Daryl packs his things and leaves the kingdom, heading for Hilltop. He knows war is coming and needs to prepare. At the sanctuary, the atmosphere is pure panic. Fat Joey's body is discovered and Dwight rushes to Daryl's cell, only to find it completely empty and a note on the floor reading, "Go now." At the same time, Negan returns with his new prisoner, Eugene. The guy arrives shaking from head to toe, expecting a torture session with Lucille. Instead, Laura takes him to a private room equipped with a fully stocked fridge and a video game console. Eugene gets so comfortable with the new VIP treatment that he has the audacity to ask for lobster for dinner, though he settles for canned pasta. Negan decides to test the new guy. Scared out of his mind, Eugene recycles the same lie he used on Abraham. He swears he has multiple PhDs and worked on the Human Genome Project. Negan, impressed, buys the story hook, line, and sinker. Eugene soon solidifies his value by suggesting the fence walkers be covered in molten metal to make them indestructible. Delighted, Negan dubs him Dr. Smarty Pants and sends his wives over to entertain him. In parallel, Dwight leaves the sanctuary to look for Sherry at their old house. He finds a goodbye letter where she confesses to letting Daryl out, leaving her wedding rings behind as well. To save his own skin upon returning, Dwight cuts a piece out of the letter and hides it in Dr. Carson's office, framing the doctor. Negan doesn't think twice before throwing the doctor face first into the furnace. Later, the wives try to manipulate Eugene into making poison pills, supposedly for one of them to commit suicide. Eugene realizes the poison would be used on Negan and refuses to hand them over. When Negan pays a visit and finally asks Eugene who he is, his survival instinct speaks louder. Without stuttering, he answers, "I am Negan." Rick and Michonne are on a sort of apocalyptic honeymoon, hitting the roads in search of guns to close that deal with Jadis. Their chemistry is off the charts. They come across a school surrounded by a bizarre carnival setup, completely overrun by heavily armed walkers. The place is a battlefield frozen in time. As they assess the situation from the roof, the floor gives way. In any other scenario, this would be a death sentence, but they fall straight onto a mattress, surrounded by boxes of non-perishable food. It's basically winning the lottery at the end of the world. With full bellies, they hatch a plan to clear the courtyard, but things quickly go south. A car's brakes fail, walkers trapped in the wreckage accidentally discharge firearms, and the two are forced to split up. Amidst the chaos, Rick climbs a crumbling Ferris wheel to shoot a deer. The structure gives way, and he plummets. Michonne rushes to help and freezes in terror as she sees the walkers devouring remains right where Rick fell. The pain on her face is raw, but the scare is short-lived. Rick pops out from a hiding spot, tosses Michonne her sword, and the two finish off the herd. On the drive back, the mood is heavy. Rick gives it to her straight. They are going to lose people in this war against Negan, maybe even each other. And if he falls, she needs to take the lead. They deliver the guns to the scavengers, but Jadis, true to her style, demands double the amount. Meanwhile, Rosita's patience simply evaporates. Frustrated after finding nothing but a toy gun on her solo runs, she goes to Hilltop and recruits Sasha. The plan? Break into Negan's base and take the guy out for good. It's an obvious suicide mission, and they both know it. And back in Alexandria, Tara finally caves to the pressure and decides to open her mouth, telling Rick about Oceanside's massive arsenal. At the Kingdom, the daily tension with the Saviors reaches a breaking point. Richard makes a drastic decision. He hides one of the cantaloupes from the mandatory drop-off to provoke the Saviors into killing him. The plan is to become a martyr and force King Ezekiel to finally wake up and go to war. Great in theory, an absolute disaster in execution. When Savior Lieutenant Gavin notices the missing fruit, he doesn't target Richard. His goon turns his gun and mercilessly shoots young Benjamin in the leg. It's one of those moments that sucks the air out of the room. The crew rushes the kid to Carol's house, but his injuries are too severe and he doesn't make it. The boy's death shatters Morgan. He starts losing his grip on reality, getting flashes of his past and the family he lost. But in a moment of both rage and clarity, he kicks a crate near a pothole in the road, finds the hidden cantaloupe, and puts the pieces together. The next day, during the drop-off of the missing fruit, Morgan snaps. Without warning, he attacks Richard from behind and strangles him to death in front of everyone. He acts with terrifying coldness, justifying to Gavin that Richard tried to sabotage the deal. It's brutal seeing the pacifist Morgan cross that line again, but he uses the tragedy to convince the Saviors that the Kingdom is still under control. After burying Richard, Morgan goes to Carol's cabin and shatters any illusion she had left. Glenn, Abraham, Spencer, and Olivia were murdered by Negan, and Rick is building an army. That is the last straw. Carol breaks her isolation, returns to the Kingdom, and tells Ezekiel they need to get ready. War is knocking at the door. And Morgan? He stays alone on the porch, sharpening the end of Benjamin's staff. Over at Hilltop, Maggie is quietly becoming the true leader of the place, teaching the people how to throw knives and planning the community's future. Gregory, of course, watches everything from his office with a drink in hand, breaking into a cold sweat as he feels the power slipping through his fingers. The peaceful vibe shatters when Simon's crew raids the place. Daryl and Maggie don't have time to reach the escape tunnel and hide in the darkness of a cellar, with Enid covering for them. A savior comes down looking for supplies. Daryl draws his knife, trembling with rage, ready to slice the guy in the dark, but Maggie holds him back firmly. Once the danger passes, Daryl breaks down. He finally apologizes to her for Glenn's death. Maggie is unshakable. It wasn't his fault, and Glenn knew exactly what kind of heart Daryl had. It's a scene carrying a massive emotional weight that absolutely needed to happen.
I wanted to kill that guy too.
Meanwhile, outside, Simon informs Gregory they're here to confiscate Dr. Carson for the sanctuary. Gregory, proving once again he's made of jelly, tries to cut a dirty deal with Simon, scoring a free pass to the Savior's compound in case he needs help containing insurgents in his own community. Far from there, Sasha and Rosita reach the sanctuary's perimeter. The plan to snipe from a distance fails when their line of sight into the courtyard is blocked, but they spot Eugene outside barking orders. They quietly take out a guard and try to rescue Eugene through the fence. His response? A flat, no thanks, before turning his back and heading inside. It's Eugene's survival instinct running at maximum capacity. Left with no choice, they cut through the fence, but Sasha takes the lead, slips through the hole, and locks it behind her with a heavy padlock, leaving Rosita on the outside. Sasha knows Alexandria still needs Rosita, and decides to embrace this suicide mission alone. She storms the compound, guns blazing, while Rosita flees through the woods in tears, stopping dead in her tracks, only when she notices a mysterious figure holding a crossbow watching her from the shadows. Tara finally spills the beans about Oceanside's hidden arsenal, and Rick doesn't waste any time. He gathers the crew and heads straight there. Meanwhile, at Hilltop, Maggie is acting like a true leader, planning to plant blueberry bushes that will last 40 years. Gregory, sweating with envy, actually considers stabbing Maggie in the back, but karma strikes fast. A walker appears, Gregory freezes like a statue, and Maggie has to save his skin in front of everybody. Gregory's tough guy facade crumbles right then and there. At the sanctuary, things get heavy. A savior named David tries to assault Sasha in her cell. Negan catches them in the act, and following his own sick code of conduct, drives a knife into the guy's neck without blinking. He apologizes to Sasha and lays it out straight. She can use the knife to kill Walker David and join the Saviors, or become dinner. At Oceanside, Tara tries to play the badass by holding their leader, Natanya, at gunpoint. With a completely unloaded gun, Rick's group uses explosives to corner the residents, making it clear they don't want to hurt anyone. They just need the firepower. A Walker herd shows up right on cue, forcing everyone to fight side by side. Natanya ends up handing over the arsenal, but refuses to join the war. Back in the cell, Sasha pretends to accept Negan's offer, but secretly begs Eugene to smuggle her a weapon so she can commit suicide, preventing herself from being used against Rick. True to his cowardly nature, Eugene hands her a poison pill instead of a blade. Rick's group heads back to Alexandria loaded with guns, but Rosita has an even better surprise waiting. She leads Rick to the cell where Dwight is locked up. Blood boiling, Rick points his gun and orders the guy to his knees. He's out of patience. Dwight is on his knees but hands them a plan on a silver platter. Set up an ambush for when Negan comes to collect his tribute, steal the trucks, and raid the sanctuary. The group agrees, even with Daryl promising to kill him once it's all over. To bolster their defenses, Jadis and the scavengers arrive at Alexandria in their fleet of garbage trucks and bicycles. Everything seems set for payback. En route to Alexandria, Negan brings an ace up his sleeve. Sasha, locked inside a coffin. Through flashbacks, we see her final conversations with Abraham, remembering that their lives were always about protecting the future. And Sasha takes that literally. Riding in the dark of the coffin while listening to music, she swallows the poison pill Eugene gave her. When Negan reaches Alexandria's gates, Eugene tries to convince Rick to surrender. Rick ignores him and gives the signal to detonate the hidden explosives, but nothing happens. Suddenly, Jadis turns her gun on him. Yep, the scavenger sold everyone out for a better deal. A classic backstab. Negan demands total surrender and opens the coffin to show off Sasha. Except the Sasha that comes out is no longer breathing. As a walker, she lunges straight for the villain's neck. Chaos erupts. Amidst the confusion and gunfire, the scavengers and saviors regain control. Negan forces Rick to his knees once again, ready to smash Carl's head in with Lucille. And just when all seems lost, a tiger flies onto one of the goons. King Ezekiel and Carol charge into the battlefield, followed by Maggie leading the Hilltop Cavalry. It's pure mayhem. Caught off guard, Negan and his men retreat, with the villain flipping the bird as he drives off in his truck. Victory comes at a high price. Maggie and Jesus find Walker Sasha in the woods and put her to rest. Alexandria, Hilltop, and the Kingdom are finally standing tall, united, with Rick, Maggie, and Ezekiel ready for all-out war. The vibe now is pure preparation. Vehicles getting improvised armor, weapons being checked, and Rick delivering one of those spine-chilling motivational speeches. The plan is complex and requires all communities working in sync. Meanwhile, we get glimpses of a peaceful future, featuring an older, white-bearded Rick walking with a cane, living a quiet life in Alexandria. But in the present, it's raining lead. Daryl, Carol, Morgan, and Tara set a trap on the highway to lure a massive herd of walkers straight to the sanctuary's doorstep. Rick's armored fleet parks right in front of Negan's base, forming a metal barricade. Rick even tries to play diplomat, offering Negan's lieutenants a chance to surrender. No one takes the deal. Negan tries to use his puppet. He brings out Gregory to order the Hilltop folks to stand down. The response comes through Jesus, shouting that Hilltop stands with Maggie. Having outlived his usefulness, Gregory is unceremoniously pushed down the stairs by Simon. Like a perfectly timed action movie, an explosion in the distance signals that the herd of the dead has arrived. Rick's group opens fire, shattering all the sanctuary's windows to draw the walkers in with the noise. Gabriel drives an RV into the gates gate and detonates the explosives inside, clearing the way for the dead to pour in. In a very apocalyptic tourist moment, Rick snaps a Polaroid of the scene before falling back. The evacuation would have been flawless if Gabriel hadn't decided to play the Good Samaritan. He tries to save Gregory in the crossfire, and the coward repays him by stealing the priest's car and peeling out. Surrounded by walkers, Gabriel locks himself in an abandoned trailer out in the yard. And guess who's hiding in the dark in there with him? Negan himself. Meanwhile, the other strike teams launch simultaneous attacks on the Savior outposts. The plan is in motion. The real war has begun. The militia is done playing around, and the assault on the Savior outposts is coordinated and lethal. Aaron leads a squad that pins the enemies down in an office building, turning the courtyard into a literal kill zone. The strategy is simple. Trap the guys outside so Rick and Daryl can slip inside and search for the heavy arsenal upstairs. Meanwhile, at the satellite outpost, Jesus and Tara's team uses stealth tactics. They clear the rooms one by one, but war takes its toll, and the group suffers casualties. Morgan takes a hard hit to the head, and when he wakes up, something inside him snaps. Pacifist mode is successfully deactivated, and he starts sweeping the hallways, killing any savior with a pulse. In contrast, Jesus decides to play diplomat in the middle of a firefight, sparing the life of a savior who fakes a surrender, only to try and use him as a human shield right after. Even after disarming the guy, Jesus refuses to finish the job, leaving Tara foaming with rage. In the woods, Ezekiel and Carol hunt down a fleeing savior before he can alert the main base. Carol is skeptical, but Ezekiel exudes an almost theatrical confidence. The chase ends when Shiva leaps out of nowhere and shreds the escapee. Who needs stealth when you have a giant feline? Back at the building, Aaron's plan comes at a heavy cost. His boyfriend, Eric, takes a bullet to the abdomen in the crossfire, leaving Aaron devastated. Inside, Rick gets his own dose of shock. After a brutal fight where he impales a savior on a wall bracket, he opens the next door and finds a baby sleeping in a crib. The weight of having just killed the child's father hits him hard, but the universe cuts him no slack. Before he can process the scene, Rick is held at gunpoint by a familiar face from back in Atlanta. Morales is alive, armed, and is now Negan's newest fanboy. Morales barely has time to catch up. He tries to take the moral high ground, saying he lost his family, that they are both just survivors doing what it takes, and that the famous Officer Friendly from Atlanta is dead. It's a dramatic and intense speech that gets abruptly cut short when Daryl walks in and puts an arrow through his face without blinking. Daryl clearly couldn't care less about Season 1 nostalgia.
Wait, no!
I know who was. Don't matter. Not one little bit.
Escorting the Savior prisoners turns into a powder keg. Morgan, still in his extermination mode, is inches away from completely losing his mind. When a surprise walker attack gives the prisoners an opening to run, Morgan chases them down and starts executing them one by one. Jesus steps in to stop the massacre, and the two engage in an intense hand-to-hand fight in the middle of the woods. Jesus gets the upper hand, and Morgan, realizing he's completely lost his bearings, decides to isolate himself and walk away alone. At Hilltop, the Audacity Award of the Year goes to Gregory, who shows up at the gate begging to be let in after trying to sell everyone out to Negan. Maggie drops some hard truths on him, but eventually caves to his pathetic crying because he's not worth the effort. Soon after, Jesus' group arrives with the prisoners, creating a massive logistical and moral headache for the community. Back at the office building courtyard, victory leaves a bitter taste. Aaron goes back to the tree where he left Eric, only to see his boyfriend already turned into a walker, wandering off with a herd. It's a heartbreaking scene. Crushed, Aaron takes on the responsibility of bringing baby Gracie safely to Hilltop. Meanwhile, Ezekiel's self-confidence hits a wall. The Kingdom squad clears out the outposts without suffering a single casualty, and the king is already claiming victory. The problem is that Rick and Daryl just found out the heavy weapons they were looking for were moved right to where Ezekiel is. The warning doesn't arrive in time. From a high window, the Saviors open fire with .50 caliber machine guns, decimating the Kingdom's forces in seconds as the guards throw themselves over Ezekiel to protect him. The contrast between Ezekiel's fiery pre-battle speech and the current reality is brutal. He emerges from under a pile of bodies, his own soldiers, who gave their lives to shield him from the machine guns. Limping and in shock, the king can barely process the carnage before his men begin reanimating as walkers. The situation worsens when he is captured by Gunther, a sadistic savior who makes a point of humiliating him at every step. Gunther rubs it in his face that all this royal posturing is just an act by a former zookeeper. The savior decides Ezekiel's head would look great on a pike and raises his sword for the killing blow. That's when Jerry appears out of thin air and cleaves Gunther in half with an axe. The best bodyguard in history. Meanwhile, Carol goes full Terminator inside the compound, taking out saviors as they try to pack up the heavy machine guns. She is lethal, strategic, and even unleashes walkers into the courtyard to do the dirty work. But when she sees Ezekiel and Jerry cornered by the herd outside, she has to make a choice. Remembering her conversations about the heavy burden of playing the hero, Carol abandons the guns to save her friends. The saviors get away with the heavy payload, but their joy is short-lived. Rick and Daryl come tearing down the road in relentless pursuit. The sequence is intense. Daryl provides cover fire from his bike while Rick pulls up next to the moving truck, jumps aboard, and stabs the driver, securing the arsenal. In the woods, the Kingdom Trio's escape turns into a nightmare in a toxic, walker-infested creek. Ezekiel, wounded and broken on the inside, repeatedly asks to be left behind, claiming he is not a king, just some guy. When the end seems inevitable, Shiva leaps to the rescue. The tigress fights bravely against the herd to protect her master, but there are just too many walkers. She is devoured in front of a weeping Ezekiel. The king returns to the kingdom supported by Jerry and Carol, walking in absolute silence past his grieving people. The crown has definitively fallen. Trapped in an RV surrounded by an endless herd of walkers, Negan and Father Gabriel are forced to have one of those deep, end-of-the-world heart-to-hearts. Gabriel believes God put him there for one single purpose: to extract a confession from the villain. Negan, in his classic style, takes the opportunity to philosophize about how he turned the sanctuary into a stronghold, but the pressure mounts. Meanwhile, on the road, Rick and Daryl interrogate a dying savior and learn about the massacre of Ezekiel's troops. Brief mourning quickly turns into a brawl. Daryl wants to use dynamite to blow a hole in the sanctuary and let the walkers overrun the place, ignoring the innocent families and workers inside. Rick, clinging to whatever humanity he has left, is against it. They end up throwing hands right there in the dirt, breaking the golden rule of the apocalypse: never fight your best ally.
Send your choice.
Rick settles the debate by tossing the explosives into a burning truck, and the two go their separate ways. Back in the RV, things get tense. Gabriel steals Negan's gun and locks himself in a back room. To survive, they finally lay their cards on the table. Gabriel confesses his greatest sin, locking his own congregation out of the church at the start of the outbreak. Negan, in a rare moment of vulnerability, admits he cheated on his sick wife and was too weak to put her down when she turned. Cleansed of their sins, they use the old Walker Guts trick to safely walk through the herd. Inside the sanctuary, tensions are boiling. The workers are on the verge of rebelling against Negan's lieutenants over the lack of food and water. Right at the peak of the chaos, Negan emerges triumphant, with Gabriel in tow, and restores order instantly. But the game-changing detail happens quietly. Eugene spots a smudge of red paint on a recovered weapon bag, identical to Dwight's painted chess pieces. The spy now has a target on his back, and Gabriel, locked in a cell and sweating with a severe fever, begs Eugene to help break Dr. Carson out to save Maggie's pregnancy. News travels fast through the Allied communities, with letters updating everyone on the victories at the outposts and the siege on the sanctuary. At Hilltop, Jesus brings in a group of saviors as prisoners of war. Maggie hesitates, but decides to build a makeshift pen for them. And for good measure, she throws Gregory in there with the prisoners. Because, let's face it, that's exactly where he belongs. In Alexandria, Carl is roaming the woods and bumps into Sadiq, the man he saw at the gas station. After asking Rick's famous 3 security questions, and learning the guy has killed over 200 walkers to honor his mother, Carl decides to recruit him and brings him home. On the road, Michonne and Rosita can't stand being benched any longer and decide to see the sanctuary siege with their own eyes. On the way, the bizarre sound of an opera singer draws them to a warehouse. There, 2 saviors are prepping a truck loaded with speakers, ironically dubbed the Fat Lady, to lure the walker herd away from Negan's base. Rosita wastes no time and blows one of them up with an RPG, true 80s Arnold Schwarzenegger style. The other tries to escape with the musical rig but gets brutally T-boned by a garbage truck driven by Daryl and Tara. Rick's original plan was just to maintain the siege and starve the enemy out, but Daryl is fresh out of patience for slow tactics. He declares that the war needs to end right then and there. Miles away, Rick tries one more time to negotiate with Jadis at the junkyard, showing her Polaroids of the dead saviors to prove the tables have turned. But dealing with the scavengers is always a game of Russian roulette. Jadis rejects the offer immediately, has her guard strip the protagonist of his weapons, and locks him, completely naked, inside a dark shipping container with the letter A painted on the door. Locked in the dark container, Rick gets only a brief visit from Jadis, who opens the doors just to take pictures of him naked, claiming she will use them as a reference to sculpt him. Art in the apocalypse has its peculiar methods. At the sanctuary, Eugene's situation becomes more untenable by the minute. He confronts Dwight, making it clear he's figured out the betrayal. Dwight tries to convince him to flip, warning that Negan's days are numbered, but Eugene, a coward by nature, prefers the false safety of the compound's walls. Gabriel, burning up with a fever in the infirmary, also tries to appeal to the scientist's conscience, pleading with him to do the right thing and help the doctor escape. Outside, dissent takes over the militia. Daryl, Tara, and Morgan decide to ignore Rick's orders and move forward with their kamikaze plan to breach the sanctuary. Rosita and Michonne realize the colossal risk and jump ship at the last second, remembering the tragic price of acting on impulse and ruining the bigger plan. Trying to save the workers inside, Eugene rigs a makeshift drone equipped with an iPod playing loud music to lead the walkers away. He launches the device even with Dwight pointing a gun at his head, but Dwight shoots the drone and destroys the distraction. Seconds later, the inevitable happens. Daryl rams the garbage truck straight into the sanctuary wall, ripping a massive hole in it. The herd floods in. Seeing innocents being devoured downstairs, Eugene's fear morphs into pure fury. He storms over to Gabriel and yells that he isn't going to help anyone escape. Meanwhile, at the junkyard, Rick is dragged out to fight a bizarre, armored helmet walker attached to a pole. Instead of becoming walker bait, he rips the monster's head off, takes down the guards, and pins Jadis to the ground, forcing her to accept the alliance under the threat of total destruction. Everything seems to be aligning perfectly, but when Rick finally reaches the sanctuary's watchtower with his new junkyard allies, he looks down, and panic sets in. The snipers are dead. The wall is blown wide open, and worst of all, there isn't a single walker in sight in the courtyard. And right as the saviors start firing, Jadis and the scavengers do what they do best: turn tail and leave Rick to fend for himself. Lucky for him, Carol and Jerry show up just in the nick of time to rescue him. Meanwhile, in Alexandria, there's a farewell vibe in the air, even if no one realizes it yet. Carl is acting strangely reflective, writing letters and helping the newcomer, Sadiq, settle into the sewers. And it's a good thing he's setting up a hideout, because Negan arrives at the gates tapping Lucille and holding a megaphone, delivering his classic ultimatum. Either they hand over a voluntary sacrifice to be executed along with Rick, or Alexandria gets turned to dust. Things aren't going any better on the other fronts. Simon ambushes Maggie's convoy on the road, executes one of her men in cold blood, and sends her back to Hilltop with a wooden coffin and a heavy warning. At the Kingdom, Gavin invades the place intending to enslave everyone, but Ezekiel takes control of the situation. He uses a school bus as a barricade, ensuring his people's escape while giving up his own freedom in the process. Back in Alexandria, the bombs start dropping. In a moment of pure bravery, Carl climbs onto the wall and offers his own life to Negan to try and stop the massacre. The kid's audacity leaves even the villain stunned for a second, buying enough time for Carl to pop smoke grenades and cover the residents' escape. Amid the crossfire and chaos, Dwight finally switches sides for good, leading his own saviors straight into a trap set by Michonne and Daryl, ending up wounded and forced to blow his cover. The town is burning. Rick arrives in a panic, gets into a brutal fist fight with Negan in his own house, barely escapes, and heads down into the sewers. Down there, reunited with the survivors in the dark, he finds Carl. The boy lifts his shirt, revealing an unmistakable walker bite mark on his abdomen. Rick's world crumbles in an instant. The weight of reality hits hard, contrasting with visions of a peaceful, utopian future where Rick has grown old in peace, and even Negan grows tomatoes in a community garden. But the present is unforgiving. A flashback shows us the exact moment. Carl wasn't a victim of the war or the saviors, but of sheer bad luck. The bite happened in the woods, during a random struggle with walkers while trying to help Sadiq. As smoke covers Alexandria, and the group waits in hiding, the killing continues outside. The saviors manage to break the siege at the sanctuary and scatter. At the kingdom, Morgan and Carol sneak in to try and rescue Ezekiel from Gavin's clutches. Carol wants to avoid direct conflict, but Morgan has gone full Terminator mode and decides to eliminate every breathing savior in his path. He corners Gavin, who, trapped, begs for his life. Ezekiel and Carol try to talk Morgan into sparing him, attempting to bring their friend back to his senses. But the hesitation ends shockingly when a sharp spear pierces Gavin's throat from behind. The blow didn't come from Morgan, but from little Henry, a brutal reminder that you can't protect a child's innocence forever, but the real heart of the pain lies underground. The siege of Alexandria ends, and the group needs to head to Hilltop, leaving Rick and Michonne behind with Carl. The boy uses his last ounce of strength to say goodbye. He hands his classic sheriff's hat to Judith, saying that sometimes kids have to show the way. Carl describes to Rick his vision of that peaceful future. He begs his father to stop the endless killing and go back to being the man who tried to build something better, like back in the prison days. When the end finally comes, Carl takes his gun and insists on doing it himself to spare his dad. Rick and Michonne wait outside the church in tears until the sound of a single, muffled gunshot ends the boy's journey once and for all. Dealing with grief in the apocalypse isn't a luxury that lasts long. Rick and Michonne try to gather what's left of their strength, pack away Carl's gun and the letters he left behind, and flee a completely destroyed, walker-infested Alexandria. Needing to focus on the war to keep from breaking down entirely, Rick decides to head to the junkyard to try and convince Jadis to rejoin their side. Over at the sanctuary, the mood in the meeting room is equally tense. Simon receives the coffin he sent to Maggie, now containing a zombified savior and a threatening message. Furious, he wants to wipe Hilltop off the map, but Negan clips his lieutenant's wings right then and there. Negan's plan is to dominate, not exterminate. He orders Simon to go to the junkyard to shake down the scavengers, with a crystal-clear order: kill only one person to send a message. But Simon and self-control have never gone hand in hand. Arriving at the junkyard, he confiscates their weapons and demands an apology from Jadis for her betrayal. She complies, delivering it with a lethal dose of sarcasm. Simon snaps, shoots two of her lieutenants, and orders his men to slaughter the entire community, leaving only Jadis alive to watch the carnage, blatantly disobeying Negan. When Rick and Michonne arrive, they find nothing but a sea of walkers amidst the mountains of scrap. Jadis, having dropped her weird accent, explains the tragedy. Rick uses car doors as shields to clear a path, but decides to leave Jadis behind. Left alone, she lures all her reanimated former friends into a giant industrial shredder, only to sit down right after and calmly eat a bowl of applesauce. Everyone copes with trauma in their own way. In the end, Rick decides to read Carl's letter addressed to Negan and calls the villain on the radio. Hearing about the boy's death and his plea for peace, Negan is genuinely shaken, but the mourning soon gives way to a cutting truth. He tells Rick that Carl didn't die by the Savior's hands. He died because Rick was too busy leading a failed rebellion instead of being there to protect his own son. A Savior patrol is already hunting down Gabriel and Dr. Carson, but Daryl's focus is elsewhere, safely guiding the Alexandria survivors to Hilltop. The problem is that their guide this time is Dwight, and the tension is thick. Tara, still out for blood over Denise's death, hates the guy so much she actually lets a walker almost bite him along the way. Meanwhile, Gabriel and Carson are lost. The tragic twist in their escape is that Gabriel's infection is attacking his optic nerves. The priest is literally going blind, but he's maintaining that blind faith, no pun intended, that God has a plan for them. They stumble upon an abandoned cabin, and by some miracle, or pure plot convenience, they find antibiotics, car keys, and a map. It looks like the tables have turned, but Carson steps in a bear trap, screams in pain, and draws walkers. Gabriel, barely able to see, lands a lucky shot to save the doctor. The problem is that the noise attracts the saviors. They capture the two and without hesitation, shoot Dr. Carson dead. The sight of Gabriel crying, his hope completely shattered, is absolutely heartbreaking. Back in the woods, Daryl's group needs to cross an infested swamp. Tara finally loses her patience, pulls her gun, and starts hunting Dwight through the brush. However, an enemy patrol approaches. Instead of giving everyone up, Dwight steps out of hiding, makes up a lame excuse, and leads the saviors away. It's enough for Tara and Daryl to swallow their pride and accept that the guy has actually changed sides. Over at the sanctuary, Negan puts Eugene in charge of the ammunition outpost. The guy embraces his new life as a boss without batting an eye, but the worst is yet to come. Negan gathers the saviors in the courtyard and reveals his new strategy. He takes Lucille and rubs her in the guts of a chained-up walker. The idea is as simple as it is disgusting. Infected weapons. One scratch, and the war is over.
That's it. Look at that.
Simon and Dwight take the lead of the savior convoy carrying the newly infected weapons. Negan's plan was just to scare them, wound a few enemies, and let the infection do the dirty work from the inside out. Negan himself is driving alone, carrying a bucket of walker guts in the passenger seat like a macabre drive-through order. Except Rick, keeping watch on the road, spots the villain's car and completely loses his mind. He rams his own vehicle into Negan's, kicking off a frantic car chase that ends up crashing into an abandoned building. It's pure, unadulterated rage. Rick unloads all his ammo and goes after him with an axe. Negan ends up falling through the floor into the basement, and the cat-and-mouse game continues in the dark. Trying to save his own skin, Negan makes one of his classic arrogant pitches, a discount on their taxes if Rick becomes the sanctuary's janitor. Rick throws the massacre of the scavengers back in his face, and Negan's reaction is of genuine shock. He had no idea what Simon had done. The tension explodes when Rick finds Lucille on the floor, flicks a lighter, and sets the bat on fire. Negan charges at him like a flaming bull and, amidst a walker invasion in the basement, manages to reclaim his weapon and escape. Outside, Simon and Dwight find their boss's overturned car. Simon doesn't shed a single tear. He sees this as the perfect chance to take control. With no other way out, Dwight sets the car on fire to cover the tracks. Back at the convoy, Simon delivers an inflammatory speech and changes the rules. The plan isn't to scare them anymore. It's to wipe Hilltop off the map and kill everyone. Dwight instantly realizes he just traded a psychopath for a genocidal maniac. While the war boils over, Maggie, Michonne, and Enid meet Georgie, a suit-wearing woman who looks like she stepped straight out of a corporate board meeting into the apocalypse. She offers blueprints for windmills and structures in exchange for food and vinyl records. After a lot of suspicion, Maggie takes the deal, securing the schematics that could be the key to their future. And what about Negan? He wakes up in the passenger seat of a moving car. The person behind the wheel, holding a gun right to his face, is Jadis. The guy is definitely having a bad day. Night falls on Hilltop, and Simon's convoy finally arrives. Maggie isn't playing around and greets the guys right off the bat with a spike strip on the road. She even tries using the prisoners as bargaining chips, but Simon, in his new extermination mode, basically says he couldn't care less about his own men and pushes forward. The battle erupts. Gunfire, arrows, and pure chaos light up the darkness. The saviors manage to force their way in, but Hilltop has mounted an aggressive defense. In the middle of the crossfire, Simon spots Tara and orders Dwight to finish her off. Thinking fast, Dwight shoots an arrow into her shoulder before Simon can use his gun. It's a desperate attempt to save her disguised as an attack. Right after, the headlights of Hilltop's cars flick on, blinding the enemies, while Rick and the militia open fire. Simon realizes he walked into an ambush and retreats with what's left of his crew. The next day, the dust settles, and it seems the worst is over. Carol and Tobin share a sincere moment in the infirmary, and the wounded rest together on the floor of the main house. What no one knows is the macabre detail. The saviors' weapons were covered in walker blood. In the dead of night, the fever sets in. Tobin dies in his sleep and reanimates as a walker. Other wounded people do the same. Within minutes, the safe haven of Barrington House turns into a claustrophobic horror movie. Walkers attack sleeping people, sparking screams and sheer panic. Rick, Michonne, and Daryl bust in to clear the place out. When the indoor massacre ends, Rick connects the dots and realizes Negan's dirty tactic. The worst part is that Tara, with an arrow in her shoulder, is now on a ticking clock, accepting her fate.
We were out there. And you said you were done waiting.
Karma's a bitch, right?
To make a terrible situation even worse, little Henry, armed with an assault rifle and driven by sheer childish stupidity, decides to go down to the prisoner pen to demand who killed his brother. With walkers attacking outside, chaos breaks out and the gate is opened. Jared and several saviors escape, but Alden and a few others decide to stay and help defend the community, proving once and for all they can be trusted. And Henry, he vanishes into the darkness. We jump back in time a bit to see Jadis playing dead while Simon slaughters her people at the junkyard. After they leave, the shock hits. In the present, she cries, but soon swallows her tears, packs her bags, and grabs a very familiar baseball bat. Negan is tied to a mechanic's creeper, and she drags him outside like a piece of luggage. Over at Hilltop, it's a different kind of tension. Ezekiel is desperate to find Henry, but Carol refuses to help because she's already assumed the worst. Tara, on the other hand, has an epiphany. The arrow Dwight shot her with was clean. He didn't want to kill her, so she decides to hit pause on her revenge. Meanwhile, Michonne tries to make Rick face his own feelings and read the letter Carl left him. Morgan, whose mind is one step away from completely snapping, decides to go after Henry. Carol tags along, not for the boy, but to make sure Morgan doesn't do anything crazy. On the way, he even hallucinates the kid, and soon they part ways. Carol goes to check out a lead, and Morgan follows the trail of the escaped saviors. At the junkyard, Negan tries to talk his way out by saying he didn't order anyone's death. Jadis nearly bashes Lucille into his face, brings a walker to the party, and things turn into pure chaos. Negan manages to get a hold of a gun and a flare, threatening to burn her photos. A helicopter appears out of nowhere but flies off before she can signal it. In the end, Negan talks Jadis out of burning Lucille, promising he will settle the score with whoever ordered the massacre. Rick finds Morgan in the woods, and the two end up captured by the saviors in a beat-up dive bar. Rick plays dirty. He promises that if they cut them loose to fight an incoming walker horde, everyone gets shelter at Hilltop. As soon as the saviors cut the ropes, Rick and Morgan do the unthinkable. They the guys. Morgan even pins Jared against a gate and watches him get devoured. A dying savior reminds Rick of his promise. His answer, I lied, and he finishes the job, cold and ruthless. Carol finds Henry alive and heads back to Hilltop. Rick and Morgan also return, but with heavy souls. On the road, Negan picks up a mysterious hitchhiker and heads back to the sanctuary in secret. Far away from there, Rosita and Daryl watch Eugene churning out ammo, and she decides the best strategy is to take Eugene out. And Rick, finally, gathers the courage to open Carl's letter. Carl's words in the letter are clear. He wants Rick to make peace with Negan and find a way for everyone to live together. It's a noble request, but reality hits differently. Michonne, processing all of this, also reads the letter the boy left for the Savior's leader. At the sanctuary, Simon is acting like he owns the place. Gregory even comes to apologize for his flawed intel on Hilltop, and Simon just shoves him to the floor and dismisses it. Meanwhile, Eugene is in full factory boss mode, demanding that the crew ramp up bullet production and even docking Gabrielle for trying to sabotage the operation. But Eugene's peace is short-lived. Rosita and Daryl show up, knock out the guards, and take him hostage. And then comes the shocker for Dwight. He's outside, having a quiet smoke, when he hears that unmistakable whistle. Negan is alive.
Hell yeah, I'm surprised.
Dwight masks his panic and swears his loyalty. Negan walks into the lieutenant's meeting, forces Simon to his knees for screwing up at Hilltop, but spares his life. He pitches a plan to surround Hilltop and even praises Dwight for doing whatever it takes to survive. Out in the woods, Rosita tears Eugene a new one, calling him a coward and letting him know the plan is to force him to make ammo for them. But Eugene, utilizing his grossest survival tactic, forces himself to vomit all over Rosita during a walker attack and manages to escape, hiding under a pile of ashes. Simon, who never learns, tries to orchestrate a coup against Negan and pulls Dwight into the plot. They gather in the courtyard. Simon offers Dwight the honor of killing the boss, but Dwight simply whistles. Negan steps out of the shadows, and his snipers gun down all the traitors. To settle the leadership issue and the junkyard massacre, Negan challenges Simon to a bare-knuckle brawl to the death. In the middle of a circle of saviors, Negan beats and strangles Simon. Using the distraction, Dwight slips a map outlining Negan's supposed plan to Gregory, who flees to Hilltop and hands it to Rick. Looks like Dwight got away with it, right? Negan even promotes him to his right-hand man. But upon opening his bedroom door, Dwight comes face to face with Laura, Negan's mysterious hitchhiker. The boss already knew about the betrayal and reveals his masterstroke. The map sent to Rick was a fake, a perfect trap. Back at the outpost, Eugene orders his crew to pull an all-nighter making bullets to destroy Rick's group. At the sanctuary, Michonne calls Negan on the radio and reads Carl's letter pleading for peace. Negan listens, refuses any forgiveness, vows to kill them all, and stomps on the radio. The final battle is set. The memory of Rick walking hand in hand with a young Carl serves to anchor the weight of what's to come. At Hilltop, the entire camp mobilizes to ambush the Saviors. The mood is grim, and Ezekiel even points out that many of them won't live to see the sunrise. Morgan is so unhinged that he almost attacks Henry, mistaking him for a prisoner. On the other side, Negan is ready. He takes delivery of Eugene's ammo, fires a test shot at a mannequin wearing a shirt with Rick's name on it, and smiles. His plan is diabolical. Send 2 goons out with the fake map, knowing Rick will kill them both and walk right into the trap. And that's exactly what happens. Rick gets the map and leads his army straight into the slaughterhouse. Rick's group reaches an open field, and the sound of whistling cuts through the silence. Just like the night Glenn and Abraham died, Negan appears at the top of the hill with an army of saviors and gives the order to fire. But then comes the biggest twist of the season. When the saviors pull the trigger, their guns backfire and explode in their hands. Eugene, whom everyone thought had turned his back on them for good, sabotaged every single bullet the factory produced. Even Negan gets injured in the blast. With the upper hand, Rick and the crew charge in. The battle scatters. Back at Hilltop, Tara stays behind to defend the place and is saved by the women of Oceanside, who arrive hurling Molotov cocktails. Victory becomes a matter of time, and Negan's henchmen start to surrender. But things between Rick and Negan are personal. Rick, shot in the ribs and out of ammo, goes after him hand to hand. The fight ends up under a tree with a stained glass window hanging from it. Negan gets the upper hand, but Rick begs for 10 seconds to talk about Carl's vision of the future. Negan, emotionally moved, lowers his guard. That's the opening. Rick pulls a piece of glass and slashes Negan's throat. The guy collapses, bleeding out, and then Rick makes the decision that changes everything. He orders Siddiq to save Negan. Maggie spirals into absolute despair, screaming and crying that Negan has to die, having to be held back by Michonne. Rick declares the end of Negan's era and warns the saviors that the real threat is the massive herd of walkers on the horizon. The dust settles. Eugene takes a punch to the face from Rosita for throwing up on her, but all is forgiven. Daryl drops Dwight off in the woods and warns him he's a dead man if he ever comes back. Morgan decides to go live in isolation at the junkyard, leaving the community to Jadis, who reveals her real name is Anne. In the shadows of Hilltop, Maggie, Jesus, and Daryl agree that Rick made a huge mistake by sparing Negan, and vow to prove it in the future. Negan wakes up in the infirmary and gets the news from Rick and Michonne. He's going to rot in a cell for the rest of his life.
All of us working together for something bigger than all of us.
And Rick, honoring his son, writes a letter back to him, promising to build the new world Carl dreamed of. A year and a half has passed since the war ended, and life seems incredibly normal. Alexandria is thriving. Rick is sporting some respectable gray hair, and he spends his days painting with Michonne and Judith. Even the sanctuary has swapped its walker-filled courtyard for crops, with Daryl in charge, though he has no patience for dealing with the saviors using walkers as scarecrows. To maintain this peace, the group organizes a run to Washington, D.C., looking for farming equipment inside a museum. The vibe is almost like a school field trip, with Siddiq freaking out over spiders on a walker and the whole crew hauling an old wagon down a flight of stairs. But the museum's glass floor gives way, and Ezekiel ends up dangling from a rope, nearly becoming walker bait before being pulled up by Rick and Daryl. At least he gets a kiss from Carol to make up for the scare. On the way back, the romantic mood continues with Ezekiel proposing to Carol. Ever the pragmatist, she tells him to put the ring away for another time. The real problem arises when the wagon gets stuck in the mud. The group is surrounded by walkers, and Ken, a young man from Hilltop, gets bitten and then kicked by a horse. He doesn't make it, and his death falls squarely on Maggie's shoulders. At Hilltop, Ken's parents are devastated, especially his mother Tammy, who blames Maggie for risking her son's life to help the saviors. Gregory, who lost the election to Maggie and clearly isn't over it, capitalizes on the family's grief. He gets Earl, Ken's father, drunk and convinces him to attack Maggie at night, right by Glenn's grave. grave. Maggie survives, instantly realizes it was a setup, and goes to confront Gregory, pressing a knife to his throat. While Rick and Michonne plan a charter to unite the communities and establish clear rules, Maggie decides that some things need to be handled the old-fashioned way. In the dead of night, with Rick and Michonne watching in shock, she puts Gregory on a horse with a noose around his neck. Maggie leaves a clear message. This is the last time they settle things this way. The grand project that's supposed to unite all the communities is the reconstruction of a bridge, but the mood at the logging camp is far from friendly. Rick sees the bridge as the path to the future, but the tension between the saviors and the rest of the group is a pressure cooker about to blow. The conflict erupts when Justin, a savior, decides to mess with young Henry over some water. Henry defends himself, and when Justin tries to retaliate, Daryl steps in. The result is an all-out fistfight that Rick has to break up. Rick tries to convince Daryl that they need the saviors working alongside them, but Daryl knows things aren't going to be fixed with just motivational speeches. At Hilltop, Maggie is still playing hardball. Michonne goes there to ask for food for the sanctuary, but Maggie puts her foot down. No ethanol from the saviors, no food. She also refuses to let Earl out of his cell to fix the plow until Jesus convinces her to consider creating official laws. Maggie ends up yielding, allows Earl's wife to visit him, and has a heart-to-heart with him, showing that there's still empathy behind the ruthless leader. At the camp, the plan to divert a walker herd goes terribly wrong when the second warning siren fails. The herd overruns the logging area, panic sets in, and a giant log crushes Aaron's arm. Daryl does what he can to save him, but the damage is brutal. In the infirmary, Enid has no choice but to amputate Aaron's arm using a bone saw. It's an agonizing scene that drops everyone's morale to the floor. Daryl finds out that Justin was the one supposed to sound the siren that failed. With zero patience for excuses, he beats the living daylights out of the savior, even using a frying pan, in true campground John Wick style. Rick intervenes once again, but this time, he kicks Justin out of the camp for good. By the end of the day, the mood slightly improves as Carol finally accepts Ezekiel's ring. Meanwhile, it's revealed that Rick has spent this whole time telling this story to Negan down in his cell. True to his nature, Negan just smiles and tells Rick that he's not saving the world, he's just getting it ready for his return. Far away in the woods, the exiled Justin hears a noise. He recognizes the person in the shadows, but before he can react, he is violently yanked into the darkness.
Christ, you damn near got yourself killed. What the hell are you?
Justin's body hasn't even fully cooled down and it's already walker food. When Maggie and Cal find the undead version of the savior wandering down the road after a brief run-in with Jed's group, word travels fast to the bridge camp and chaos ensues. The saviors are furious. They demand weapons to defend themselves and start accusing Daryl and Ann of killing their people. The situation nearly devolves into a civil war with axes and clubs, but Rick rides in on horseback, drawing his gun and forcing everyone to back down. The problem is that even Rick himself suspects Daryl, since Justin's wound looks like it was made by a dart. Daryl swears it wasn't him. After all, if he wanted to kill the guy, he'd have done it in broad daylight. While Rick and Carol search the woods and are nearly robbed by Jed, saved only because Carol hid a knife up her sleeve and reacted at the exact right moment, Maggie and Daryl conduct their own investigation. They find a crucial clue in a walker, a distinct dart. Daryl recognizes the handiwork and knows exactly who kidnapped Arat, another savior who suddenly vanished. The real parallel conspiracy happens at the junkyard. Anne retrieves a hidden radio and contacts the mysterious helicopter. The man on the other end demands an A or a B for extraction, and Anne promises to deliver an A. Gabriel walks in on the conversation, and Anne confesses she's been trading people for supplies all along. She tries to convince the priest to run away with her to a better place, but he refuses. Without hesitation, Anne knocks Gabriel out with a heavy blow, muttering that she always thought he was a B. Back to the main investigation, Daryl and Maggie arrive at an abandoned building and find the Oceanside group with a rat on her knees. Cindy reveals the truth. They were the ones who killed Justin and the others, and the inspiration came from Maggie herself. When Maggie hanged Gregory, she showed Oceanside that Rick's rules weren't the only option. Arat had murdered Cindy's brother in cold blood, smiling while doing it. Arat begs for her life, pleading for help, but Daryl and Maggie simply turn their backs and walk away, leaving Cindy to execute her revenge. The next morning, as the saviors abandon abandon the construction camp, Maggie turns to Daryl and declares the inevitable. They've already given Rick's way a chance. Now, it's time to go to Alexandria and pay Negan a visit. Michonne is stuck in a grueling routine in Alexandria, doing daily chores and taking her anger out on walkers at night. But the trauma is still screaming inside her. She comes across a hanged walker, gets spooked, and ends up killing another one with a baseball bat. Looking at that bloody bat instantly brings Negan's ghost rushing back. Meanwhile, Maggie has lost all patience waiting for justice. She packs her things at Hilltop, shoves a crowbar into her backpack, and decides she's going to fix the problem herself. Jesus tries to stop her, but Maggie isn't asking for permission. She's giving orders. At the bridge camp, the mood is one of farewell. Carol tells Rick she's taking her people back to the kingdom. Rick accepts it, looking somewhat defeated. But when he finds out Maggie is marching toward Alexandria, he panics. Daryl offers him a ride, but of course, there's an ulterior motive. Halfway there, Daryl sabotages the trip to buy Maggie some time. The two get into a brutal fight and roll right into a giant pit. Trapped down there, they finally air out their dirty laundry. Daryl throws it in Rick's face that he's only alive because of Glenn, and making a martyr out of Negan is an insult. The argument is tense but gets cut short when walkers start falling into the pit. They work together to climb out, and Rick decides to draw the herd away while Daryl heads for the river. At the junkyard, Jadis does what she does best: betray. She knocks Gabriel out and tries to use him in her weird walker experiments, making it clear that old habits die hard. Rick's plan to divert the herd goes terribly wrong. His horse gets spooked by the walkers, rears up, and Rick is violently thrown off. He lands right on a concrete block, and a piece of rebar pierces straight through his body. The pain is brutal, and he slips out of consciousness as the dead close in. Bleeding and impaled on the rebar, Rick slips into a fever dream. He sees himself in the hospital from years ago, hears Morgan's voice, and even hallucinates helicopters. But reality hits hard, and with walkers breathing down his neck, Rick does the unthinkable. He pulls himself off the iron using his own belt. It's an agonizing scene to watch. He manages to get back on the horse, fighting to stay conscious while leading the herd. On this agonizing journey, Rick has visions of ghosts from his past. He finds Shane eating a burger, who urges him to find his rage. Then he sees Herschel, who comforts him about Maggie's strength. And finally Sasha, standing in a sea of his friends' corpses, telling him that his family is not lost. In Alexandria, Maggie finally reaches Negan's cell. She orders him to his knees, ready to finish what he started with Glenn. But what she finds isn't the arrogant, leather-clad villain. Negan breaks down in tears, begging for death, just so he can be reunited with his wife. Maggie realizes that killing him would be doing him a favor. Living broken like that is the true punishment. Rick stumbles his way to the bridge. Daryl, Michonne, Maggie, and the others show up to help, but it's too late. Rick won't let the herd destroy what they've built. He looks at the family he fought so hard to find, aims at the dynamite on the bridge, and fires. The explosion blows everything to pieces, taking out the walkers and seemingly Rick himself. Michonne and Daryl break down in absolute despair, but the protagonist's story doesn't end there. Rick is found nearly dead on the riverbank by Jadis. She contacts the mysterious helicopter, classifies Rick as a B, and whisks him away to an unknown destination. Smash cut. 6 years later, a new group flees from a herd in the woods and is saved at the last possible second by a little girl with a massive gun and a mini katana. She picks up her hat from the ground and introduces herself: Judith Grimes. The legacy continues.
You got names? Judith. Judith Grimes.
Life didn't stop after the bridge blew up. Michonne still talks to Rick in her head. Daryl lives isolated in the woods fishing, and Carol now rocks long hair beside Ezekiel at the kingdom. Peace came at a high price, but they adapted. Judith Grimes inherited her parents' stubbornness. She doesn't take no for an answer, and forces Rosita's group to bring the newcomers, led by Magna, straight to Alexandria. Inside, things are much stricter than before. The community council questions the rookies, and Michonne doesn't buy their sob story for a second. She exposes Magna's prison tattoo and makes her hand over a hidden knife. Out on the road, Carol and her teenage son, Henry, are robbed by Jed and the remnants of the Saviors. Jed thinks he has the upper hand because Carol even hands over her wedding ring without a fight. Big mistake. Later that night, Carol tracks down their camp, douses everyone in gasoline, and strikes a match. Rule of thumb: never mess with Carol's son. Back in Alexandria, Magna plots to break into Michonne's house to steal her weapons back. But when she sees Michonne hugging a little boy, RJ, Rick's son. Magna backs down. She hands over her last knife, admitting Michonne was right not to trust them. While Michonne decides to escort Magna's group to Hilltop, the true nightmare begins to take shape in the woods. Rosita and Eugene are trying to set up a radio amplifier when they get cornered by a herd. With Eugene sporting a busted knee, the two throw themselves down a muddy embankment, cover themselves in mud, and hold their breath. The dead shuffle past, but something is terribly wrong. Amidst the groans, Rosita and Eugene hear the walkers talking. A raspy voice whispers, "Where are they? They must be close." It looks like the undead just got a terrifying upgrade. Rosita is running for her life through the woods, completely terrified. She hears bizarre whispers coming from the walkers chasing her. Exhausted and out of options, she leans against a tree and passes out. Meanwhile, Daryl is living his best hermit life at a dam camp. Carol and Henry show up out of the blue, and Carol's motive is clear. She wants Daryl to act as a tough love mentor for the kid. But Daryl isn't exactly running a daycare. He's got his dog, appropriately named Dog, and that's all the company he needs.
Good dog.
On the road, Michonne is escorting Magna's group to Hilltop. The tension is palpable. Michonne simply doesn't trust these rookies and keeps their weapons confiscated. Magna is furious about it, especially after they find their old camp destroyed and realize a friend, Bernie, didn't make it. Miles away, Aaron and Jesus are having a friendly, laid-back sparring session in an open field until they see a flare streak across the sky. They rush to investigate and find a battered Rosita. Before passing out again, she drops a bombshell. Eugene was left behind, trapped in a barn. Back at the camp, Henry tries to prove his worth by tailing Daryl through the woods. Things spiral out of control when Dog gets caught in a trap surrounded by walkers. Daryl jumps into the fray to save the animal, and Henry ends up stepping in to save Daryl's skin. Hiding in the bushes, Carol quietly lowers her bow. She had everything under control but let the kid have his moment of glory. The tactic works, and Daryl finally packs his bags to ride with them to Hilltop. During the night, Michonne's group experiences a highly awkward moment when she mistakes an object in Luke's hands for a weapon and slices it in half. It turns out to be an incredibly rare Stradivarius violin. The vibe improves slightly the next day when they get surrounded by walkers. Michonne hands the group's weapons back and they work together to clear a path, which includes putting down the zombified version of their friend, Bernie. All roads converge at Hilltop. Daryl, Aaron, Jesus, and Dog don't waste any time. They grab their gear and head out immediately to rescue Eugene. Deep in the woods, Daryl, Aaron, and Jesus watch a walker herd behaving in a completely bizarre way. The dead are literally walking in circles in the middle of a field, almost as if they're on patrol. Meanwhile, in Alexandria, Negan continues to test everyone's patience. He tries to get under Gabriel's skin, throwing jabs about Rosita being hurt at Hilltop. The priest snaps and leaves him talking to himself. With his cell left unlocked due to a careless mistake with the wind, Negan smirks, pushes the door open, and strolls out into the streets a free man. At Hilltop, the atmosphere is a cold war. Michonne arrives with Magna's group and gets an icy reception from Deanna, who demands everyone surrender their weapons. Carol tries to persuade Michonne to send a delegation from Alexandria to a fair between the communities, but Michonne refuses, maintaining her strict isolationist stance. Henry, trying to fit in at his new home, ends up drinking with some local teens. Their idea of fun? Playing ring toss on a walker stuck in a hole. Henry, being the Boy Scout he is, jumps in and mercy kills the walker. The outcome is obvious. The kids bail, and Henry lands himself in the community holding cell for bad behavior. The real tension erupts during the search for Eugene. Daryl, Jesus, and Aaron find the terrified guy hiding under the floorboards of a barn. He swears the herd outside isn't normal, and that the dead are evolving and whispering to each other. Daryl tries to lure the walkers away with firecrackers, but chillingly, the dead ignore the noise and keep tracking the group. The escape ends in a fog-covered cemetery. The gates are locked and Jesus decides to stay back, covering the rear with his sword while Michonne and Magna arrive from the other side to unlock the exit. Jesus strikes down the walkers with absurd ease until he goes for the killing blow on one of them. The walker simply ducks under the blade, pivots, and stabs Jesus in the back. As Jesus falls, the creature whispers in his ear, "You are where you do not belong." Daryl rushes in, burying an arrow into the thing's head. Upon examining the body, he uncovers the real nightmare. It wasn't a walker, it was a human wearing a mask made of dead skin. And now, the whispers in the fog are growing louder, and they realize they are completely surrounded. The shock of Jesus' death still echoes as the group flees the cemetery, fighting off what they now know are humans disguised as walkers. They manage to lock the gates and carry out their friend's body, but the threat is far from over, as mysterious hands unlock the latch right after they leave. Back in Alexandria, Negan's escape turns into a weekend adventure. He sneaks into Judith's room, steals her compass, and tries to hop the wall. But the little girl, who clearly inherited her dad's instincts, is already there waiting with her gun drawn.
Thought you were smarter than this. Guess not. How about no?
Negan turns on his usual manipulative charm, swears he won't hurt anyone, and actually manages to talk Judith into letting him go taste freedom. On the road to Hilltop, Daryl and Michonne corner a small group of these fake walkers on a bridge. They take out the enemies with ease, until the last survivor drops to her knees and begs for her life. When Daryl rips off her grotesque mask, there's no monster underneath, just a terrified teenage girl whom they take prisoner. Their arrival at the community is devastating. Jesus' body is met with heavy mourning, and every resident drives a nail into his wooden coffin. The sorrow morphs into rage for Daryl, who heads down to the cells to interrogate the prisoner. She spins confusing tales, claiming her people kill because it's the only way to survive. Daryl loses his patience, raises his knife, and genuinely threatens her, but she just cowers. What Daryl doesn't realize is that Henry, locked in the adjacent cell, is starting to bond with the girl. As soon as Daryl turns his back, she thanks the boy for defending her and finally reveals her name, Lydia. Outside, leaning against the wall, Daryl listens to the whole thing, proving that sometimes backing off is a better strategy than aggression. Meanwhile, Negan's road trip comes to a pathetic end. He visits the old sanctuary only to find ruins and zombified ex-henchmen. Realizing his empire of leather and baseball bats is truly dead, he grabs a motorcycle and heads back. On his way home, Judith almost shoots him again, and he admits she was right. There's nothing out there for him anymore. Far away in the woods, Luke and Alden follow a trail of arrows, thinking they're about to find their friends. Instead, they wind up surrounded by dozens of whisperers. The group's leader aims a double-barreled shotgun at them and delivers a bone-chilling line. Trail ends here. Let's dive into Lydia's memories. She and her parents are locked in a fallout shelter at the onset of the apocalypse. Based on the stories she tells Henry from the Hilltop cell, her dad was a selfish jerk and her mom was the loving protector of the group, but her recollections seem a bit muddled. Meanwhile, Tara and Magna's group find Alden and Luke's horses in the woods, completely flayed. It dawns on them quickly. The threat isn't just Lydia's mom lost in the woods. There's a brutal army out there. Daryl, who wasn't born yesterday, overhears Henry casually handing over the existence of the kingdom to the prisoner. He storms in, tears into the kid for being so naive, and takes over the interrogation. During their talk, Daryl spots signs of abuse on Lydia's arm. She tries to justify it by saying her mom makes her strong. That twisted dynamic strikes a chord with Daryl, and Henry catches on immediately, comparing the situation to what Carol endured at the hands of Ed. Let out by Henry to get some fresh air in the yard, Lydia finds a worm on the ground and eats it, a very peculiar snack. But it's when she hears a baby crying that the real trauma is triggered. Her memories realign, and the truth comes out. Her dad was the good guy trying to help people. Her mom strangled a panicking man in the shelter and then stabbed her own husband without blinking. Alpha was the monster all along. Before Daryl can fully process this confession, Magna's group rushes back from an unauthorized night search. The reason for their swift return casually strolls up to the Hilltop gates shortly after. It's Alpha, unmasked, politely introducing herself and demanding her daughter back. The tension hits a boiling point. Daryl steps up to confront her and makes it clear he's not handing anyone over. The problem is, Alpha isn't bluffing. She orders her people to bring out Alden and Luke, tied up and gagged. It's a straight trade. As if the standoff weren't tense enough, a baby in the Whisperers group starts crying, drawing walkers. What does the mother do? She sets the baby on the ground and steps back. Alpha lays it out plainly. It's natural selection. The moment is incredibly distressing. From inside the cornfield, Luke frantically signs to Connie, who was hiding out there. She sprints out, snatches the baby at the very last second, and manages to make it back behind the walls while Daryl, Kelly, and Earl provide cover. Meanwhile, in a parallel timeline of questionable priorities, Ezekiel and Carol break into an abandoned movie theater, swarming with the dead just to snag a projector bulb for the kingdom's fair. It's the kind of suicide mission only Ezekiel would deem essential during the apocalypse, but Carol plays along, and the crazy plan actually works. Back at Hilltop, Henry tries to play the hero and runs off with Lydia to an isolated cabin. Enid tracks them down and hits him with the harsh truth. Alden and Luke's lives are worth more than this teenage romance. Lydia grasps the gravity of the situation, kisses the boy, and turns herself in. The trade at the gates takes place. As soon as Lydia calls Alpha Mom, she catches a hard slap across the face. Around here, she is addressed as Alpha and nothing else. Night falls, the community tries to move forward, but Henry makes the worst possible choice and sneaks out to go after the girl. Daryl, realizing he can never catch a break, grabs his gear to go rescue the dumb kid, and Connie decides to tag along. Lydia tries to stall Alpha on the walk back, hiding the kingdom's existence and downplaying Hilltop's defenses. But the Whisperer leader isn't a fool and knows perfectly well the girl is holding back information. Far away in Alexandria, politics are boiling over. Michonne stands her ground with the council, refusing to risk her people to help with the kingdom's fair. On a more grounded, dramatic note, Gabriel is spiraling because Rosita is pregnant with Sadiq's baby. And who shows up to help? Eugene, armed with a fully documented pro-con spreadsheet about the relationship and a pair of sweatpants for the priest to give as an apology gift. Because of course, Eugene would try to solve a love triangle using math and comfy clothes. Out in the woods, Henry attempts to tail the Whisperers with all the stealth of a tractor. Beta wastes no time, grabs the kid, and tosses him at Alpha's feet. She calls him a moron, rightfully so, punches him in the face, and drags him to their camp. Once there, we get a front row seat to how Alpha's diplomacy works. Two Whisperers, Helen and Sean, question their leader for breaking the rules to go back for her daughter. Alpha responds in the most direct way possible. She decapitates Helen using a piece of wire, drops the weeping head into Sean's hands, and then promptly stabs him in the gut. No mutinies today. That night, Alpha decides to test her daughter's loyalty once and for all. She hands Lydia a knife and orders her to kill Henry. Lydia cries and hesitates, and the kid's fate seems sealed until a small herd of walkers crashes into the camp, devouring people left and right. But they aren't ordinary walkers. It's Daryl and Connie, camouflaged in skin masks. In the midst of the absolute chaos, they grab Henry, who drags Lydia along, and the foursome vanishes into the woods. Deep in the woods, the mood is grim. Daryl, being the classic Daryl, places the blame for this suicidal escape from the Whisperers squarely on Lydia's shoulders. But Henry and Connie stand firm. They make it perfectly clear they aren't abandoning the girl. With few options, Daryl follows along, grumbling. Meanwhile, at the Whisperer camp, Beta gets a very clear order from Alpha. Either he brings Lydia back, or everyone turns into walkers. No pressure. Over at the kingdom, the fair is almost ready, but Jerry returns from a patrol stripped of his armor and covered in bruises. A group calling themselves the Highwaymen has been extorting a toll on the road. Ezekiel isn't about to put up with extortion and rallies his fighters to settle things by the sword. But Carol, ever the strategist, suggests trying to talk first. When they meet the Highwaymen's leader Ozzy, the guy just laughs in Ezekiel's face. That's when Carol plays her trump card. She asks, when was the last time they saw a movie? Negotiating an end to an armed militia using cinema as currency? Brilliant, and it works flawlessly. The Highwaymen take the deal and even save Tara's group on the road shortly after. Back to the mess in the woods, Daryl and Connie set up a trap in an abandoned commercial building to funnel the herd. Lydia warns them that Beta is coming, and he's no joke. The battle in the building is pure mayhem. Whisperers breach the floors, Henry takes a knife to the leg, and Dog proves he's the best boy in the apocalypse by saving him. The main event, of course, is Daryl versus Beta. The guy is built like a tank, and the clash is brutal. After nearly getting his throat shredded on a table saw, Daryl manages to outsmart him. He hides in a false floor compartment and shoves Beta down the elevator shaft. Game over, right? Wrong. As Daryl and the group flee to Alexandria to treat Henry's leg, the camera pans down the shaft. Bleeding, missing his front teeth, and foaming with rage, Beta gets up. The guy simply will not die. Trauma shapes people in cruel ways, and we finally understand what broke Michonne. In flashbacks to the time right after the bridge explosion, we see a pregnant, desperate Michonne digging through the mud for Rick, finding only his gun. Daryl was there too, wandering the woods like a ghost, refusing to go back without answers. In the present, Daryl arrives at the gates of Alexandria with Henry, Lydia, and Connie. Michonne doesn't trust Lydia one bit and suggests the girl leave to keep the community safe. Judith, possessing her father's stubborn DNA, thinks they should unite against the Whisperers and ends up sneaking out of the house. This forces Michonne to have a heart-to-heart with Negan. He reveals that the girl can't stand the fact that Alexandria is isolating its old friends. While going after her daughter in the woods, Michonne's dark past finally comes to light. Remember that X scar on her and Daryl's backs? It was all Jocelyn's fault, an old college friend of Michonne's who showed up in Alexandria years ago with a group of children. What seemed like a heartwarming reunion turned into a Lord of the Flies-style nightmare. Jocelyn brainwashed the youths into becoming ruthless killers, stole the community's supplies, and kidnapped the residents' children. When Michonne and Daryl went to rescue them, they were captured, beaten, and branded with hot irons by the kids themselves. During their escape, Michonne was cornered, even pregnant, and taking a beating with a wooden plank. She hesitated to fight back against minors. But, to save Judith and the other community children, she was forced to do the unthinkable: kill Jocelyn and take them down one by one. One by one. It's one of the heaviest and darkest sequences in the entire series. In the present, Michonne rescues Judith from some walkers, and the two share a heartbreaking conversation. Judith says she remembers what happened. She knew Jocelyn was bad, but questions why they stopped loving Maggie and Carol. The realization finally hits Michonne. She realizes her isolation was a mistake. The two hit the road, meet up with Daryl's group, and head toward the kingdom together. But the calm is an illusion. Hidden in the trees, two Whisperers watch the caravan pass by. The kingdom's fair finally comes to life. It's a historic moment, Rick and Carl's dream materializing. The communities are reunited, smiling, trading goods, and making plans. To crown the hopeful atmosphere, Michonne shows up by surprise, making amends with Tara and signing a mutual defense pact among everyone. Everything seems perfect, a little too perfect for this universe. In the midst of the festivities, a mysterious woman walks among the stalls wearing ordinary clothes and a straw hat. It's Alpha. The leader of the Whisperers has infiltrated the fair and casually strolls around, gathering intel and even chatting with Ezekiel. She also corners Lydia in the shadows, and after the girl refuses to leave with her, disowns her for good. Meanwhile, Daryl, Carol, Michonne, and a few others go on patrol and end up surrounded in the middle of the woods. Beta emerges from the dark, warning them that the peace deal is off. Alpha takes Daryl alone to the edge of a cliff to show off her true firepower, a colossal herd of walkers mixed with Whisperers, filling the entire valley. She tells him the communities are a joke and dictates the new rule of the world. If they cross the border she just marked, that entire herd will be unleashed. And it's on the way back that the group discovers exactly how that border was drawn. They find Siddiq tied to a tree, beaten and traumatized. Barely able to speak, he tremblingly points to the top of a hill. What they find up there is an absolute nightmare. 10 pikes driven into the ground. On each of them, the decapitated head of one of their own. Carol's despair upon seeing her son is visceral, an impact as brutal and ruthless as a red wedding. Back at the kingdom, Siddiq addresses the mourning crowd. He tells them Alpha left him alive to spread fear and break the communities once again, but he refuses to give in. Siddiq describes how the victims, even without all knowing each other, fought bravely together until the very last second, trying to protect one another. The episode ends with Daryl and Lydia at the macabre border. The girl cries and leaves Henry's necklace on the ground, at the base of the pike. And, as if reality wasn't bleak enough, the first snowflakes of a harsh winter begin to fall. The kingdom is a goner. Burst pipes, rot, and fires have destroyed the place for good. Ezekiel finally throws in the towel, gathers the Alliance Charter, and leads what's left of his people into exile through the brutal cold toward Hilltop. On the road, the atmosphere is heavy, and not just because of the snow. Alden tries to pin the blame for the whole tragedy on Lydia, but Daryl, stepping into the grumpy bodyguard role he plays better than anyone, shuts it down immediately. Over in Alexandria, the situation is just as bone-chilling. Eugene, Gabriel, and Rosita try to shelter everyone in the houses with the largest fireplaces. The cold bites so hard that they make an unthinkable decision. They let Negan out of his cell so he doesn't turn into a popsicle, and ironically, the idea saves the day. When the church's chimney explodes and they need to brave the blizzard tied to a rope, Judith lets go to chase after her dog, who runs into the middle of nowhere, in the dark and the storm, to save the girl and the pet, Negan himself, and he even walks away with an injured leg for his good deed. Meanwhile, the group in the woods faces a near-suicidal decision, crossing a frozen lake right in the middle of Alpha's territory. Halfway across, Lydia runs away. She thinks her death would solve everything and almost takes her own life, using Carol's spear. Even destroyed by the loss of her son, Carol doesn't allow it, dragging the girl back. The lake crossing delivers an agonizing scene with walkers popping up from under the snow, but they manage to escape. When the storm finally passes, the dust settles, but their hearts don't. Carol ends things with Ezekiel for good and gives back her ring. Michonne, now back in Alexandria, goes to the infirmary to thank Negan, who makes a point of reminding her that the last time he was there, Rick had just slit his throat. Far from there, Alpha orders Beta to whip her arm to stay strong for what lies ahead. To wrap things up, Ezekiel tries making contact on the radio, and out of nowhere, an unknown voice responds. Up in space, a Soviet satellite falls out of orbit and comes crashing down toward Earth, but down below, the gang has far more urgent problems. Over at Oceanside, military training is in full swing. Shields, spears, and archers working in sync to slice up walkers like a well-oiled machine. Everything seems under control until Judith and RJ find something in the sand that would send shivers down anyone's spine: a Whisperer mask. A silent panic sets in. Aaron, tired of losing people, wants to cross the line and go on the offensive, but Michonne holds him back. She insists they need to remain the good guys of the story, even if it comes at a high cost. In Alexandria, the vibe is also off. Sadiq silently battles the trauma of the massacre, while Negan, straight from his tomato garden, gives Gabriel leadership advice to avoid causing hysteria in the community. Carol finally returns from the sea. The hug she gives Daryl shows just how much these two needed to see each other, but the peace doesn't last. During a hunt, a wounded deer crosses the border and gets devoured. Daryl stops Carol from shooting, and her frustration is obvious. They never agreed to this imaginary line. Suddenly, the sky lights up. The satellite plummets like a meteor right into Alpha's territory. With the risk of the fire spreading and swallowing Oceanside whole, they make the riskiest decision possible, crossing the border to put out the blaze. It's an insane battle in the pitch dark. With their backs to the fire and facing a herd of walkers, the group fights until dawn. Carol even uses walker blood to douse the flames, and Eugene, at the peak of his eccentricity, demands to salvage the satellite's parts, completely ignoring any risk of radiation. The mission is a success, but it takes its toll on the way out. At the edge of a ravine, Carol looks across and locks eyes with Alpha stepping out of the trees. The stare down between the two promises only one thing: carnage. We go back 7 years in time to understand how the Apocalypse's most bizarre duo was formed. Alpha, who at the time still went by D, walks among the walkers with a young, utterly terrified Lydia. They seek shelter in an abandoned hospital and run into a giant man wearing a ski mask. This is Beta. The guy was already completely unstable, obsessed with the sound of the dead, and hated people invading his space. In the present, the pack's loyalty is tested. Beta is guiding a herd with the help of 2 sisters. One of them is Frances. She snaps in the middle of the dead, crying and nearly compromising the mission. Beta wants to punish her severely, but Alpha, surprisingly, shows mercy. The internal reason is clear: the heavy toll of having lost her own daughter, or at least that's the image she tries to project. In the past, we see Alpha killing walkers in the hospital, and by sheer bad luck, she ends up killing a walker wearing a smiley face shirt. The problem is, that walker was Beta's friend, and the big guy completely loses his mind, destroying everything around him. To calm the beast and recruit her new right-hand man, Alpha hands him a knife and suggests something macabre: don't leave your friend behind, take him with you. That's how Beta cuts off his own friend's face to create his iconic skin mask. A solid foundation of friendship built on trauma and flaying. Back in the present, the sky explodes with the falling satellite. The herd scatters and Frances completely loses it, attacking Alpha from behind. Chaos reigns, but Frances's own sister throws her to the walkers to save their leader. As a reward for her cold-blooded loyalty, Alpha christens her Gamma, except Beta discovers a secret that could tear the group apart. He finds a hidden shrine and realizes Alpha lied to the entire pack. Lydia wasn't sacrificed. Alpha breaks down, admitting she couldn't bring herself to kill her daughter. Beta promises to take the secret to his grave and warns her that their enemies have crossed the border. Alpha's sadistic smile immediately returns. She walks to the cliff, and the scene syncs up with the end of the previous episode, with Carol and Alpha glaring at each other from opposite sides of the ravine. War is just a matter of time. For 49 straight hours, Alexandria is bombarded by waves of walkers. The crew is exhausted but manages to clear the area, but the relief is short-lived. Michonne finds out over the radio that more herds are coming from all directions. Soon after, Gamma shows up at the gate with a direct message from Alpha: drop your weapons and go to a meeting at the northern border. At the council, the mood gets heavy, and Sadiq has a panic attack, slipping away unnoticed. Michonne, ever the voice of reason, decides to take a small group to talk instead of picking a full-on fight. To help deal with the lack of soldiers on the other fronts, Aaron is forced to take Negan into the woods to hold back the walkers. At the border, Alpha says she doesn't want bloodshed, but warns them she's claiming a chunk of their territory as punishment for past incursions. Carol, who is already at her breaking point and living off pills, has zero patience for this chat. When Alpha sadistically brings up Henry, Carol draws her gun and fires, but Michonne knocks her arm away, an instinct that nearly costs everyone their lives. Far from there, Aaron comes down hard on Negan, throwing his wife's death in his face. The problem is that Aaron ends up attacked by walkers covered in toxic weed and goes temporarily blind. And, defying all expectations, Negan saves his skin and actually takes care of the guy. The lack of sleep takes a heavy toll on Carol, who isolates herself in an abandoned school and starts experiencing intense hallucinations of her son and other dead children from her past. She even falls into a trap, but manages to kill the walkers on her own. Everyone assumes the pills are messing with her head, but in the end, the Whisperer she swore she saw in the school hallways was actually there, and has now turned into a walker, proving she wasn't so crazy after all. The chaos doesn't let up. At Hilltop, a massive tree crashes right through the wall, injuring 9 people and clearing a path for the walkers. The suspicion of Whisperer sabotage is immediate and puts the community on high alert. In Alexandria, Lydia tries to keep her head down, but faces heavy bullying from Gage, Margot, and Alfred. It's basically high school, end of the world edition. The only one who tries to give her practical advice not to fight back is Negan. Of course, Daryl quickly shoots him down and assumes the role of overprotective guardian. Out on the road, the pressure affects the strongest as well. Michonne catches Ezekiel about to jump off a cliff. The king has lost his kingdom, his son, and his wife, and has reached his breaking point. Michonne manages to pull him back to reality. The two even share a brief kiss out of pure neediness and grief, but it doesn't go any further. An honest conversation and a hug save Ezekiel for today. At night, the tension explodes. The 3 bullies corner Lydia and mercilessly beat her up. Negan jumps into the fray to defend the girl, shoves Margot, and she hits her head on the wall. Instant death. The council turns into a full-blown tribunal. The attackers lie, claiming they were ambushed, but Daryl backs up Lydia's side of the story. While they butt heads deciding whether Negan lives or dies, the guy simply vanishes from his cell. Feeling the weight of the guilt, Lydia steps into the empty cell and locks herself in, taking the blame for his escape. Daryl knows damn well she had nothing to do with it, but the girl prefers isolation. Frustrated, all that's left for him to do is try and scrub off the hateful graffiti plastered across the community walls. The Cold War takes on new shapes. Aaron catches Gamma slicing up walkers and throwing their guts into the river to contaminate the water supply. Biological warfare in its rawest form. Meanwhile, Negan is on the loose and has picked up an unwanted travel buddy, Brandon, a bizarre fanboy who stole his classic leather jacket and made a brand new version of Lucille. The kid worships the legend of the Sanctuary's ruthless dictator. On the road, the two hear screams coming from a bus, and Negan goes in smashing walkers to save a mother and her son, Milo. Negan genuinely takes a liking to the boy and promises to get them to a safe place. But Brandon gets it all wrong. Thinking Negan was testing him to see if he was ruthless, he simply murders both of them. Negan's reaction is pure fury. He grabs a rock and attacks Brandon without a second's hesitation. After the carnage, Negan grabs the jacket, grabs the barbed wire bat, and goes on his way. The classic look is back, but the morality has shifted. At Hilltop, the clock is also ticking against Ezekiel, who confesses to Siddiq that he has thyroid cancer. With no hospitals or chemo, he knows exactly where the end of the line is. In the woods, Daryl and Connie find Kelly alive after she went missing on a hunt. But they discover that she and Magna had been hoarding supplies stolen from their own community. Daryl decides to cover it up, prioritizing loyalty to the group over the rules. At Alpha's camp, there's no democracy. Anyone who disagrees with the boss gets sliced and handed over to Beta to be finished off. And that is exactly the group Negan is looking to cross paths with. He arrives yelling at the border, smashing walkers, until he's thrown to the ground by a guy the size of a fridge. Negan looks up at Beta from the dirt, cracks a sarcastic smile, and the showdown everyone wanted to see finally takes shape. Carol is in stealth mode, packing her bags to hunt down Alpha's herd, but Daryl notices and decides to tag along. She tries to play it off, but there's no hiding anything from the guy who can track a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Negan is living his own version of an extreme survival camp. He's escorted by the Whisperers, blindfolded, and won't shut up for a second. Beta is already entirely out of patience and does everything he can to break the former savior leader. They make the guy dig graves, skin walkers, and hunt wild boar. And after all that, Beta simply kills the only Whisperer who shared food with Negan and leaves him to die in the woods with just a pocket knife. Big mistake. Negan survives, shows up at the camp covered in blood, and kneels before Alpha with a bizarre loyalty speech, demanding a custom-fitted skin suit, and apparently, his blind confidence impresses the leader. Back at Hilltop, Eugene makes radio contact with a mysterious woman from Pennsylvania. The two bond over a local ice cream shop in her town, a rare oasis of normalcy amidst the chaos, and agree to keep their conversations a secret for both their safety. Out in the woods, Daryl realizes Carol was hiding something, and sure enough, the two stumble upon a pack of walkers, and Carol casually takes a Whisperer hostage. When he pulls the guy off the ground, Daryl notices that the zip ties were already in her bag all along. She planned this from the start, proving that when Carol wants something, she doesn't ask for permission. The situation in Alexandria is a powder keg. Siddiq is being eaten alive by flashbacks of that terrible night in the barn. The trauma is heavy, and the fever wiping out the community does nothing to help clear his mind. Down in the cells, Carol begins interrogating the captured Whisperer. The guy is a full-blown fanatic, spits in her face, and claims that Alpha loves her people so much she even sacrificed her own daughter. Carol, who takes no crap from anyone, responds with a flurry of punches wearing her ring, but the prisoner doesn't even have time to say much else. He starts seizing and drops dead right then and there. Siddiq discovers the guy was poisoned with hemlock, but Dante gives a lame excuse about simply messing up when packing the medical bag. Outside the walls, Aaron keeps trying to befriend Gamma. He offers her bread, shows her a drawing by his daughter, and the seed of doubt begins to sprout in her head. But Alpha never misses a beat. She senses the hesitation, orders Gamma to take off her mask, and whips her arm to keep her focused. It's basically Whisperer-level motivational technique. Carol even tries to use Lydia to prove to Gamma that Alpha lied about her daughter's death, but the girl realizes she's being used as a pawn on this chessboard and runs straight into enemy territory. The true nightmare, however, explodes inside the community. Siddiq finally puts the pieces together and realizes the water is what's making everyone sick. He goes home exhausted, and Dante shows up to comfort him. Mid-conversation, Dante makes a quick clicking sound with his tongue, and then it hits Siddiq. That was the exact sound he heard while his friends were being executed. Dante is a Whisperer. The struggle is desperate, but the spy manages to pin Siddiq to the floor and strangles him to death, calmly whispering for him to close his eyes. Siddiq's body is barely cold when Rosita knocks on the door with baby Coco. Dante tries to act natural, but the inevitable happens. Siddiq reanimates. Tension goes through the roof as Dante attacks Rosita to silence her. In a matter of seconds, she has to survive, protect her daughter, and deal with her turned friend. She stabs Dante, neutralizes Siddiq, and beats the infiltrator until he passes out. A flashback confirms what Dante's silence already conveyed. He was Alpha's perfect spy, responsible for poisoning the water and sabotaging Alexandria for months. With the spy behind bars, outrage takes over. He confesses everything with a mocking tone, expecting the community's classic moral debate over what to do with prisoners. But Gabriel has completely lost his patience for diplomacy. The priest walks into the cell, admits he loves Siddiq like a brother, and brutally stabs Dante to death in a fit of rage, sometimes turning the other cheek escape just isn't a viable option. Far away, Michonne leads a group to Oceanside and bumps into Virgil, a guy who saves Luke's life during an attack. Virgil isn't just any survivor. He lives on a fortified naval base on a distant island. Michonne does the math quickly. Naval base means military-grade weapons. She strikes a deal with him, and the two set sail together to retrieve the arsenal they need to wipe out the Whisperers off the map once and for all. Meanwhile, Aaron finally gets the location of the herd from Gamma, whose loyalty broke after finding out her nephew is alive. Daryl, Carol, Aaron, and the rest of the squad march armed to the location, but find only an empty clearing. Suddenly, Carol spots Alpha in the distance. Taken by a blind instinct for revenge, she chases the villain deep into the woods, ignoring all caution. The group tries to keep up, but ends up falling right into an underground trap. When they look out from the cave, the sight is devastating. They are trapped, completely surrounded by thousands of walkers from the real herd, and with no way out in sight. The darkness of the cave swallows Daryl, Carol, and the rest of the group as Alpha watches them from above with a torch before turning her back and sealing their fate. It's a perfect trap, courtesy of Carol's obsession with hunting down the leader of the Whisperers. Despair hits fast. They start jumping across rocks and squeezing through tiny tunnels in the pitch black. The anxiety is real, especially when Jerry gets stuck in a hole with walkers trying to bite his feet. Luckily, taking off his armor solves the problem, proving that sometimes too much protection just gets in the way. Outside, the mood at the Whisperer camp is tense. Negan, with his innate ability to read people, warns Alpha that Gamma might be the infiltrator. His reward for this deduction? A bizarre encounter in the woods where Alpha strips down but makes a point of keeping her walker mask on. It's the kind of situation that would make even Hannibal Lecter tap out, but Negan just goes with it, and the two share a kiss. Back underground, tension explodes. The team finds a box of dynamite, and Carol, completely blinded by revenge, decides to use one of the sticks to blow up the herd. The plan goes horribly wrong. The dynamite drops, the cave starts to collapse, and it turns into an every-man-for-himself situation. Jerry holds up a wooden beam like a true hero so the others can pass, but Magna and Connie stay behind, covering the rear. The opening caves in entirely, and the two are buried alive. The dust settles outside. Carol, in tears, begs Daryl to blame her for everything, but he simply ignores her. Their friendship is hanging by a thread. Daryl sends the rest home, swallows his pain, and decides to stay behind to look for another way in. While Daryl attempts the impossible in the rubble, trouble knocks right on Alexandria's door. Gamma shows up at the gates, handing over the cave's layout. She swears she wants to help and just wants to see her nephew, but Rosita, having zero patience for bullshit, knocks the girl out cold with a single punch. Even locked up, Mary, Gamma's real name, confesses to Gabriel that she killed her own sister for Alpha. The priest ends up buying her story, which is great, because they're going to need all the help they can get. Beta, using an underground tunnel that leads straight out of a resident's grave, invades Alexandria in true Michael Myers style. He silently knifes several residents and sits in the dark, waiting for them to reanimate. Chaos ensues. Laura tries to hold the brute off and ends up dead. Judith actually shoots him in the chest, and Rosita gets into a bloody hand-to-hand fight. To prevent a bigger massacre, Mary turns herself in.
Alpha wants me alive. Step towards me.
Beta takes her away, but an ambush on the road forces the giant to flee into the woods. Parallel to this, Daryl finds Alpha guiding the horde at a river. What follows is a brutal fight. Daryl ends up with a knife in his leg and his vision blurred by blood, while Alpha gets a tree branch impaled in her shoulder. The two drag themselves to an abandoned gas station, bleeding out and on the verge of death. Delirious, Alpha sees her daughter Lydia and begs to be killed, passing on the mantle of leadership. But Lydia refuses. She wants a normal life, rescues Daryl, and leaves her mother there. The next morning, Alpha wakes up alone, finds a message from her daughter carved into the table, and lets out a maniacal laugh. The message has been received, and the war is officially declared. The clock starts ticking against the communities. And while the Whisperers extract tree sap in the woods and march with their endless horde, now with Negan proudly parading around in his very own skin mask, a small miracle happens. Eugene finally makes radio contact with Stephanie. After a near sabotage by Rosita, he hits it off with the mystery girl over an Iron Maiden duet. They realize they saw the same satellite fall and set up a meeting in West Virginia. Right in the middle of the apocalypse, the guy managed to score a date. But romance takes a back seat when Daryl and Lydia arrive at Hilltop with a red alert. The attempt to evacuate the kids fails miserably when they find the roads blocked by fallen tree trunks. Daryl recognizes the tactic immediately. Negan's handiwork. There's nowhere to run. They'll have to fight. A farewell vibe takes over the community. Ezekiel reveals to Carol that he has thyroid cancer, and the two end up sleeping together. One last spark of the good old days. Daryl shares a heartfelt moment with Ezekiel, and later with Judith, who gives him the repaired wing for his vest. It's that heavy silence before the storm. When night falls, the horde emerges from the trees. Hilltop forms a strong defensive line, but the Whisperer's strategy is dirty. They use catapults to launch tree sap directly at the defenders and the walls. Next, a rain of flaming arrows tears through the sky. Alpha's plan was never to force a surrender, like Negan thought. She just wants to burn everyone and add their ashes to her horde. Trapped between the fire and the sea of walkers, the survivors watch Hilltop turn into an absolute hellscape. It's absolute chaos. Even little Judith gets pulled into the nightmare, killing a walker, only to realize in shock that she just took her first human life. The defense crumbles, and the survivors are forced to retreat, though Yumiko gets a brief glimmer of hope when she sees Magna alive, covered in guts, and walking among the dead. Meanwhile, Negan is playing chess, while everyone else is playing checkers. He realizes Alpha is still obsessed with her daughter, so he tracks down and captures Lydia in the middle of the woods. On the other side, Alden, Kelly, and Mary flee with baby Adam. Mary makes the ultimate sacrifice, luring the walkers away from the group. She fights with everything she has, but Beta catches her by surprise and brutally disembowels her. And since Beta is obsessed with protecting his pre-apocalypse identity, he casually slits a fellow Whisperer's throat just because the guy recognized his voice. Back with the survivors, tension explodes. Magna reveals that Connie got lost in the cave-in, which rightfully prompts Yumiko to punch Carol in the face for her reckless decisions. But the real gut punch happens when Daryl and Ezekiel find the missing kids. They are in a cabin where Earl, after being bitten, tried to kill himself on a spike so he wouldn't hurt anyone. He failed, reanimated, and it was left to Judith to put him down. Daryl finds her sitting silently next to the body, a child carrying an absurd weight on her shoulders. But the absolute climax belongs to Negan and Alpha. He leads her to a cabin, promising that Lydia is inside. On the way, they debate emotions, trauma, and Negan's late wife. Alpha believes that killing her own daughter is the ultimate act of love. She opens the door expecting to embrace her destiny, but finds an empty room. Before she can process the confusion, Negan slits her throat. He holds her as she bleeds out, cementing his redemption arc. Later, he tosses Alpha's zombified head right at Carol's feet. Turns out this unlikely duo had orchestrated the assassination from the very beginning. Michonne's trip to Bloodsworth Island with Virgil is a disaster from the moment they step on land. Virgil was hiding his hand, his family is already dead, and the island is far from the safe haven he promised. After helping him clear a building so he can put his zombified family to rest, Michonne's instincts scream that something is wrong, but it's too late. Virgil locks her in a fortified room. She soon discovers she isn't the only prisoner. Michonne meets Virgil's former colleagues, who explain that he lost his mind after accidentally causing his own family's death during a riot. As if that wasn't enough, Virgil decides to cure Michonne's pain by giving her hallucinogenic Jimson weed tea. What follows is a brutal psychological nightmare. Michonne is forced to live an alternate reality where she let Andrea die, was ignored by Daryl, and ended up joining Negan and the Saviors. In this dark timeline, she's the one holding Lucille in that infamous lineup, choosing who from Rick's group is going to die. When the tea wears off, Michonne puts an end to the games. She ambushes Virgil, frees the other prisoners, and stops him from burning their only boat. The prisoners want Virgil's head, but Michonne chooses mercy, and that choice pays off in a way she never imagined. While searching the place's inventory, Michonne's heart almost stops. She finds a pair of boots, and they aren't just any boots, they are Rick's boots. Dragging Virgil to a beached boat, she scours the logs and discovers an iPhone with a drawing of her and Judith etched into the screen. The realization hits her like a sledgehammer. Rick survived the bridge explosion. Sailing back, Michonne manages to reach Judith over the radio, who delivers the good news that the Whisperer War is practically won and Alpha is dead. When Michonne mentions the clues about Rick, Judith doesn't hesitate. She tells her mom to go find him. With her daughter's blessing, Michonne chops off the arms of two walkers, creates new pets, and heads north. Along the way, she rescues 2 stranded survivors and marches with them toward a massive convoy on the horizon. The search for Rick Grimes has begun. A quick flashback reveals exactly how Negan got out of his cell. Carol offered him a clean slate in exchange for Alpha's head. Now, staring at that same head mounted on a pike at the Whisperer border, the deal is sealed. Negan is ready to return to Alexandria as a hero, but Carol has other plans. She tells him to wait and leaves him standing there while she heads into the woods to fight her own demons. Literally. Carol's guilt manifests as a hallucination of Alpha, who relentlessly taunts her about every child she's lost and every mistake she's made. This mental torture peaks when Carol gets trapped under the collapsed roof of an old cabin, with a walker crawling toward her. The imaginary Alpha tells her to just give up and look at the flowers, but her survival instinct screams louder. Carol breaks free, takes out the threat, and finally silences the voice in her head. Meanwhile, Negan's moment of glory is interrupted by Daryl, who points a crossbow at his face. Completely unaware of the secret assassination pact, the situation gets complicated when 3 Whisperers ambush them, see that Negan killed their leader, and immediately take a knee, declaring him the new Alpha. For a second, Negan actually seems to enjoy the power trip, putting on a theatrical show before shooting the Whisperers and saving Daryl's skin. Daryl is not amused, but at least they finally reach an understanding. Far away, Eugene, Yumiko, and Ezekiel are on the road to meet Stephanie. The journey is brutal, especially for Ezekiel, whose horse collapses and dies. Sick and exhausted, the former king thinks about throwing in the towel, but Yumiko refuses to let him quit. Their journey takes a surreal turn when they enter an abandoned city filled with walkers tied up in everyday poses, only to be greeted by an eccentric pink-haired survivor armed with a machine gun, who looks like she stepped straight out of a comic book. But the real threat is just warming up. Beta finds Alpha's decapitated head and completely loses his grip on reality. He heads to an abandoned hotel, confronts his past life as a famous country singer by blasting one of his old records at maximum volume, and the sound draws an ocean of the undead. After stitching a piece of Alpha's face onto his mask, Beta walks into the middle of the horde, ready to unleash hell on Earth. Yumiko and her group stumble upon a peculiar figure. Juanita, or rather, Princess, is the kind of person who ties up walkers around the city just to make the place feel more alive. She gets so excited to see real people that she accidentally spooks the group's horses with machine gun fire. Zero social tact, but she swears she can get them transportation. Even though Yumiko is suspicious, they accept her help. The problem is that Princess leads them straight into a minefield. Yep, she thought the scenic route would let them spend more time together and become friends. After nearly blowing everyone up out of a pure fear of being abandoned, she finally leads them to the promised transport, a sweet set of bicycles. You have to laugh to keep from crying. Still, Yumiko decides to give her a chance and invites her to join the group. Far away, Beta is losing whatever little sanity he had left. He guides the massive horde to Alexandria, but finds the town empty. Guided by voices in his own head, a level of madness worthy of a Batman villain, he redirects the walkers to where the survivors actually are. Hiding out in an abandoned hospital, Negan and Lydia have a tense confrontation. The girl unleashes all her hatred, but Negan knows she just needs to break down. When he finally offers his shoulder, Lydia collapses in tears, finally able to mourn Alpha's death. In the woods, Daryl and Judith track down an injured Whisperer. Daryl executes her in cold blood, which shocks the girl. He tries to justify the action, but the harsh reality of this world is clearly weighing on her. And there's no time for moral lessons, because Gabriel radios in. Beta and his ocean of walkers have just surrounded the hospital. With the hospital completely surrounded, the classic tactic comes into play. Cover yourself in guts and walk through the crowd. The plan is to sneak through the horde and use a wagon with speakers to lead the walkers away. It works up to a point, but the Whisperers catch on to the maneuver and attack in the dead of night, destroying the sound system and forcing the group to retreat. Back at the hospital, the gates give way. Gabriel decides to stay behind and hold the barricade so the others can escape. Just when all seems lost and the Whisperers overpower him, a mysterious masked warrior appears, slicing everyone up, and right behind him, Maggie. She came back at the exact right moment. Outside, the final battle against Beta explodes. Negan draws the giant's attention, blinding him with rage. Beta pins Negan down and prepares for the final blow, but Daryl appears from behind and drives 2 knives straight into the Whisperer leader's eyes. Beta smiles as he is devoured by his own horde, experiencing mystical hallucinations. Negan even recognizes the giant's pre-apocalyptic face, but to Daryl, he was a nobody. To finish off the horde once and for all, Lydia and Carol lead the walkers to the edge of a cliff. Carol almost throws herself over in a moment of extreme guilt, but Lydia pulls her back, leaving the dead to plummet to their destruction. And while an exhausted Connie is found in the woods by Virgil, Eugene's bicycle group finally arrives at the rendezvous point. Disappointment hits hard when Stephanie isn't there, but they don't even have time to grieve. Out of nowhere, floodlights snap on, and soldiers in white armor, looking like Star Wars stormtroopers, surround all of them. Maggie's return is far from a bed of roses. The first thing she sees is Negan walking around freely, helping clean the streets. Then, Carol and Daryl break the news that Hilltop has been reduced to ashes. Carol confesses right off the bat that she was the one who let Negan out to kill Alpha. Maggie absorbs the blow and tries to focus on what matters now, retrieving the rest of her new group and her son, Herschel. During the trip, she opens up to Daryl. She tells him she tried to help other communities, but everything always fell apart. The trauma of the past made her stay away from Virginia, as she didn't want Herschel growing up with Negan's shadow occupying his mother's mind. The problem is that the past gives way to a new, immediate threat. When they arrive at Maggie's group's hideout, the place is up in flames. Cole and Elijah, the new allies, already know who did it, a ruthless group called the Reapers. In the woods, they start being hunted by an unseen sniper. It's a surgical massacre. Several of Maggie's friends are picked off one by one with no chance to defend themselves. She tries to flank the shooter, but falls into a trap and is nearly killed by the guy, who shrugs off knife wounds and arrows to the chest like he's the Terminator. Daryl intervenes and gets thrown aside, but the group finally manages to surround the attacker. Maggie demands answers, but the man only delivers an enigmatic line: "Pope marked you." Then, he pulls the pin on a grenade and blows himself up. Despite the brutal losses, Maggie finds little Herschel safe up in a tree. With no other viable options, she gathers her survivors and marches back to Alexandria. The final scene? Negan watching from afar as the woman he made a widow walks through the gates to live on the exact same street as him. The tension is going to be unbearable. Daryl is getting ready to hunt, and Carol decides to tag along. The vibe between the two already starts with that classic friction, with her fixing his motorcycle just to prove a point. They hit the road with Dog running alongside because, let's be honest, he's the real protagonist here. The hunt doesn't yield much besides a fish and a heavy argument about hope. Carol is in full pessimist mode, thinking that rebuilding the communities is a waste of time. Daryl disagrees and shuts the conversation down. Suddenly, Dog takes off, leading them to an abandoned cabin that Daryl clearly recognizes. From here, we are thrown into the past. We see Daryl years ago, living in the woods, still obsessed with finding Rick by the river. It's during this time that he meets Dog, still a puppy. Eventually, this relentless search leads him to that very cabin, where he is greeted by Leah, a woman who points a shotgun at his head. Welcome to Romance in the Apocalypse. It takes a while, but the two end up clicking. Leah shares that she lost her adoptive family and her son Matthew. Grief unites them, and they start a relationship. However, Daryl just can't let go of the search for Rick. Leah reaches her breaking point and makes him choose, her or the past. Daryl hesitates, leaves, and when he finally decides to come back, the cabin is ransacked and Leah is gone. He leaves a note hidden under the floorboards, asking her to find him. Back in the present, Carol discovers the note and questions her friend. What starts as an attempt to comfort him turns into an ugly fight. Daryl throws the blame for losing Connie in her face, saying Carol doesn't know when to stop. She fires back that he has a savior complex and that she just wanted a friend, not a martyr. The mood completely sours. Daryl coldly tells her she can run away if she wants to, and Carol, accepting that their luck has run out, leaves him alone on the porch. Aaron and Gabriel are roaming the world with a map drawn by Maggie, hunting for supplies. The problem is that the trip is basically a tour of disappointments. Burned down buildings, walker traps in the tall grass, and shot up cars with leaking cans of food. Hope is going down the drain. They try their luck at a market. Gabriel climbs onto the roof and finds a classic horror movie scene. Bodies, a save us message painted, and a clear-cut case of murder-suicide. And guess what? Zero food. When Gabriel falls in the mud and ruins the map, Aaron throws in the towel, but the priest insists on checking one last spot near an old water tower. Persistence pays off. They end up in an abandoned warehouse where Gabriel finds a bottle of expensive whiskey, and Aaron gets into a hand-to-hand fight with a wild boar and wins. Dinner is secured. They roast the meat, drink, play poker, and share a rare moment of peace. The peace lasts until the next morning. Gabriel wakes up and Aaron is gone. In his place, a guy named Maze is eating their boar. The guy is completely unhinged. Not only did he disarm Aaron, taking his mace arm, but now he forces the two to play Russian roulette. Maze casually mentions that he killed his own brother and his family because he caught him stealing food. Trying to talk his way out, Gabriel puts on his compassionate priest persona and invites Maze to their community. The speech works. Maze lowers his guard and unties Aaron. The very next second, Gabriel grabs the mace and smashes the guy's head in. Pure cold blood. He justifies it by saying they couldn't trust a man who killed his own family. The worst part comes when they go upstairs in the warehouse. Maze's brother is still alive, handcuffed next to the skeletons of his family. Gabriel frees him, but the trauma is so severe that the man grabs Gabriel's gun and takes his own life. With nothing left to do there, Aaron and Gabriel just turn their backs and head toward the water tower. The rendezvous Eugene set up with Stephanie turned into a monumental disaster. The group is captured by soldiers in white armor. Yumiko tries to resist and gets beaten up right out of the gate, while Princess is thrown into a dark train boxcar. Panic hits hard. To keep from losing her mind, Princess starts reciting state capitals and counting in Spanish. She can hear Yumiko in the next car and tries to keep her awake by venting about her past with an abusive stepfather, but Yumiko soon collapses. The next morning, Princess finds a hole in the wall and sneaks into Eugene's boxcar. The guy, in his usual bureaucratic mode, tells her to go back and try to earn the soldiers' trust. The tactic isn't that simple. Princess is forced to strip and shower while they check her for bite marks, and then goes through an intense interrogation. She refuses to talk without seeing Yumiko and gets a slap to the face in response. When she wakes up back in her boxcar, the hole reveals that Eugene is gone too. Despair takes over until Ezekiel opens the roof hatch and jumps inside. A guard enters to bring food, and Ezekiel doesn't think twice. He knocks the guy out, takes his gun, handcuffs the soldier, and starts beating him to get answers. Princess begs him to stop, and that's when the series throws a Fight Club level plot twist in our faces. Princess looks down at her own blood-covered hands and realizes Ezekiel was never there. Not him, not Eugene, not Yumiko. It was all a hallucination brought on by her trauma. She was the one beating the soldier the entire time. She escapes the train, but her conscience is heavy. Hallucinating Ezekiel again, now taking the form of her abusive stepfather, she decides to go back. Princess unties the soldier, returns his gun, and gives up all the information about her group, thinking this will save her friend's skins. The soldier thanks her, tells her she can see them now, and opens the boxcar door. Outside, Eugene, Ezekiel, and Yumiko are lined up, surrounded by guards, with black bags over their heads. The soldier simply throws a hood over Princess's head as well, and radios in. "I got her. Let's move."
I got it, let's go!
Daryl and Carol are heading back to Alexandria in a silence that cuts deeper than a knife. Things have truly gone sour. They decide to split up and go their separate ways. Dog, proving to be a good judge of character, chooses to follow Carol. Daryl's bike breaks down in the middle of the woods, and he goes looking for parts in an abandoned car. The situation gets complicated when he ends up pinned under a truck because a walker decided to add dead weight to the back seat. It's almost comical seeing the group's deadliest hunter having to bang on the chassis to trick a walker just so he can crawl out. Later, he falls into a ditch with a walker wearing military gear, but at least he scores a new pocket knife and fixes the bike. Meanwhile, Carol arrives in Alexandria desperately needing a distraction. She begs Jerry for a chore and decides to make soup, but the universe isn't cooperating. The Whisperers destroyed the solar panels, so there's no power. To make matters worse, Dog discovers a rat living in the pantry. Carol sets a trap, goes into the woods to forage for herbs, slaughtering a few walkers in the process, comes back covered in blood, but the damn rat is still there. During the night, her frustration hits the ceiling. The lack of power and the noise in the walls make Carol completely lose it. She grabs her tools and literally tears down the entire wall of the house going after the pest. It's a scene of a pure mental breakdown. The next day, Jerry finds the wreckage and, instead of judging, gives her that bear hug only he can give, reminding her that she isn't alone. Daryl returns to Alexandria looking like he got hit by a truck, walks in on Carol's destroyed pantry, and the vibe remains the same exact disaster. He goes inside to sleep, and the distance between the two only grows. If things are bad between Carol and Daryl, between Negan and Maggie, they're unbearable. The tension in the community is so high that Carol decides to move Negan to a cabin in the woods, just to keep Maggie from putting a hole in his head. Negan accepts the exile, but the loneliness takes its toll. Drinking heavily in front front of the fireplace, he starts hallucinating his classic self, leather jacket, bat in hand, and an ego the size of the world. The old Negan throws it in his face that this peace and love phase isn't fooling anyone. Annoyed, he shatters his glass, scares off the ghost, and decides to go after his old friend. He digs through a field until he finds the real Lucille buried for years. From there, we dive into the past. Before the apocalypse, Negan was an unemployed gym teacher who played video games, cheated on his wife, and ran from his responsibilities. But when his wife Lucille discovers she has cancer right as the world ends, he tries to make up for everything. We see a desperate Negan doing the impossible to get her chemotherapy drugs. He even tries to rob doctors from a mobile clinic, but gets caught by a biker gang led by a guy named Craven. Beaten and tied to a chair, Negan gives up the doctor's location to save his own skin and secures the meds. But by the time he gets home, it's too late. Lucille couldn't bear the weight and took her own life, having already turned. Shattered, he burns the house down, wraps barbed wire around a baseball bat, and goes after the bikers. He saves the doctor and bashes in Craven's skull, fully embracing the monster within. Back in the present, Negan uses the old Lucille to kill a walker, but the bat cracks down the middle. He realizes it's the end of an era. He burns the weapon, apologizes to his wife, and makes a drastic decision. He returns to Alexandria, tells Carol he's staying for good, and flashes a smirk at Maggie. He's done running. With Negan back and Alexandria's resources practically at zero, desperation sets in. Maggie suggests a suicide mission. Infiltrate Meridian, her former community that was taken over by a lethal group, to steal food. Daryl, Gabriel, and ironically, Negan join the search party. A violent storm forces the team down into the Washington subway tunnels. Negan warns them that the place is prone to flooding and it's a terrible idea, but since no one trusts him, Daryl tells him to shut up and keep moving. The place looks like a horror movie set, bodies wrapped in plastic and bizarre walkers that make no sound because their throats were slit. The panic scares off two group members, who flee with the supplies. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Eugene, Ezekiel, Yumiko, and Princess are dealing with the bureaucracy of the apocalypse. They've been captured by the Commonwealth and are enduring exhausting interrogations led by Mercer, a guy in orange armor who looks like he stepped right out of a Halo match. Princess, ever observant, notices that two guards keep disappearing to make out. They plan to use this window of time to steal the soldier's armor and escape in disguise. Everything is going perfectly until Yumiko sees a wall covered in prisoner photos and finds a note from her own brother looking for her. The escape is instantly called off. Back in the tunnels, Maggie's group is cornered. A cave-in blocks their path, and a walker horde is closing in. Everyone starts climbing up a subway car to safety. Maggie is the last one up. A walker grabs her leg, she loses her grip and begs for Negan's help, who is right there at the top looking down. The guy calculates the risks and simply turns his back, leaving Maggie to fall into the horde. Old habits really die hard. But she survives, manages to crawl into the train car, and immediately starts pistol whipping him. The worst part is Negan's twisted logic. She kept saying she wanted to kill him, so why would he risk his neck for her? The mood turns pitch black when Gage gets trapped in the back car, surrounded by walkers. Maggie makes the coldest possible call and refuses to open the door to save ammo. Gage stabs himself before being devoured, and Maggie justifies her actions by telling a disturbing story about mutilated survivors she encountered in the past. Basically, the outside world has stripped away any ounce of empathy she had left. Meanwhile, in the tunnels, Daryl plays the action hero, blowing up walkers with a grenade to save the rest of the group. Far away, Yumiko channels her inner law and order prosecutor and turns the tables on the Commonwealth interrogators, reading their personalities perfectly and demanding to see the higher-ups. Eugene's confession, on the other hand, is a mix of tragedy and comedy. The guy flat out admits he lied about the size of his group and risked everyone's lives simply because he's a virgin, fell in love with a voice on the radio, and was terrified Stephanie would reject him. At least honesty pays off. Mercer clears them for entry, and Stephanie finally shows up. Back on the surface, Maggie's group finally breathes fresh air, but the peace lasts exactly 2 seconds. They walk right into a brutal ambush. Knives fly from all directions, bodies hit the floor, and the Reaper's hunt begins. The ambush throws Maggie's group into pure chaos. No one knows where the attacks are coming from. Cole gets his throat slit, Duncan is peppered with throwing knives, and the group scatters into the woods. Gabriel, nursing a leg wound, decides he won't be the prey. He tracks a wounded Reaper and finds him on the ground, reciting a prayer. The guy has the audacity to ask Gabriel to pray for him. In another time, the priest would have hesitated, but today's Gabriel just utters a grim, "God isn't here anymore," and executes the enemy in cold blood. Out of options, Maggie and Negan are forced to work together. They're the most toxic duo of the apocalypse, but they manage to survive a close-quarters attack on the second floor of an abandoned mall. Alden, however, is severely injured and slowing them down. With the food-gathering mission on the line, Maggie makes another brutal call. She leaves Alden behind in a church with only some food and a knife to defend himself. Speaking of food, the situation in Alexandria is critical. Carol gets it in her head that she needs to capture wild horses to help with transport and scavenging. Magna tries to talk some sense into her, asking her to stop giving Kelly false hope about Connie, but Carol is laser-focused on the mission. They finally manage to corner and calm the horses at a farm. It feels like a magical Disney moment, until Carol leads one of the horses to the barn and slaughters it on the spot to feed Alexandria's children. It's the harsh reality knocking at the door. Separated from the rest of the group after the attack, Daryl is fighting for his life in the woods. He even gets an assist from Dog against one of the Reapers, but the animal quickly runs off. When Daryl goes after him, he stumbles upon a soap opera-worthy scene. Dog is sitting calmly at the feet of a Reaper who takes off her mask, revealing herself to be Leah, Daryl's missing ex-girlfriend. Daryl is captured, hooded, and taken to their base, Meridian. Leah swears the Reapers are her true family now, and Daryl goes through an intense waterboarding session. Even under torture, he doesn't give up Maggie and the rest of his crew, making up a story that he just traded favors with them on the road. That's when we meet Pope, the unhinged leader of the Reapers. To test the new prisoner's loyalty, Pope casually locks Daryl and Leah inside a cabin and sets the whole thing on fire. Daryl doesn't think twice. He breaks the window and gets Leah out before saving himself. Outside, Pope welcomes him with open arms, declaring that he has been baptized by fire and is now part of the group. Pope explains they are ex-mercenaries from Afghanistan who survived the apocalypse by hiding in a burning church, convincing him that they are chosen by God. But his leadership style is extreme, to say the least. During dinner around the campfire, Pope praises a soldier for carrying a wounded friend, but quickly points out that the man's injuries are on his back, meaning he ran from the fight. Without blinking, Pope shoves the guy straight into the fire and holds him down with his boot. The welcome message to Daryl has been delivered. Aaron's head is completely messed up. He's having nightmares about all his past enemies, and when he wakes up, reality isn't much better. Alexandria is literally falling apart. A wall panel gives way, and walkers start pouring in like the doors opening on Black Friday. Over in the grand and shiny Commonwealth Empire, the vibe is straight out of a corporate onboarding video. A guy named Lance Hornsby introduces the 50,000-strong community ruled by Pamela Milton.
That's the Commonwealth way.
Eugene's group is assigned manual labor, but Yumiko, playing her VIP card, pulls a "do you know who you're talking to" get an audience and find her brother. Needing tools to fix Alexandria's walls, Aaron, Carol, Jerry, and Rosita head to Hilltop. The place is crawling with walkers, but they soon notice a weird pattern. There's a whisperer hiding among them. Aaron loses his patience, captures the guy, named Keith, and things get ugly. He strings the maniac up and almost lets a walker bite his hand off. Luckily, Carol, of all people, pulls the emergency brake and warns him about the danger of losing himself to his own rage. Meanwhile, Maggie and Negan continue their super-friendly road trip toward a supply depot, which of course is empty. They start arguing, and just as Negan is about to walk away, Gabriel and Elijah show up. Maggie flashes a smirk like she just won the argument. Back at the Commonwealth, Eugene convinces Stephanie to help him use the radio to contact Rosita, but the signal dies. Princess even tries to distract the guards with some questionable flirting, but it's a no-go. They get arrested and threatened with banishment until Hornsby steps in to save the day, making it crystal clear that this favor will cost them dearly. At Hilltop, the Whisperer drops a bombshell to save his own skin. He saw someone survive the Alpha Cave collapse. Aaron and Carol realize it instantly. It's Connie. The search for Connie finally gains traction. She and Virgil are running through the woods, completely exhausted, and decide to hide out in a massive house. Connie hasn't slept in days, is paranoid, and for good reason. The house is basically a Blumhouse horror movie set. Over at Meridian, Daryl is walking a tightrope. Carver is torturing Frost to extract Maggie's location. When he gets nothing, Pope orders Daryl to try. In a highly tense game of chess, Daryl cuts off Frost's finger just to maintain his cover, and Frost ends up giving up the supply depot. Back at the House of Horrors, Connie realizes they aren't alone. There are feral people crawling on all fours, hunting them through the hallways. It's bizarre and nerve-wracking. Virgil gets stabbed, and just when all seems lost, Connie comes up with a brilliant idea. She covers herself in walker guts and opens the front door. The horde floods in, ignores her, and has a feast on the feral cannibals. Expert-level survival. Kelly, who had gone out alone in a desperate search for her sister, shows up at the exact right time with a slingshot and finishes the job. The reunion between the two, crying amidst the chaos, is the relief we all needed. Meanwhile, Daryl, Leah, and Carver go check the depot. Daryl subtly rattles a power line to tip off Maggie. Her group manages to hide in a cramped crawl space beneath a rug. Daryl does his best to mislead Carver and stall the Reapers, allowing Maggie's crew to escape unseen, but the victory is short-lived. When they return to Meridian, Pope drops the real truth. He kept interrogating Frost and found out everything he needed. As a thank you, Frost is now a walker tied to a post, and the look Leah gives Daryl makes it clear that the noose is tightening. The tension between Maggie and Negan reaches a point of no return. On the way to Meridian, Negan points out that this mission is suicide and proposes a simple deal. He'll help as long as she promises to stop trying to kill him. Out of options, she agrees. Her plan is bold. Carve faces off walkers to create masks. The Whisperers left a legacy after all. Negan becomes Maggie's acting coach, teaching her how to walk and behave like the undead. The vibe almost feels collaborative until they have one of those heavy talks. Maggie asks if he would have done anything differently in the past, and Negan, with zero filter, says that to protect his own community, he would have killed every single person in Rick's group without hesitation. It's bone-chilling, but at least he's being brutally honest. Over at the Commonwealth, Eugene's group is paying for their crimes doing community service. Ezekiel receives medical treatment thanks to Lance Hornsby, but the bill for that help is coming due. Eugene and Stephanie are clearing an area when they bump into an annoying rich couple on a date. The guy Sebastian is furious because they killed a walker and got blood on his girlfriend's clothes. Eugene, doing what we all wanted to do, lands a solid punch right in the kid's face. The catch? Sebastian is Governor Pamela Milton's son. Because of that punch, Yumiko loses her chance to speak to the governor and finds out the guards arrested her brother, Tommy. Hornsby then visits Eugene's cell and plays his final card. If he wants to get out and save his friends, Eugene has to give up the exact coordinates of his community. Back on the battlefield, Daryl and Leah continue a dangerous dance of trust while out on patrol. But the real problem is marching right toward them. Wearing skin masks and walking slowly through the crowd, Maggie, Negan, and Elijah are leading a massive walker horde straight to the gates of Meridian. High up on the wall of Meridian, the tension in the air is palpable. The Reapers watch a giant horde approach, and Pope, the fanatical leader with a god complex, decides to run a test. He sends one of his own men, Wells, out as bait to confirm if Maggie is somehow controlling the walkers. The guy is ripped to shreds in seconds, and Pope doesn't even blink. It's at this moment Leah realizes her boss has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Alexandria is crumbling under a storm straight out of a horror flick. Lightning takes down part of the wall, the windmill catches fire, and walkers invade the community. Rosita channels pure action hero spirit. She steps outside alone into the pouring rain and unleashes absolute carnage on the lawn to protect everyone inside. But things get grim in the basement, where Judith and Gracie end up trapped as floodwaters rise and walkers try to break the door down. A perfect setup for claustrophobia. Back at Meridian, the horde is setting off landmines along the perimeter. With Daryl quietly taking out a guard to help, Maggie and Gabriel manage to infiltrate the compound. On the roof, Daryl finally comes clean to Leah, confessing that the people down below are his family and begging her not to fire the Hwacha, an improvised multiple rocket launcher. Pope tries to force the attack, and Leah makes a drastic move. She drives a knife into her own leader's neck. You'd think she switched sides, but her loyalty doesn't work like that. She grabs the radio, frames Daryl for the murder, and puts a kill order out on him. Daryl narrowly escapes, and Leah, without hesitating, fires the rain of rockets straight at Maggie's group. The rockets hit the courtyard hard, but Maggie has an enviable knack for surviving the impossible. She, Negan, and a shrapnel-wounded Elijah manage to take cover inside the compound. Carver comes after them out for blood. Daryl plans to use Carver as a hostage to negotiate safe passage and knocks him unconscious. The standoff with Leah that follows feels like a classic Western duel. Daryl offers to let Carver live if the Reapers walk away. Leah tries to bluff, claiming she has a sniper covering the yard, but Gabriel radios in to say he's already taken the shooter out. With little choice left, Leah takes the deal and starts falling back with her remaining men. Except Maggie doesn't play by the rules of diplomacy. She draws her gun and shoots the retreating Reapers in the back, executing Carver right after. It's cold and surgical. Watching this ruthless execution, Negan puts the pieces together. He knows it's only a matter of time before her crosshairs turn to him, so he packs his bags and disappears into the wild. The group returns to Alexandria, which is now safe thanks to Aaron, who broke the flooded basement window to rescue Judith and Gracie from the walkers. But the celebration is cut short. Maggie stops by the church to get Alden, only to find he has turned. A heavy blow after so many losses. The general exhaustion is interrupted when an imposing military convoy pulls up to Alexandria's gates. Eugene steps out of a vehicle flanked by Commonwealth soldiers and Lance Hornsby, who offers supplies and manpower. Cut to 6 months in the future, Maggie stands atop the gates of Hilltop, staring down a Commonwealth squad. A soldier approaches and orders her to open the gates. He takes off his helmet, revealing himself to be Daryl, now wearing enemy armor. 30 days living in the Commonwealth is enough to turn war-hardened survivors into wage-earning citizens. The culture shock is almost absurd. Daryl, Judith, and RJ are exploring a haunted maze at a Halloween festival, getting jump scares from actors, as if real walkers weren't their actual reality just a month ago. While most try to enjoy the peace, Carol notices what everyone else ignores. Ezekiel's throat is getting worse, a sign his cancer is advancing. She finds out he's buried at the bottom of the surgery waitlist. Putting on her classic investigative persona, Carol sneaks out of the safe zone, risks her life in a walker-infested wine cellar, and delivers cases of high-end vintage wine to Lance Hornsby, a pure political maneuver to buy a medical favor. Across town, Daryl and Rosita endure Mercer's military training. The dynamic is clear. Rosita shines by working as a team and killing walkers with their own severed limbs, while Daryl plays the classic lone wolf and ditches his training partner. Later, Daryl has to kill a walker to save the skin of spoiled brat Sebastian, Governor Pamela Milton's son. Mercer gives it to Daryl straight. Sometimes, letting the rich idiot win is the only way to keep your own neck safe in the system. That night, a luxurious masquerade ball tries to mask the cracks in the Commonwealth. While Magnus serves wine to the elite, an ex-soldier named Tyler takes Pamela's assistant hostage, screaming at the guests about the rotten inequality of the place. Daryl intercepts Tyler's escape, but, taking Mercer's advice, lets Sebastian take all the credit for the arrest. The rebel is dragged away screaming for equality, putting the governor on high alert. Daryl's reward is becoming an official guardsman. Now in uniform, he and Rosita raid Tyler's apartment and find a hidden room plastered with rebel propaganda. The gears of resistance have already started turning. Eugene is living the dream. He declares his love for Stephanie. She says she feels the same, and he even gets the key to her apartment. But since a survivor's joy is short-lived, she absolutely ghosts him on their first official date. He goes full private eye. With a murder board that would make any true detective investigator jealous, he and Princess start connecting the dots. Eugene discovers that the supposed plumber who visited the girls' building is part of a bizarre scheme involving a secret warehouse, and he decides to tail him.
Roman Calhoun. And he is most definitely not a plumber.
Meanwhile, Hornsby recruits Carol to solve a problem at an opium farm. A guy named Moto tries to blackmail the Commonwealth by holding up the harvest, but he clearly doesn't know who he's dealing with. Carol quickly figures out that Moto is stealing money and beating the farmers. The result? Hornsby has the guy arrested on the spot. Carol never loses her touch. Across town, Connie clashes with the newspaper editor and Mercer, trying to wring out the truth about Tyler, the rogue soldier from the masquerade ball. Things get tense, and the mystery deepens when someone slips a list of names under Connie's door. Eugene and Princess's investigation culminates with them getting locked up after breaking into the fake plumber's apartment. Hornsby bails them out on the condition that they drop the subject. But Eugene is stubborn. He breaks into the secret warehouse and takes a beating in the dark. The big surprise is that Stephanie herself is there. Hornsby shows up and drops the truth bomb. She was a spy used to squeeze information out of Eugene about his community. A heartbreaking low blow. Devastated, Eugene burns his notes. And that's when a woman approaches using using the radio call signs that only he and the real Stephanie knew. It's Max, Mercer's sister. Absolute plot twist. Max lays her cards on the table. She explains to Eugene that she was the original radio girl, but had to back off when her brother found out about the illegal transmissions. Since Hornsby was already sniffing around for a leak, she thought it was safer to stay quiet when she saw Eugene with her counterfeit version. Eugene's reaction? He simply breaks down crying and runs away. While Eugene deals with a broken heart, Hornsby takes Governor Pamela on a genuine election campaign tour through the communities. In Alexandria, the mood already sours when a walker breaches the perimeter during the welcome speech, and Pamela is far from impressed. In Oceanside, the answer is simple. They only strike a deal if Maggie strikes a deal. All the pressure falls on Hilltop. The convoy finds Maggie gutting walkers on the road, and Pamela immediately tries to turn on her political charm during a hunt in the woods. She offers protection, but Maggie isn't buying it. The two butt heads. Maggie points out the hypocrisy of a system where the governor has the best house and the best car, while Pamela defends her vision of control. Far from all this politics, Ezekiel discovers his surgery has been bumped to the top of the hospital waiting list. He immediately realizes Carol gamed the system, but she doesn't have an ounce of remorse. If the system is broken, she'll break it right back to save her friend. After a walker attack at Hilltop that the Commonwealth soldiers resolve in seconds, Maggie makes her decision. She flat out rejects Pamela's offer, using the governor's own words against her. This costs her the loyalty of some residents, who decide to leave for an easier life. And Hornsby? The guy goes full villain mode. Out in the woods, he shoots walkers, assures Aaron he has everything under control, and promises to remake the world. This guy's ego has crossed all lines. Tension is running high at Hilltop. Lydia is about to leave for the Commonwealth when a bloodied guy arrives on horseback, hands over a map warning of a massacre, and drops dead on the ground. A classic horror movie setup that's impossible to ignore. Maggie, Lydia, and Elijah decide to follow the coordinates to help. On the way, they find Commonwealth soldiers with their throats slit and bump into Aaron, who has a bizarre story to tell. It turns out Aaron and Gabriel were tasked with a diplomatic mission to make contact with a new group in an apartment complex. The place's leader, Ian, is exactly the kind of paranoid guy who collects human skulls and points guns at visitors. Aaron tries to de-escalate the situation, but Carlson, the Commonwealth bureaucrat accompanying them, decides to handle it his own way. Carlson grabs Ian's gun, shoots the guy in cold blood, and reveals that the diplomacy was a total sham. Hornsby forced Carlson, who is apparently a former assassin, to recover stolen Commonwealth weapons by any means necessary. The guy just snaps, starts torturing the residents, and tossing people off the building's roof. It's brutal. Aaron manages to escape in the chaos, but Gabriel ends up cornered. That's when the most unlikely cavalry shows up, Negan. He and an ally named Annie were hiding out in the complex, hear the commotion, save Gabriel, and are the ones who sent the messenger on horseback to warn Hilltop. Now, the timelines converge. Maggie, Aaron, and the others sneak into the building, hiding dead soldiers along the way. Carlson is on the roof of an apartment complex, throwing dead hostages over the edge, just to watch them reanimate seconds later. He notifies Hornsby that the site is secure, while Maggie, Aaron, Lydia, and Elijah try to survive while hiding in the building's hallways. Far away, in the apparent normalcy of the Commonwealth, Daryl and Rosita receive a mission, but their path is blocked by Sebastian. The guy has ultimate unbearable Nepo baby energy, bragging about things nobody asked for and taking control. He demands that Daryl and Rosita wade through a walker horde to recover some cash for him, since his mom cut off his allowance, and to ensure their obedience, he threatens both of their children.
Hey, how are your kids doing? Your little one, he just jumped 2 grades, right? And Coco, is she what? I'm just saying that I can make their life easier.
Back at the complex, Maggie's group runs into an armed Annie, but it's Negan who shows up to calm things down. The reunion is tense. Negan confesses he married Annie, and to everyone's surprise, she is pregnant. The mood gets incredibly heavy when a Commonwealth soldier finds little Herschel hiding. Without a second thought, Negan knocks out the soldier and saves the boy, but Herschel isn't stupid. He pulls a gun on Negan, deducing that he killed his father. Negan confirms it cold and direct, but warns him that firing a shot right there there will doom everyone. Herschel lowers the gun. It's a heavy scene that speaks for itself. Meanwhile, covered in walker guts, Daryl and Rosita reach the vault, find a survivor named April, and grab the cash. The alarm triggers, attracting the dead, and April ends up getting devoured. Mercer and Carol show up to the rescue. At the complex, Carlson chases Gabriel and Aaron to the roof, but Elijah emerges from the shadows and takes out the guards. Aaron lands a clean shot on Carlson, who plummets off the building. Karma is ruthless. He falls right into the middle of the walkers he created himself. And who hijacked the convoy that sparked this whole manhunt? A flashback at the end delivers the answer. It was Leah. Hornsby is no idiot. Assessing the rooftop massacre left at the complex, he listens to Gabriel and Aaron's story about mysterious assassins, with the exact same look of someone listening to a child lie about who broke a window. Determined to find the culprits, he turns his sights on Hilltop. Over at the Commonwealth, Sebastian's dirt is starting to stink. Rosita and Connie cross-reference information about the money heist and realize they need Pamela Milton's files to prove anything. Eugene asks Max to steal the documents from her own boss. Tension boils over when Hornsby and his troops arrive at the gates of Hilltop. Maggie obviously doesn't want to let anyone in, but Daryl intervenes and convinces her to open the gates before a bloodbath breaks out. Hornsby searches the place with a cynical smile. He finds a suspicious truck, tries to start it, but the engine fails. Frustrated, he switches tactics and resorts to psychological intimidation. Hornsby corners Herschel and pulls out a cap found at the crime scene. He places the cap on the boy's head, and it's a perfect fit. A very Cinderella moment if the glass slipper were evidence of a mass murder. Elijah loses his temper and shoves Hornsby against the wall. Guns are drawn on all sides. It's a classic Western standoff, until Daryl issues a very clear ultimatum for Hornsby to stand down before something horrible happens. With no immediate options, the suit leaves. Away from all this, Mercer has a crisis of conscience after murdering his own men to cover up Sebastian's mess, and Princess offers to help him deal with it. Max also makes her choice. She steals the files and seals the deal with Eugene. Meanwhile, Hornsby, still hunting those responsible for the attack, heads into the woods and walks right into an ambush set by Leah, but instead of fighting back, he cracks a smile. He doesn't want to kill her. He wants to hire her. Hornsby walks away from Hilltop, stepping in fresh blood as a swarm of locusts darkens the sky. The end of the world plague symbolism is as subtle as a punch to the face. The story then jumps back 19 hours to explain the chaos. Knowing the walls are closing in, Maggie leads her group to an old Whisperer hideout. At the same time, Hornsby divides his soldiers. One squad, led by the newly hired Leah, has a single mission: kill Maggie. The other group takes Daryl, Gabriel, and Aaron on a supposed patrol that is, in reality, an ambush. But trying to ambush Daryl Dixon in the middle of the woods is a rookie mistake. He spots the trap, shoots first, and alongside Gabriel and Aaron, wipes out the entire squad. Daryl tortures the surviving leader using walkers to find out Hornsby's location, shoots the guy, and even uses the radio to send a direct message to the suit. At the hideout, Leah's squad walks into an explosive trap rigged by Maggie. The building blows up, but Leah survives, emerging from the smoke like the Terminator, and lands a fatal headshot on Marco. Maggie realizes she needs to lure Leah away from the others and flees into the woods. Meanwhile, in the pristine hallways of the Commonwealth, the plan moves forward. Max manages to steal the files right under a drunk Sebastian's nose, and the group led by Connie begins prepping an article to destroy Pamela Milton's image. In the woods, the hunt ends at an abandoned cabin. Leah gets the drop on Maggie, ties her to a chair, and promises to kill everyone she loves. Maggie manages to break free, and what follows is a brutal, visceral fist and knife fight. Leah gains the upper hand and is a second away from plunging a knife into Maggie when she takes a fatal shot to the back. It's Daryl, without hesitating and without blinking over having just killed his ex-girlfriend. Hornsby and his backup arrive at the cabin seconds later. Daryl still manages to graze Hornsby's face with a bullet before fleeing with Maggie. Infuriated, Hornsby throws the rulebook out the window. Commonwealth forces invade and take over Alexandria, Hilltop, and Oceanside. The day ends with Hornsby smiling, flipping his coin to decide who lives and who dies. Daryl and Maggie are cornered by Hornsby and his soldiers. Things are looking grim, but Negan decides to dust off his old Whisperer mask and infiltrate the Commonwealth. He violently hijacks a car, while Daryl shoots his way out to cover their escape. It's the most unlikely teamwork ever, but it works. Over at the Commonwealth, the vibe is pure chaos. Protests are erupting against the Milton family. Mercer is losing control of the crowd and asks Rosita for help, who basically hits him with a "not my problem." When Negan arrives and gets interrogated by Mercer, he drops the truth. If nobody else is playing by the rules, why should Mercer? And incredibly, the big guy buys into it. Negan manages to reach Carol, who was already playing hide-and-seek with the kids to evade Hornsby's bizarre assassins. The two team up to hunt down the best insurance policy possible, Sebastian Milton. They find the spoiled brat passed out in a hideout and drag him back to Mommy Pamela. Carol's plan is lethal. Hand over Sebastian and pin the blame for all his crimes squarely on Hornsby's back. Meanwhile, a massive horde is knocking at the gates. Mercer and Rosita go to try and contain the damage, but things spiral out of control. Mercer freezes, watching one of his soldiers get literally ripped in half by walkers. The trauma is written all over his face. And to cap it off with maximum tension, down in the sewers, Hornsby thinks he's cornered the group of survivors. But in the blink of an eye, it's Daryl who sneaks up behind him, pressing a knife right against the suit's throat. The knife at Hornsby's throat is only removed when Pamela, Mercer, and Carol show up with a done deal. Daryl agrees to let the suit go, but not without viciously stabbing the blade through his hand first, just as a warning. Here's the deal. Maggie's group gets supplies and their freedom, while Hornsby takes the fall for all the crimes. Soon after, we see Hornsby tied up and left on an anthill. Pamela shows up just to step on him, saying he's nothing but a delusional little boy trying to play a grown-up's game. The dust seems to settle, and the Commonwealth gears up for Founders Day. While Aaron's group heads out to Oceanside and Daryl packs his bags, Max decides she won't let the Miltons get away with it. She manages to record Sebastian explicitly confessing that he thinks the citizens are a bunch of poor idiots. It's pure distilled privilege. The main event kicks off with a rigged wrestling match, and right after, Sebastian takes the stage, trying to play the man of the people. It's the perfect moment. Eugene hits play, and the kids' recording blasts through the speakers. The crowd instantly erupts in anger, but Lance Hornsby wasn't going down without a fight. His assassins had executed the cleanup crew, who now reanimate as walkers right in the middle of the square. Total panic. Amidst the screaming, Sebastian chases Max and purposely shoves her into a walker. Eugene, in a rare act of bravery, saves the girl and shoves the zombie onto Sebastian himself. The kid falls and begs for help, but the crowd takes revenge in the best way possible. No one lifts a finger. Everyone just watches the walker tear into his neck. Judith even shoots the creature, but the damage is done. Sebastian chokes to death on his own blood, with his arrogant voice still playing on loop over the loudspeakers. Far from there, in his cell, Hornsby hears the screams and takes a big bite out of his candy apple. The festival square turns into a bloodbath, and Eugene is running for his life. The mob thinks he murdered the Golden Boy, and Daryl has to drag him into hiding before the troopers catch him. In the morgue, Pamela stares at her son's corpse. She refuses to put the walker down and decides she wants Eugene's head on a silver platter to make an example of him. All the pressure falls on Mercer's shoulders. He tries to follow protocol, but gets hit from all sides. Rosita refuses to cooperate, Max rejects a fake pardon that would force her to plead insanity, and Princess throws it in his face that the Commonwealth is an abusive system before packing her bags. The big guy feels the sting. Daryl and Rosita set up an escape plan, but Eugene surprises everyone. He finally grows a spine and refuses to leave Max behind. In a genuinely emotional moment, he hands his bolo tie to Rosita, marches into the police station, and takes the fall entirely on his own to protect his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Pamela decides to collect Lance Hornsby's debt. She visits his cell and brings two guests, zombified Sebastian and a fresh corpse. She throws Lance a machete and gives a macabre order: "Feed my son." Far from there, Aaron's group camps at an abandoned Renaissance fair and suffers a night attack. But these walkers are different. One of them climbs onto the roof, grabs a rock, and tries to smash Jerry's head in. Aaron knocks the biter down and tries to rip off its Whisperer mask, only to realize he's tearing off the creature's actual face. The dead are evolving. And to cap off the nightmare, Rosita is in her apartment finishing packing when she gets ambushed by troopers, knocked out, and dragged away with a bag over her head. Carol is chilling in a bakery with Ezekiel, but in the blink of an eye, the guy vanishes, and she gets attacked. She manages to escape and soon discovers the nightmare. The group's wagon is destroyed, and everyone is gone. She finds Daryl in the middle of a life-or-death struggle, saves his skin, and the two come to the obvious conclusion: the Commonwealth kidnapped the whole crew. Meanwhile, Governor Pamela Milton holds all the cards. She calls Yumiko in and gives it to her straight. Either she acts as the prosecutor and sentences Eugene to death, or she'll never see her friends again. It's the classic do what I say or everyone suffers routine. Tommy, Yumiko's brother, tells her to swallow her pride and sacrifice Eugene to survive, because justice in the Commonwealth is a joke. Daryl and Carol need answers, and go after the only person dirty enough to know everything: Lance Hornsby. They break into the jail, find a traumatized Lance with Walker Sebastian, whom Daryl puts down without a second thought, and force the guy to show them a way out. After a tense shootout and an escape through tunnels crawling with flayed walkers, they make it out of the city. Then comes Yumiko's big moment. At the press conference, where she was supposed to read Pamela's little script and throw Eugene to the wolves, she turns the tables. On live broadcast, she publicly thanks her brother, ensuring the governor can't disappear the only thoracic surgeon around, and announces that she will be defending Eugene. It's a slap in Pamela's face on national television. Far from there, Daryl and Carol discover that the Commonwealth has a working train. With the route in mind, they tell Lance his services are no longer required. Unable to accept defeat, he tries to shoot them in the back. Carol, being Carol, puts an arrow through his neck before he can even blink. Lance dies while the train transports the drugged prisoners to a mysterious destination. The prisoners' journey doesn't go exactly as the Commonwealth planned. Maggie, Rosita, and Gabriel wake up in the back of a moving truck, but Maggie breaks free, fights the guard, and the vehicle ends up crashing into a tree. The three survive and flee into the woods. Rosita dislocates her shoulder. Gabriel pops it back into place, and she doesn't even flinch. Mama Bear mode is activated, and all she cares about is finding her daughter Coco. At the labor camp, the situation is brutal. The warden gives that classic villain speech about how no one there has a name and everyone owes obedience. To make matters worse, he separates Negan and Annie, sending his pregnant wife to another location. Daryl and Carol are tracking the rails and see Connie being loaded onto a train labeled Designation 2, which basically means slave labor until you drop off the map. They manage to extract information from a dying guard. The guy confesses his sins to Gabriel, who listens patiently, grants him absolution, and the second the trooper dies, buries a knife in his head to prevent reanimation. Practical and divine. The whole group reunites and sets up a perfect ambush. They stop the train, take out the guards, and rescue Connie in an adrenaline-fueled breakout, complete with Daryl chasing down a trooper on a motorcycle through the woods. The only problem is the train engineer. Terrified of what the warden would do to his family if they found out he helped, the man prefers to shove a tool into his own neck rather than face the retaliation. Back at the camp, Negan swallows his pride and approaches Ezekiel. They have a terrible history, but Negan knows he can't inspire hope in anyone. He proposes an alliance. He lights the fuse of the rebellion, and Ezekiel leads it. Searching for answers, Rosita uses a dead guard's radio and pretends to be a lost trooper needing rescue. Base responds with the coordinates for Outpost 22, and then the penny drops. The Commonwealth's labor camp isn't a new place. It's Alexandria, their home. Working as a slave in your own backyard is a new level of cruelty. With Alexandria turned into Outpost 22, the prisoners live under constant surveillance. Negan tries to take on Annie's workload, but ends up catching a beating from the guards and getting dragged off to the warden. The guy wants Negan to be his mole, using his wife's safety as blackmail. Little does he know that trying to manipulate the former leader of the Saviors is a recipe for disaster. Far away, Aaron's group bumps into Luke and Jules, who bring terrible news. Oceanside is gone. The Commonwealth took everything. Without much of a choice, they camouflage themselves within a massive walker herd to slip past the patrols unnoticed. In the courtroom, Governor Pamela tries to keep up appearances, but the public isn't buying her lies anymore. Yumiko presses hard. The crowd revolts, but the system is corrupt to the core. Eugene takes the floor, delivers a moving speech about how his friends made him a better man, and accepts his fate. As expected in a kangaroo court, he's sentenced to death. Meanwhile, the rescue operation in Alexandria is in full swing. Daryl, Carol, Maggie, and Connie stealthily infiltrate the place through the sewers. Maggie finally gets to hug Herschel again, but the victory is bittersweet. Little Coco isn't with him, and Rosita's desperation only grows. Outside, the warden decides to put on a show. He forces Negan to his knees to be executed by firing squad, and, out of pure malice, throws Annie into the line of fire too. That's when Ezekiel shines. He steps in front of the guns, and soon other prisoners step up to form a human shield. The bravery rubs off on the troopers themselves, who refuse to fire. Chaos ensues. Daryl emerges from the shadows and buries a knife in the warden's back. A furious Rosita shoves a walker into the man's face, demanding to know where her daughter is, but he dies smiling, getting devoured and taking the secret to his grave. And just when it seemed like Eugene was walking straight to death row, he's pulled from his cell by none other than Mercer. The general has finally picked a side. He takes off Eugene's cuffs and drops the line everyone wanted to hear. It's time to fuck shit up.
Time to fuck shit up.
Tension is at a breaking point. Judith grabs Rick's revolver and Michonne's katana, feeling the full weight of her family's legacy. She doesn't want to be left behind and manages to convince Daryl to let her go to the front lines of what promises to be the final battle. The plan is to infiltrate the Commonwealth. Mercer is moving in the shadows, hiding Eugene and engineering a silent uprising with Max and Yumiko. Princess makes radio contact, and the legal trap to oust Pamela from power seems set, but on the outside, things spiral completely out of control. Pamela's army literally herds a massive swarm of walkers toward the city. Aaron's group ends up trapped in the middle of this madness. In a brutal scene inside an RV surrounded by the dead, Lydia gets bitten, and Jerry has to amputate her arm right there in pure desperation. And the infiltration through the train station turns out to be a massive ambush. Pamela and her guards open fire on the coalition. Amidst the chaos of the firefight, the governor aims at Maggie, but ends up shooting Judith instead. It's heartbreaking to watch Daryl scoop the bleeding girl into his arms and try to run for it. As if that weren't enough, variant walkers, the kind that climb walls in true World War Z fashion, breach the Commonwealth gates. Pamela shows her true colors and gives the most cowardly order imaginable: protect only the wealthy estates, leaving thousands of ordinary citizens out in the streets to serve as dinner. With the city overrun by the dead, Daryl sprints frantically through the alleyways, doing whatever it takes to keep the youngest Grimes alive. The chaos continues to crush the streets. Daryl breaches the hospital with Judith, but the place is already collapsing. Tragedy takes its toll fast. Jules is devoured by the horde, and Luke gets bitten, dying in the hospital surrounded by his friends, who play his harmonica for him one last time. It's a gut punch. At the city's children's ward, Rosita, Eugene, and Gabriel fight bravely against the dead to save the kids. Rosita falls straight into a pile of walkers, but rises up, slicing through them like a true action hero. But the price of the rescue was steep. In a private moment, she shows Eugene she was bitten on the shoulder. Back at the hospital, Judith finally wakes up and drops the bombshell she's been keeping from Daryl and Carol. Rick is alive, and that's why Michonne never came back. With this revelation hanging in the air, Ezekiel steps up as the moral leader of the group. He rejects the idea of just running away and decrees they will fight for the citizens of the Commonwealth. They march to the gates of the estates and corner Pamela. Mercer, backed by his loyal troopers and the coalition, places the governor under arrest. To deal with the massive herd outside, the group executes an explosive plan. They use the sound system blasting rock music at max volume to lure the dead into the wealthy neighborhood and blow the entire estate sky high, a pyrotechnic spectacle that wipes the threat off the map. As the dust settles, it's time for the reckonings. Maggie has an honest, painful conversation with Negan. She tells him point blank that she will never forgive him for what he did to Glenn, but she refuses to keep carrying that hate, liberating them both in a way. Soon after, Rosita says her goodbyes to everyone and passes away peacefully, with Eugene by her side. We jump 1 year into the future. The communities are rebuilt and thriving, with Ezekiel serving as governor of the Commonwealth. Fulfilling his promise, Daryl hops on his bike and rides off into the unknown to find Rick and Michonne, and in the epilogue, the pieces fall into place. We see Michonne riding relentlessly in search of clues, while Rick appears on the muddy banks of a river, cornered by a mysterious CRM helicopter. He throws his hands up, but flashes a confident smirk because, as their own history proves, they're the ones who live.